Chapter 141 Remains of the Trial in the Starsea Survival Stage 10,000 years ago. No, Li Qing discovered a very important problem. How do I get out? Although he will not be sucked in further due to the influence of the universe in his palm, he has nothing to rely on at this time, and he can't leave. Psychic jumps are not easy to use here, and it is no problem to communicate with psionic saints, but they cannot jump out due to the strong gravitational field of the black hole. It is useless to reopen a warship to come out. This place has entered the edge of the horizon of the black hole, and the gravitational force has reached an incredible level. It is only one step away from the horizon range where even light cannot escape. The battleships in his hand cannot be forced out. Even he doesn't know whether he will still appear in the same place or in another place after entering the palm universe and closing the black hole door after a while. Frozen. But Li Qing is not in a hurry. Although he can't get away for a while, it's okay. And it's not impossible to break the situation, but he is a little entangled in whether to do that. The method is very simple. Open the universe in the palm of your hand to enter the horizon of the black hole, and swallow the black hole in turn. It sounds incredible, but it is indeed operable. In the universe itself, there are examples of large mass black holes devouring small black holes, such as in the center of the Milky Way, where matter is highly concentrated and the density of stars is extremely high. There are hundreds of thousands of stars within a cubic light year. As time goes by, a large number of stars undergo the evolution of the life cycle and eventually turn into black holes, which will slowly devour the surrounding stars. Within a certain period of time, more than one star evolves into a black hole, with different sizes, and the larger one will swallow the smaller one to form a black hole with greater mass. There is no need to worry about whether the attraction of the universe in the palm will be inferior to the black hole being swallowed back. He will not worry about this problem, as long as the high-dimensional fortress in the center of the universe in the palm can pull millions of stars around itself. Its internal power furnace itself is like if a river system is the same as a bank system, you will know how big its mass is. Of course, large mass and gravity are not the same thing. When the mass has not shrunk and collapsed to the point of forming a black hole, no matter how large the mass is, it will be swallowed by the tiny black hole. However, the palm universe itself is an independent universe, that is, an independent universe, and its essence must be stronger than black holes. As long as it is not pulled apart by the black hole's gravity, it will swallow the black hole in turn. No matter what is inside, as long as the black hole can be swallowed back, the problem will be solved. The only problem now is that this idea is a speculation of his, which has no scientific basis and cannot be tested if it doesn't work. Well, it's not a big problem if it doesn't work. At most, it's just that if it doesn't work, you can't use this method to leave. It's impossible to have any impact on the universe in the palm of your hand. After making a decision, with a thought in his mind, the door of the universe exit black hole fixed in the palm of his hand quickly fell into the horizon of the black hole with the gravity of the black hole, and his eyes instantly turned into darkness. The event horizon of a black hole is actually the same as the accretion disk outside, but the gravitational force of the black hole is so great that even light cannot escape, so you can't see anything, and you think it's pitch black. In fact, they are the same, but you can't see it. It's just the light. You can't feel the passage of time here, and you can't feel whether you're moving, because the strength of gravity here is beyond ordinary people's imagination. As the door of the black hole rotates at an unknown speed here, endless matter and energy are captured. It poured into the gate of the black hole, and poured violently into the universe in the palm of your hand. At this time, Li Qingzhao had already left the gate of the black hole and entered the universe in his palm. With a thought, he turned into a stream of light and threw it into the inner core of the high-dimensional fortress, witness of the stars. Then, a thought naturally appeared in his mind. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward, and a palm print formed by a golden streamer appeared in the void. With the movement of his mind, countless golden streamers quickly spread around. A grid formed by countless golden streamers is formed in the core. Let's start. Then, the ion energy layer on the surface of the star witness fortress suddenly became brighter, and a strong attraction came, and the huge energy and matter in the universe that was sucked into the palm of the hand was suddenly attracted by a strong attraction to the huge high-dimensional fortress in the center of the universe in the palm of your hand. As the high-dimensional fortress began to actively emit extremely powerful gravitational force, a large amount of energy and matter in the black hole was extracted from the exit of the palm universe, including a large amount of dark energy and dark matter. From the third point of view, a hole was torn open in the sky, and a terrifying energy descended from the sky on the high-dimensional fortress like a river of heaven, and then was swallowed silently. Li Qing could clearly feel that as the high-dimensional fortress began to swallow up this massive amount of energy, some areas inside seemed to be gradually unlocked. And it appears that not one area is unlocking, but several. Damn it, if I knew it, I would devour a few black holes and stars before I had nothing to do. Well, it was not possible to do this before. At that time, the degree of repair was not enough, so it was not possible to extract so roughly. Of course, there is another more important reason. He didn't know it at the time. He didn't know that devouring the dark matter and dark energy in the black hole could restore the origin of the universe in his palm. If he knew it, he would have done it. The main reason for this repair is to swallow up a large number of dark matter and dark energy in black holes, so some of them were repaired. And this method of repair is limited. When the demand for the universe in the palm is full, it will not be able to continue to repair, and it must be repaired in another way. As for the operation of devouring stars, to be honest, he doesn't know if it can be repaired, so he can try it when he has time. Now devour the massive dark energy and dark matter in this black hole with peace of mind, and slowly unlock more areas. Time passed slowly. Half a month passed without knowing it, and the black hole did not change as usual, but if someone watched from a distance, they could see occasional ripples on the event horizon of the black hole surface. 1 month has passed, and the black hole has not changed much, except that the ripples on the surface of the event horizon have become a little more frequent. 2 months have passed. If someone observes for a long time, he will find that the black hole has changed a lot from a month ago. The horizon seems to have shrunk a little, and ripples appear from time to time. 3 months. Somewhere in an inexplicable space, Yi Xiao, who was hanging in the air, clasped his hands together, and flames rising hundreds of meters high out of nowhere behind him, condensed into a fiery fireballs and flew out under the constraints of his powerful spiritual energy and will. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of deformed monsters on the 5-kilometer black and white platform were engulfed by the blasted flames and burned out quickly. But then hanging in the center of the platform, a blue-black crystal with the size of a head that was constantly changing suddenly spewed out black flames all over the sky, and quickly transformed into a cyclops with 6 arms each holding a large black sword and deformed sarcoma all over his body. The cyclops is about 10 meters tall. A blue flame spewed out from behind him. He leapt into the sky with a sudden leap. He closed his 6 arms and stretched out the fleshy whiskers from the black sword to pull the 6 swords together. They were quickly twisted into one. The 10-meter-long sawtooth giant sword slashed at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed. A layer of transparent light wave appeared out of thin air. The giant sword slashed the light wave and exploded in a circle, and then the one-eyed opened a blue light beam to blow out the light wave, and slashed Yi Xiao's face condescendingly. He snapped his fingers, and the flames shot up into the sky behind him, and quickly transformed into a pair of flaming phoenix wings and moved forward to form a huge flame cocoon to wrap himself and the cyclops in it. An angry roar could be heard from inside. Circles of flames mixed with transparent light waves exploded. The roar inside slowly diminished, and soon disappeared. A few wings of flames reopened. The deformed giant was still there, but the black and blue color of his body had disappeared, replaced by a lava-like liquid flowing in the cracked skin, and it had turned into a flame giant, even though the weapon also turned into a red crystal. Yi Xiao flapped the flaming phoenix wings and slowly landed on the ground. A circle of flames spread from under his feet. The black and blue floor tiles were quickly purified, and a path was stretched forward with him. Walked to the center of the platform expressionlessly, and the lava giant followed closely behind, like a servant. In the center of the platform hung a blue-black crystal that was constantly changing. Yi Xiao reached out and pressed on the crystal, and the flames spread rapidly and dyed the blue-black crystal red. When the crystal was completely dyed red, a circle of flames exploded centered on the crystal, and the black floor of the 5-kilometer diameter platform quickly turned into a red floor. Between eyebrows, he quickly closed his eyes. He opened his eyes a little, and there was a flame burning in his pupils. The 15th force. When the fleet passed by this black hole galaxy and was first drawn into this unknown place, he was very panicked. After all, there has never been a precedent of surviving after being swallowed by a black hole. In the past, there were many players who were accidentally swallowed by black holes. They had never heard of anyone who could come out alive. It was only after they were resurrected that they found that they had directly lost a full 100 years of life before reuniting their souls and resurrecting their consciousness. He thought he was going to be unlucky this time, but when he regained consciousness, he was surprised to find that he was not dead, nor was he caught in the black hole, but was sent to an unknown place. He was separated from other people in the fleet, and appeared alone on a platform, and then he had to follow the guidance in his heart to continuously defeat the monsters derived from each platform. Every time a monster spawned on the platform is defeated, he can gain the power from the crystal in the center of the platform, and every time he absorbs a power, his spiritual power will be greatly improved. Relying on the already very powerful initial psychic power, at the beginning, it completely defeated the monsters on the platform one by one, and continuously absorbed the power from the crystals. At this time, it has absorbed the power from 15 crystals. I don't know which pioneer built the trial field, but Yi Xiao has never heard of it being built in a black hole. But because of this, he is very interested in clearing the trial ground and is full of expectations. There have been many trials of this kind in the 10,000-year history of human civilization, especially when human civilization first entered the new universe 10,000 years ago. At the initial stage of survival in the Star Sea, there were many relics of this type of trial at that time. If you can pass the relic test, you will be rewarded with many good things. Later, humans conquered this star field and established the United Human Empire. The relics of the original trial were basically searched by the predecessors, and the latecomers basically could not find them. This ancient ruins is also hidden in an extreme location. Who can find it in the black hole? Maybe a small number of players have been there, but no one has been able to successfully pass the level. The reason why Yi Xiao is full of anticipation is because there are many good things that can only be obtained in the Star Sea survival stage, and can only be rewarded in these trial relics, such as the Titan Super Flag, such as high-level relics, such as various mother chips, etc., especially certain ancient advanced civilization technologies. Many Star Sea Lords and Star Sea Lords made their fortunes at the beginning, and they rose only after obtaining certain key technologies or treasures in some top-level trial ruins. I never imagined that I, Yi Xiao, would have such a day. As long as I can clear this relic and get the treasure inside, mere failure in development is nothing. He looked up at the sky and sneered. I, Yi Xiao, am the real son of destiny. In the future, I will definitely become the second Star Sea Lord of the Nanshan Yi clan. How can you, Li Qing, the branch of the military master, compare with me? The flaming cloak was raised, and it rose into the air and flew towards another platform suspended in the air in front of it. The flame giant followed closely behind and jumped up to follow. The next platform is a swamp with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. In the center is a half-metal, half-flesh monster. Thick tentacles mixed with metal and flesh were flying in the air. When Yi Xiao jumped onto the high platform, these tentacles flew out quickly, and the tops of the tentacles opened in midair, shooting out dazzling laser sweeps. Yi Xiao stretched out his left hand and pressed falsely. A translucent red mask appeared in front of him to block the laser light. Grasping the sky with his right hand, the red light in the sky thousands of meters gathered and condensed into a meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 meters and fell down. Boom! With a loud noise, the ring of flames exploded, and all the muddy water on the platform was drained and dried, revealing entangled metal flesh and blood tentacles. At the same time, the lava giant also jumped up, raised his sword, jumped in and slashed down with his sword. 5 metal tentacles stretched out, and the tops rotated rapidly to form spikes that pierced through the 5 limbs of the Cyclops. In the next second, a pillar of fire from the Cyclops' one eye shot out and hit the meat mountain in the center of the swamp, causing a mechanical eye in the center of the meat mountain to open. The shock wave blasted the Cyclops off the platform and fell into the bottomless abyss. At this time, Yi Xiao had already resorted to his big move, and a wave of terrifying psionic storm swept across the platform. When the psionic storm disappeared, there was only a large pit left on the platform, with some broken metal and meat paste inside, and a crystal hanging in the center. The 16th way. Absorbing this force, he walked to the next platform without stopping. Each platform has a gatekeeper monster, or a pure monster, or a metal mechanical creation, or some evil existence in the subspace, but under Yi Xiao's powerful spiritual power, he has no power to resist. Trial relics like this test individual strength, whether it is mechanical prosthesis modification, genetic modification to strengthen the physical body, or psychics can benefit. Chapter 143 Super Firepower Supreme. The living area on the 9th floor was demolished, the industrial area on the 8th floor was demolished, and the comprehensive experimental area on the 10th floor was also demolished, all moved to the number 2 warehouse area. Space vacated. First floor. Number 1 agricultural area. Second floor. Number 2 agricultural area. The third floor, number 1 animal husbandry area. Fourth floor, number 1 aquaculture area. Fifth floor, aircraft carrier area. The sixth floor, number 3 agricultural area. The seventh floor, number 2 animal husbandry area. Eighth floor, economic crop area such as number 3 fruit. Ninth floor, number 4 agricultural area. 10th floor, number 2 aquaculture industry zone. All are basic resource industries, food and cash crops. There are 4 agricultural areas, 2 animal husbandry areas, 2 aquaculture areas, and 1 cash crop area. In addition, the 5th floor aircraft carrier area will be suspended after the existing construction area is completed, and the next half of the area will not continue. Instead, 2 new aircraft carrier areas will be rebuilt on the 9th and 10th floors of the number 2 warehouse area. At that time, the 5th floor of the number 1 warehouse area will be changed into a similar primary resource area, specializing in the production of various daily necessities. As for the number 2 warehouse area, it was changed into a comprehensive area. Temporarily, the first floor, second floor and third floor are scheduled to be the scientific research area, and the 3 major science categories of physics, engineering and social science each occupy one. The fourth floor, the fifth floor and the sixth floor are industrial areas, which are light industry, heavy industry, and clone cultivation and robot production bases. The seventh floor is to be determined and reserved for future use. The eighth floor is the ground force military area, which is specially trained to train various army troops. The ninth and 10th floors were changed to the aircraft carrier area. Warehouse number 3 is a pure warehouse and will not be transformed into other functions. Right now it's just a plan, and it needs to be developed slowly in the future. However, the agricultural area and animal husbandry area on the first floor have been developed. There is no need to worry about the development of other areas, and they can be developed slowly. After returning to the outpost, you can start preparing to save money and emigrate. Li Qing is going to take time to go back to Qinghai to immigrate to his birthplace. After taking stock of these 4 newly unlocked areas, Li Qing set his sights on the 2 newly acquired static streamers that can directly transform negative stars. 2 places, he has already been selected. One is given to Li Yuan, the naval commander, as his first attuned servant of light. It's time to go a step further. The other is to choose one of his servants of light. No accident is a scientist. What is lacking now is scientists to quickly develop technology and upgrade the technology level. How long does it take to enlighten Zhaofeng? The frigate mother chip has been upgraded to level 5. The faster one, if you can enlighten a few more scientists, servants of light, the technology level will increase faster. The reason why Yu Yuefei was not considered, apart from the fact that there would be 1 conversion quota every year, was mainly because it was useless to enlighten her at this stage. And she will be exposed after turning her into a negative star. After all, she is different from other people and cannot stay in the universe in the palm of her hand without showing her face. As the chief executive of the Legion, she will become the leader of the planet in the future and have to contact players every day. After becoming a negative star, she will change its too big to hide. Li Qing is going to wait another 10 or 20 years, when she is strong enough and not afraid of being exposed before transforming her into a negative star. Anyway, she is still young, so she can afford to wait. Thinking of this, he summoned Li Yuan, the servant of light, without any nonsense, just stretched out his hand and pointed. A stream of light that didn't exist in reality, but everyone could feel it flew out from his fingertips and sank into Li Yuan's eyebrows. Then, his figure disappeared in an instant. Li Qing raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He could clearly feel his existence at this time. He did not turn into a sun hanging outside the high-dimensional fortress like Zhaofeng, because he and Zhaofeng transformed through the power of the universe in his palm. The static streamer is actually the immortal essence that has been condensed, so the negative star transformed by the static streamer directly saves this step, and does not need to slowly condense to form directly. But they are the same in one thing. Although the static streamer is a complete immortal source, but the source does not contain power, so their initial psychic strength and power are not strong. They are only tens of millions of levels, and they need to be recovered slowly. It is worth mentioning that after transforming into a negative star, Li Yuan's name will probably be changed. Because his body is a psychic entity, and there is no distinction between race and gender. In fact, he did not have his own independent thinking and will at the beginning. It was only after being enlightened as a servant of light that the most primitive self-will was born. Now after transforming into a negative star, he will give birth to true self-will and independent thinking. In this metamorphosis stage, He has the last chance to determine the gender, and after being promoted to star negative, it will be determined that it cannot be changed. But whether he is male or female, the original name will be abandoned and replaced by another new name. Letting it transform and transform, Li Qing set his sights on another servant of light. Promoter of light, Blue Bird. There are really not many choices, except for Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren, and it is impossible to choose from those Hull people, but only from the servants of light, at least they have served him for a while. Among them, besides Li Yuan, the most capable and valuable one is Jade Bird. Although it was short for her to be attuned as a servant of light, she is both a human being and a player, so she is relatively the most suitable candidate. Calling the Blue Bird who was experimenting, Li Qing stretched out her finger, but there was nothing on the fingertip, but her eyes were instantly attracted by his fingertip, and there was a look of longing in her eyes. Li Qing didn't speak, but she naturally understood what it meant. When she came to her senses, she worshipped him without hesitation. Li Qing smiled, stretched out his fingers to lightly touch the center of her eyebrows, and immediately countless streamers of light bloomed and spread to the whole body centered on the center of her eyebrows, and suddenly disappeared like Li Yuan into a light man. The next step is to wait, but it won't take long, and the conversion is estimated to be completed in a few days. 3 negative stars, there will be another one in more than a month. Unknowingly, it has been a year since Zhaofeng was enlightened as a negative star, and he can still enlighten another negative star, as well as 6 servants of light. After a little thought, the 6 servants of light were divided into 2 physics scientists, 2 biology scientists, and 2 naval commanders. No accident, this trip will definitely make a fortune after returning home. The cheap father was taken away by Yi Xuandong and his son, and his whereabouts are unknown. Yi must be responsible for this matter, and there will definitely be a lot of compensation. In addition, the outpost base is the only one at this time, and their strength will expand rapidly in the next period of time. At this time, 1 servant of light commander is definitely not enough, and 2 more need to be added. He does not plan to use professionals for the 2 commanders enlightened this time, but plans to consider Li Lai and Li Qi. The 2 have been with me for a long time, limited by their abilities, they can't play a big role, but their attitudes have always been fine. The things assigned to them are very serious, and they are also their own people. It's time to promote them and let them help share their worries. After all, after they captured the reef lair, according to the default gauge, they would not be able to seize all the territory, at most 2 living planets. In the future, there is a high probability that he will not stay here all the time. He may go out for a while to visit other places. At this time, it is necessary to keep 2 loyal men to guard the house, and they are very good. Although Hong Changfeng was obedient, they came late and had to wait for the next opportunity. Through the traction system of Galway Fortress, Li Lai and Li Qi were soon sent to him. The 2 waved to him, and Li Lai looked around curiously. "Boss, where is this place? It doesn't seem to be in Star Castle." "You'll find out later." Li Qing stretched out his hand to signal them to sit down, and said with a serious face, "Now I have an opportunity in front of you. I have a way to increase your life level, so that you have extremely powerful spiritual power, and you can directly upgrade to the level of high-level life forms, so that you have a very powerful golden name talent. But this method has a sequelae, it will distort your will, making it impossible for you to betray me." Both of them were stunned. After a while, Li Lai rubbed his forehead, and asked a little uncertainly, "Boss, you said you can increase our life level. Directly increase to the level of higher life forms. No, is it a gold talent? How did that twist our will? Turn us into puppets?" Li Qing shook his head. "Becoming a puppet is the will to control you. I can't control your will. You are still you. There is no difference in thinking and thinking from before. There are no restrictions except that you cannot betray me or have any malice against me." Li Lai's eyes lit up immediately. "Is there such a good thing?" He smiled and said, "It's reasonable to say that following you has a future and benefits. You treat us well, and we are of the same race. We would never betray. Your restriction is definitely bad news for those who have ghosts in their hearts, but it is not good for us. It's like nothing. We never had that idea." Li Qi also nodded and said, "Actually, from another perspective, this is still a good thing. At least in the future, others will not be able to use countermeasures to drive us apart." Hearing what they said, Li Qing smiled and said, "It seems that we do have fate. Don't worry, this transformation will never control your will and thinking. As long as it is not betrayal, everything else will be as usual." Li Lai waved his hands carelessly and said, Stop talking about those nonsense. Let me see what a golden talent is like. Then as you wish. Li Qing reached out and pointed at the center of Li Lai's eyebrows. Streams of light spread around the center of the eyebrows, quickly turning him into a light man. Immediately afterwards, Li Qi's forehead was dotted in the same way, and he soon turned into a naked man. An hour later, Li Lai, who was the first to be enlightened, successfully transformed into a servant of light. Li Qing immediately opened his attribute panel, and the others were no different from the blue bird before. Supremacy is upgraded from blue to golden, supreme fire. It turns out that the talent firepower is a blue name talent. Firepower blue. This naval commander believes in firepower. Passive attributes. Attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 20%, hit plus 10. Active effect. Activate the skill effect. The attack power of all ships and weapons under your command plus 30%, hit plus 20, last for 30 minutes, cool down for 10 days. After transforming into a gold name, the effect instantly expands. Firepower gold. This naval commander believes in firepower. Passive attributes. All ships under the command attack power plus 100%, attack speed plus 50%, special effects, fire suppression, fire explosion. Fire suppression passive. All enemies within a radius of 10 million kilometers centered on themselves minus 20% attack, minus 20% attack speed, and minus 20% hit. Fire explosion active. After activation, all ships under your command have plus 200% attack power, plus 200% attack speed, plus 30 hit rate, lasts for 30 minutes, and cools down for 10 days. This outbreak is a bit fierce. After activation, the fleet's firepower exploded in an instant, and even Li Yuan, the original servant of light, had to stay away from the frontal battle. Li Qing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Li Qi again. His original talent was Scouting Expert, a non-combat talent. Scout Specialist Blue. This naval commander leads fleets that are always one step ahead of the enemy. Passive attribute. The detection range of radar sensors of all ships under your command plus 50%. Active effect. Activate the skill effect. The detection range of radar detectors of all ships under the command will be additionally plus 200%, last for 30 minutes, and cool down for 10 days. After the metamorphosis, it also became a gold talent. Scout Master golden name. This naval commander has extraordinary talent in reconnaissance, and the fleet he leads can always find the enemy one step faster. Passive effects. Radar sensor detection range of all ships under your command plus 500%, transition distance plus 200%, radar penetration strength plus 3 levels, transition penetration strength plus 3 levels, special effects, reconnaissance suppression, group transition. Reconnaissance suppression passive. The radar sensor range of all enemy ships within a radius of 10 million kilometers from itself is minus 50%, and the accuracy is minus 50%. Group jump active. After active activation, the fleet jump engine under the command will resonate, and the command flagship will be the core to implement the group jump, the jump distance plus 500%, and the cooldown time is 10 days. This one is also good. The attribute effect is top-notch, and the accompanying skills are similar to the group jump aura of the flagship, and the maximum jump distance is very far. The most important thing is to cooperate with its transition penetration strength plus 3 effect, allowing his fleet to transition in places that most others cannot enter. To make a very simple analogy, it is not difficult to jump in a place where there is no nebula interference, and any jump engine can start the jump. However, in the Zutar star field, it is covered by nebula and interfered by the nebula. The jump engine below level 3 cannot jump and transmit inside the nebula. It must be equipped with some jump strengthening devices to enhance its penetration strength before jumping. This means that the transition difficulty in the nebula area is level 4, and the level 5 transition engine can be used without being affected. If you are at the headquarters of the Jalan Legion, because it is close to the edge of the isolation interference zone, the 5th level jump engine here cannot be used normally, but you can jump with the jump enhanced armor, which means that the jump difficulty here is level 6. Li Qi's talent can enhance the level 3 transition penetration strength. If his battleship is equipped with a level 5 engine, plus the level 3 transition penetration strength, it will be a level 8 transition penetration strength, which means Chapter 144 Static Streamer. And many more. Li Qing suddenly thought of the coordinates he had learned from the mouth of the blue bird before. Before that, he needed a high-level dark matter jump engine to jump there, and the dark matter jump engine was a 7-level jump engine. You can jump through the level-by-level jump. Now that Li Qi has transformed into a servant of light, the talent enhancement is directly 8th level penetrating strength, and with a jump enhancement device, it is 9 level strength. He can jump in directly without using any dark matter jump engine. It's done. Waiting for this matter. Get ready to go treasure hunting immediately. Sure enough, as long as it is a golden name talent, no matter what kind of talent it is very powerful. Although Li Qi's talent has no combat power, it is great for traveling and exploring. With level 9 penetration strength, nothing in the Zutar star field can stop him. In addition, the talent has a passive 200% transition range and an active effect of 500%. Warp range, a total of 700% jump range bonus. The maximum jump range of the normal 5th generation jump engine is 50 light years, adding 700% is 400 light years. If you can get the flagship, the jump distance of the jump engine of the same level is 5 times that of the normal one, and the super flagship of the Titan is 10 times that of the normal one. It can jump 4,000 light years in one breath, across the star field in a few strokes, and jump directly from Jinmen to the hinterland of the United Human Empire in a few days. Time passed quickly, and soon Li Qing sensed the formal formation of the immortal will of the 2 star bearers. As he imagined, the space distorted, and countless golden streamers appeared out of thin air, condensing in front of him into a human-shaped silhouette made of golden streamers, with a curvaceous figure that looked like a woman. She appeared slowly, and said like an announcement, "I am Qingluan." At the same time, a light curtain that no one can see appeared in front of Li Qing's eyes, which was the information of the newly promoted star negative Qingluan. Name: Qingluan, immortal level. Race: negative star. Lifespan: immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attributes: perception 50, memory 50, mind 50, spirit 50, charm 50. Racial trait: negative star. Innate talent: mental matrix, mechanical dominator. Life skills: machinery and engineering related skills LV50. Trait: negative star. This is an official member of a super superior civilization in the past, has embarked on the road of super dimension, has immortal life and great will. Effect: initially possess the energy of a star, immortal will and immortal level psionic power, with a psionic strength of 11.64 million, 100 million. Effect: 4-dimensional will, thinking. Innate talent: mental matrix, infinite space for thinking and will. Innate talent: mechanical dominator. Blue Bird was promoted from servant of light to negative star, and her name changed accordingly, now she is called Qingluan. At this moment, the second ripple opened, and another new piece of information appeared in front of him. At the same time, countless golden streamers converged, forming an extremely strong, muscular human silhouette. Name: Chu Yuan, immortal level. Race: negative star. Lifespan: immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attributes: perception 50, memory 50, mind 50, spirit 50, charm 50. Racial trait: negative star. Innate talent: mental matrix, streamer of tranquility. Life skills: ship command related skills LV50. Trait: negative star. This is an official member of a super superior civilization in the past, has embarked on the road of super dimension, has immortal life and great will. Effect: initially possess the energy of a star, immortal will and immortal level psionic power, with a psionic strength of 11.64 million, 100 million. Effect: 4-dimensional will, thinking. Streamer of tranquility, immortal. This is an official member of a transcendent civilization, has embarked on the road of super dimension, has immortal life and great will. Effect: command experience plus 3000%, experience gained by fleet crew members plus 1000%, and morale will not drop during battle. Effect: ship speed plus 300%, launch speed plus 300%, ship weapon damage plus 100%, ship weapon range plus 100%. Effect: jump distance plus 1000%, jump penetration strength plus 3. Effect: 1000 points of shield regeneration, 1000 points of armor regeneration, and 1000 points of hull regeneration of the subordinate ships per second. Effect: time distortion halo, energy shield, armor and hull of all enemy warships within a radius of 150 million kilometers minus 20%, movement speed, range, attack power minus 20%, hit minus 20, with level 8 interference force field, level 8 interception force field. Chu Yuan, Li Yuan, the former servant of light, officially confirmed his gender and shape as a muscular man on the way to be promoted to the negative star. This surprised Li Qing. Before, He had thought about turning into a young man wearing glasses, or a gentle boy with glasses, and even thought about turning into a woman, but he never thought about turning into a muscle man. However, what he will become is his own decision, and of course Li Qing will not have any objections. The appearance of 2 new star negatives has greatly improved his background. A total of 3 star negatives can gather 6 points of civilization every year. At this time, Zhao Feng has gathered a little civilization point, and in another month, 2 points will be gathered. In addition, although the 2 newly promoted negative stars are good at different aspects, they both have a mental matrix and can share their own thinking and consciousness, which means that both Zhao Feng and Qingluan can borrow Chuyuan's thinking and consciousness to enhance their research capabilities. At this point, the unexpected benefits of chasing Yi Xiao this time have finally been digested. At the same time, the black holes outside the Palm universe also collapsed as the core singularity was swallowed. After the initial wave of terrifying energy tides, the surging energy tides slowly weakened. Through the energy swallowed by the Palm universe and matter can be felt. But Li Qing still waited for almost half a month, and dared not leave until the energy tide outside further weakened. One question: what would happen if a black hole collapsed? Most players can't answer it, because there are many kinds of answers, depending on the surrounding environment. But what appeared in front of Li Qing at this time was an endless ocean composed of dark energy and dark matter. He immediately looked around and searched for the fleet left by Yi Xiao and Yi Xuandong and his son. A trial relic was found in the center of the black hole. It is a group of countless small crystal cubes, like a Rubik's cube, which is constantly flipping back and forth, and constantly exudes a very strong attraction. Even if there are tens of thousands of kilometers apart, you can feel that your soul and consciousness are attracted and ready to move. It is estimated that the black hole has collapsed. This thing cannot borrow the terrifying attraction of the black hole, and it is not able to forcibly Li Qing's soul and will away as before. Li Qing estimated the intensity of the energy tide first, then opened the door of the black hole, summoned Li Qi's fleet and a batch of industrial ships. There were many clone crew members and senior crew members, and said to him, "Go and find Yi Xuandong's fleet, especially the Titan and the 2 flagships, and take full control." During the projection, Li Qi nodded, standing there looking extraordinarily calm. After being promoted to Servant of Light, he who is not good at speaking appears to be more calm. Watching the fleet leave, Li Qing turned his head and set his sights on the tester's ruins again. To be honest, he is still very interested in this thing. As a Star Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago, he has only heard of various relics, but has never seen them. It is only recorded in the history books. At that time, human beings had just descended from the old universe to the new universe, and everything had to start again. The ancestors started with only a simple aircraft. At the beginning, they couldn't even fly out of the current galaxy. They could only fly slowly in the current galaxy. They found various treasure chests, monster lairs, and various ruins to obtain resources, and then upgraded the initial aircraft. It is said that although the initial aircraft of the first batch of survivors is simple, it has infinite possibilities. It can be upgraded from aircraft to large aircraft, and then to frigates, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, until the Dreadnought flagship and even the Titan super flag, and even after reaching the level of the Titan super flagship, if you can gather enough resources and unique upgrade treasures, it can be promoted to a mobile interstellar fortress with a size of hundreds of kilometers. It is said that the strongest combat power of the first batch of army masters and even the Star Sea Lords was upgraded from the initial aircraft. It is a pity that such a treasure, which can be called an artifact, is only available to the first generation of survivors, and the second generation of players does not have it, which makes Li Qing feel a pity. The second thing that makes him feel regretful is that there were all kinds of treasure chests and relics all over the world back then. At that time, the world was full of good things. It is obvious that a small treasure chest can open a battleship with a length of 1 kilometer, or even a dozen kilometers. The long flagship is simply amazing. But these things are also gone now. It's not like the first generation of survivors touched them all. That's impossible. After all, the universe is so big that it's impossible to explore all the light. But after the first generation of survivors died one after another, and after the initial survival stage ended, the treasure chests hidden in the universe and various relics also disappeared one after another, automatically disappearing, leaving only a small number of special treasure chests or relics remaining. But the number is very small, and most of them are in some inaccessible unmanned star fields. This survivor's relic is very special. No one can find it hidden in the black hole. Yi Xuandong and Yi Xiao's father and son probably didn't expect to be involved in the tester's relic after just running through this galaxy in a normal way. So, luck is really hard to say. Li Qing walked around the ruins, trying to open the universe in his palm to put it away, but he couldn't put it in. After meditating a little outside, he flew to the ruins alone, and put his hand on the ruins. Suddenly, a circle of clear light exploded, his whole body twisted, and quickly became transparent and disappeared. A huge platform with mechanical parts scattered everywhere, like a lost battlefield. Suddenly, a circle of ripples appeared in the sky above the platform, and a figure emerged from it, slowly condensing into the appearance of Li Qing. He looked at the battlefield on the platform below in surprise, and then looked up to look around. There was a vast void beyond the platform, and there was nothing but a little bit of starlight in an unknown direction. Do you want to pass the 36th trial level? Feeling carefully the rules of the trial relics that automatically appeared in his mind, Li Qing embraced the platform below and looked down at the platform below. The mechanical parts all over the floor moved after he appeared, attracting each other as if they were gravitational, and quickly reassembled into a 10-high a few meters long mechanical combat platform, a 7 or 8 meter long mechanical cannon with a diameter of nearly 1 meter spliced together with a large number of parts was quickly assembled and lifted upwards. Then, the mechanical platform stopped as if it was humanized, and the cannon that was about to be recharged quickly lowered, and then there was a burst of crashing into parts scattered all over the ground. Li Qing looked back at a battleship slowly emerging from the black hole door behind him, quite surprised that this guy could still surrender, and surrendering was considered a pass. Slowly falling on the platform, you can even see the mechanical parts all over the floor still trembling slightly, a little amusingly bypassed the mechanical parts and came to the center of the platform, reached out and pressed on the crystal suspended in the center, and suddenly felt a force pouring into the body, and quickly converged into the brain to become a part of his own spiritual energy. 100 units of psionic power. Li Qing nodded. The first level has such a high reward. After level 36, it can increase the spiritual power by nearly 1 million, and directly send him to the level of million-level spiritual power. As long as other conditions are met, you can start the second stage of spiritual ascension immediately. This is not his guess, he will know it naturally after entering this trial relic. If he is a mechanical ascensionist, the reward is his own willpower. The reward for completely clearing the level is the willpower to reach the second stage of mechanical ascension. The same is true for genetic ascensioners. Directly improve the strength. This tester's relic is a very advanced relic even if it was placed in the Star Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago. A battleship opened the way, completely sweeping across. Smart ones surrender directly, and unintelligent ones turn into scum. In the early stage, there is no level guarding boss that can block a shot from the battleship's main gun. After passing more than 20 levels in just 2 hours, the platform becomes larger, and the requirement for customs clearance is no longer a single boss, but a group. At this time, a battleship is not easy to deal with. Wash the ground with cannons, wash from one end of the platform to the other end, and pass the level easily. This tester's relic does not restrict the tester to use anything, as long as you can bring it in with you. A day later, Li Qing appeared in the 30th level. After the 30th level, there are thousands of kilometers of continents, and the difficulty also increases sharply. But no matter how difficult it is limited to the enemies inside the planet. Facing the carpet bombing of the fleet, no matter how strong the gatekeepers are, they can only drink their hatred. Going forward all the way, it took him only 3 days to reach the 36th level. As soon as he entered the 36th level, Li Qing's first reaction was to look up at the sun-like blood sun in the gray sky, and the faint twisted tentacles around the blood sun, as well as the light that sprinkled on the earth, of madness and twisting power. Good guy, Cthulhu. The strange thing is that the sky is brightly lit by the blood day, but the light shining on the earth is not blood red as imagined, but like the normal starlight, but the creatures on the earth are affected by the blood day, and all of them are distorted to varying degrees with variation. Chapter 145 Entering the Trialist Ruins. Li Qing hangs his hands on his hips in the air. The air is full of strong radiation that makes him uncomfortable, but he cannot be touched under the isolation of spiritual energy. Passing 35 levels in a row gave him a total of more than 500,000 psychic powers, plus the original 100,000 psychic powers. At this time, his psychic power has exceeded 650,000, which is considered very strong. Psychic energy is the purest power of mind and spirit. It can simulate any form of ability and spells without any restrictions. If he wants, he can use psychic energy to simulate any spells and supernatural powers in myths and legends. Flying is the easiest application. The location where Li Qing appeared was an uninhabited wilderness. Except for a few distorted black dead trees, there were no plants in the empty wilderness, and no living things were seen. There was only a gray mist that made it impossible to see too far away. With a thought, the door of the black hole behind him opened, and a battleship slowly drove out, shooting a tractor beam to pull him into the battleship. Entering the battleship and seeing the tall and powerful Chu Yuan, the uncomfortable feeling was instantly swept away, and there was an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Still safe inside the battleship. The battleship slowly flew forward. The radar sensor scanned the surroundings, sat in the battleship with peace of mind, and checked the radar scanning screen of the battleship. Although the radar effect will be greatly reduced in this planet-like environment, the foundation is there. The maximum scanning range of the 5th generation tachyon sensor configured on the battleship is a radius of 500,000 kilometers, which is compressed by the altitude and various influences on the planet. The radius is only a few thousand kilometers, but it is also enough for him to quickly collect a large amount of information. Scanning quickly found that there are a large number of war ruins in this barren cliff that is more than 1,000 kilometers away. The strong radiation in the air seems to have produced a nuclear war. In these ruins, there are a lot of strange twisted creatures. Is this a wasteland world? As the scanning area becomes larger and larger, more and more traces of ancient civilizations are discovered. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a civilization that has been destroyed by a nuclear war. The radiation that was too severe greatly affected the battleship's sensors, and the detectable range was greatly reduced. He had to send a large number of frigates to scatter for reconnaissance. One day later, one of the frigates discovered a small town at the foot of an unknown mountain range that was more than 1,500 kilometers away on the edge of the Yibi. There seemed to be intelligent creatures there. Survive. The battleship quickly set sail and flew there. Flying at low altitude all the way, you can clearly see the city ruins passing by from time to time on the desolate land, some high-rise buildings and broken walls, weathered cars with only frames left, etc. In these city ruins, many human figures can be seen hidden under the ruins, wandering unconsciously like zombies, but once they are frightened and alert, they will show very fast speed and strength, just like a healthy athlete. Li Qing observed carefully and found that these human figures are just a humanoid species, which is quite different from humans. But at this time, the bodies of these zombie-like monsters have obviously undergone some kind of mutation and distortion, and now they can't see what they looked like when they were not mutated, and it's hard to say whether they are human beings. The battleship stopped 100 kilometers away from the town, and then sent an unmanned reconnaissance plane disguised as a local strange bird to fly to the town. The strange bird was more than 20 kilometers away from the town, and saw an armored vehicle that was obviously over-modified from a heavy truck driving towards the town. The thick chimney was emitting black smoke, and the road conditions were very bad. A dozen or so human beings were sitting on the carriage, chatting. The appearance is indeed quite human, but most of the bodies have undergone different degrees of mechanical prosthetic transformation. Half of the driver's head was completely transformed into a machine, with strange patterns branded on the silver metal skull, and the 2 electronic eyes glowing red, which looked extremely strange. A 20-centimeter-long cigarette dangling from his mouth, he could see the neatly arranged metal teeth and metal mouth walls in the smoky mouth, and he could faintly see exposed wiring inside. The modified car was going all the way. When passing through the ruins of a small town, suddenly a group of mutant humanoid monsters emerged from the ruins and rushed towards the modified car. The soldiers who were chatting in the car quickly picked up their weapons and stood up. One of them climbed onto the roof of the car, where there was a fixed heavy machine gun, and adjusted the angle with the click of the wheel, crazily spraying flames, rushing towards the humanoid monster in the front row. It was torn to pieces on the spot. Other fighters took up their weapons and opened fire one after another. Some raised their modified mechanical arms, and the 5 metal fingers rotated and changed, quickly forming a gun barrel glowing with blue light, and a blue ion cannon was ejected from one gun to kill a mutated monster. Beat it to pieces. Although there were few people, the firepower was fierce, and they quickly defeated this group of mutants and left. Li Qing paid close attention to the whole process. After analyzing the data after the war, he concluded that the technological level of these weapons should be around the level of second-level civilization technology. Civilizations that have just left the planet and first entered space are generally first-level civilizations. However, this is only temporarily collected information. It is just a batch of the strongest technological level that does not look like the last level of this ruin. It cannot be ruled out that more powerful weapons will appear later. But from the lower limit, it can be inferred that the upper limit will definitely not be too high, and will never reach the level of 5th level technology. The arrival of the armored vehicle in the town did not cause much disturbance, and it could be seen that it should be a member of the town itself. The unmanned reconnaissance plane circled the town, collected a lot of information, and pulled down several camouflaged bird-dropping monitors, which did not attract the attention of the town. He was not pretending to be a raptor. After 2 days of all-round reconnaissance and information collection, Li Qing roughly figured out some basic situations. This is a world after a nuclear war, but the cause of the nuclear war was not a national conflict, but a sudden change in the sun above the sky on a certain day, and all creatures in the whole world became crazy overnight, losing their minds and attacking each other. Until the high button is pressed, the world is destroyed. When the remaining humans woke up, the world was shrouded in intense radiation and strange distortions, and all survivors were mutated to varying degrees. At this time, mechanical transformation is on the rise. Survivors will be cut off with twisted and mutated limbs and replaced with mechanical prosthetic bodies, which can avoid mutations and enhance their own strength to resist various twisted monsters that are ubiquitous in the wasteland. This town was in a remote place before it was destroyed, the radiation intensity was not high, and there were neither many nor strong mutant monsters. Leaving here and crossing the mountains to the other side, there is the real end of the land. After collecting the information, Li Qing fell silent. If you guessed right, the bottom boss of this level should be the sun in the sky. He couldn't help raising his head, squeezed his chin, turned around and entered the universe in his palm. Find a cannon fodder frigate, replace all the crew members with robots, and then drive out, order the frigate to soar into the sky, and prepare to find out first, see if it is the sun or something before making the next decision. If it is a monster, directly lead the fleet to siege and pass the level. No matter how weird this thing is, it is just a relic boss for individual trials, and it is impossible to stop the concentrated fire of the battleship group. According to historical records, generally speaking, as long as someone can pass the last level, this kind of trial ruins will be closed, and all other players who are clearing the level will be released. At that time, Yi and his son will be unable to escape. He is not interested in exploring this world. Generally speaking, everything in this trial relic is a simulation, all false, and has no meaning of exploration. However, when this frigate flew straight into the sky and flew about 10,000 kilometers, it was blocked by an invisible film of light and could not continue upward. Li Qing immediately became interested, and rushed over in a battleship. Without saying a word, a neutron light spear was aimed at the top. Then a piece of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. Trialist, you are trying to open the ultimate source of Doomsday challenge. After this challenge is opened, you must not quit. If you succeed in the challenge, you will get the final reward of the trial relic. If you fail the challenge, you will lose all your life and die completely. Do you want to challenge? There is also a 60-second countdown below, and a few seconds have passed by this time. The ultimate source of Doom challenge. If you fail the challenge, you will lose all your lifespan and die completely. Li Qing accurately grasped the 2 key words, thought quickly in his mind, and already had a plan in his heart. First of all, the sun in the sky is indeed the final boss, but under normal circumstances, it cannot be attacked, and can only be attacked by opening the final challenge. According to historical records, in the various trial relics of survival time 10,000 years ago, the words final reward and final challenge are generally used to indicate that there are 2 ways to pass the trial. One is the normal pass, killing just close the bottom boss. Another way to pass the level needs to dig out the deep mysteries in the trial scene, or hide the bottom boss. This is called the ultimate challenge. General challenges will be rewarded for passing the level, but the trial relics will not disappear. Even if they fail, the loss will not be great. Once the final challenge is started, there is no retreat, only success, and there will be no losers. But once successful, the trial relic will disappear, and you can get the final rewards in the trial relic, and these final rewards are often very good. 32 seconds, 31 seconds, 30 seconds. While he was thinking, half of the countdown had passed, Li Qing immediately said. No, the countdown immediately disappeared, and he wasn't ready yet. Then, Li Qing opened the door of the black hole, and was about to get ready, when he stopped suddenly, turned his head to look in a certain direction, and at the same time, a prompt message appeared in his mind out of thin air. Some challengers open the bottom boss challenge, you can't start the challenge within a month. Quote ? Yi Xiao and the others here. Li Qing closed the door of the black hole in surprise, with a sudden expression of interest on his face, and immediately ordered the battleship to set sail and fly in that direction. Before, I never thought that all the challengers would be in the same scene, so I didn't think about going to the depths of the challenge scene world. Now that I know Yi Xiao and the others are here, it will be different. Although the speed of the battleship in the world is not as fast as in space, it is still ridiculously fast under the terrifying bonus of Chu Yuan. In less than 10 minutes, it has crossed a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and arrived at a mountain above. It was a stretch of mountains with no end in sight. The mountains on the edge of the mountains were connected together to form a fleshy city wall that was thousands of meters high. Yes, mountains are succulent. Because in the center of this mountain range, there is an unbelievably huge meat mountain, covered with tumors and tentacles. The moment Li Qing saw this thing, he thought of a monster called the Old God in a game called World of Warcraft that he once played. A larger part of the body is hidden deep in the earth. This thing, like the ancient gods, possesses an extremely terrifying ability to corrupt flesh and blood. Even the mountains have been corrupted. It looks like a forest of flying tentacles. From Li Qing's point of view, centered on this mountain-like ancient god, a circle of fluctuations that cannot be seen by the naked eye flashes from time to time and sweeps in all directions. The mountains are full of flesh and blood layers and flesh and blood cocoons. They are all kinds of indescribable deformed monsters. So, this is an ordinary challenge. Li Qing couldn't help looking up at Blood Sun. This ordinary challenge is so strong, so the final challenge is probably very unusual. To defeat this monster with a single person, it is estimated that at least a complete second stage ascendant is required. Psychers must have more than 1 million psychic powers, and the second stage of ascension has produced a qualitative change in psychic power. Mechanical ascendants must have a second stage mechanical ascension body, such as the level of the former blue bird. Gene ascensioners also need a second stage genetic ascension, and also condense their own genetic combat body. At this time, on the plain outside the city wall formed by the peaks on the edge of the mountains, a huge army has gathered, a large number of combat machinery, tanks, missile launchers, various high-tech ion forts, electromagnetic forts, and various passing forces. Modified mechanical prosthetic fighters, and even many fighters that seem to have been genetically modified, the huge military camp stretches for hundreds of kilometers. In the huge central barracks, in a secret room, Yi Xiao, Yi Xuandong, and 3 men who had undergone a complete mechanical transformation sat around the table. In front of them was a huge map with extremely clear terrain. One of the cyber males with 2 curved metal horns on the top of his head pointed his fingers on the map, and said in a deep voice, "I've gathered all the power I can muster. Victory or defeat is in one fell swoop." He looked at Yi Xiao and Yi Xuandong. Most of the metal lines on their faces moved to simulate a smile, and said, "Fortunately, there are 2 powerful psychers this time, who can shield most of the twisted will. Without the interference and corruption of these twisted wills, our legion will definitely be able to destroy this world-destroying monster." Yi Xiao smiled slightly, and said modestly, "It is also a coincidence that I entered this trial relic. Everyone counts, and everyone's strength will be able to pass the level." The man who spoke just now said, "Don't worry, when I clear the level, these forces I run will be left to you, and then you can continue to defeat the Son of Destruction in the same way I cleared the level." Chapter 146 Capture Yi's father and son alive. Yi Xiao nodded. "Then I won't be polite, let's go after the customs clearance." He and Yi Xuandong suddenly changed their colors at the same time, stood up suddenly and looked towards the door. A figure appeared out of thin air and walked in. Li Qing. "No, it's a projection." Yi Xuandong stomped his right foot lightly, an invisible wave of psionic energy exploded, and Li Qing's psionic projection shook and deformed slightly, then stabilized again. He laughed and said, "I found it, you can't run away." After speaking, the projection disappears automatically, leaving behind the 3 players and Yi's father and son who are confused. The expressions of the father and son were normal, not too ugly, nor worried. Yi Xuandong returned to normal after being surprised at the beginning, and said with a sneer, "Although I didn't expect him to catch up, how can he be our opponent?" At this time, the Cybo man who spoke just now asked, "Was that just now?" Yi Xiao replied, "It's just an enemy, don't worry, he won't affect us." Cyberman nodded. "This is the best way, but the strength to reach the last level is not weak. After all, it is a hidden danger. Do you want to deal with him before doing it?" Yi Xiao nodded. "There are indeed some troubles, then the action will be postponed for a week, let's go." Not good. Several people showed vigilance at the same time. Yi Xuandong stretched out his hand and waved. A layer of transparent psionic shield unfolded to form a light shield to protect the 5 people. In the next second, the metal roof above the head was melted by an extremely hot neutron energy flow, and the terrifying neutron energy fell from the sky and bombarded the spiritual shield. From a high altitude, it can be seen that a thick neutron light spear hit the center of the camp, and the terrifying torrent of neutrons exploded into a ring from the center of the bombardment site, and all the buildings it went melted into a hole with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The edge of 3 kilometers has been turned into a large pit of glazed quartz. The police in the base were loud, and countless drones were launched into the sky, but none of them could find the battleship parked at an altitude of 5,000 kilometers. Li Qing sat in the battleship and looked at his masterpiece in a good mood. I would like to ask you how to block this crushing dimensionality reduction attack. However, although the crude technology developed in this world can't find them, Yi Xiao and his son know it. Yi Xuandong reacted immediately. A psionic leap disappeared, and Yi Xiao didn't have time to explain to the 3 surviving mechanical ascension players. Can jump and follow. Yi Xuandong's first leap was only 100 kilometers away, and he didn't see anything. The second time he jumped over 1,000 kilometers, he still didn't find any trace of the battleship. Then the third spiritual leap began, and the target location was about 5,000 kilometers, the limit of the range of the battleship's main guns. Li Qing, who had been watching them all the time, turned around and said to Chu Yuan when Yi Xuandong made the third transition. Catch him. Chu Yuan nodded and pointed. Yi Xuandong, who had just emerged from the psychic leap, hadn't had time to see his surroundings clearly. His mind instantly sensed an indescribable terrifying will, and he only had time to mobilize all his psychic energy to form a psychic shield. An invisible force swayed, and from it stretched out a huge pure gold-colored glass finger that couldn't be seen, like a mountain, and tapped it out of thin air. The light shield condensed with millions of spiritual energy shattered inch by inch on the spot. As if he had been swallowed hard, the silver spiritual energy in his eyes gushed out. Run! Yi Xuandong, who was rescued, immediately yelled at his son. He has a strong man who is 1 rank higher than us, and we are not opponents. Yi Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he disappeared in a flash while holding Yi Xuandong in his arms. It was already 10,000 kilometers away when he reappeared, but before he was ready for the second psychic jump, he felt that the world was suddenly swept by an unimaginable force. Imprisoned by spiritual energy, a big hand burning with golden flames descended from the sky. Boom! Violent psychic energy continued to explode. Even if holding a psychic torch relic to increase one's own psychic power, it was unable to shake the power that imprisoned the space at all, and could only watch the golden flames descend from the sky and himself away. After a while, a ring of space ripples opened inside the battleship bridge, a light door was torn open, and 2 golden light cocoons flew out from it and landed on the bridge. Looking carefully, it was Yi Xiao and Yi Xuandong and his son. Tens of millions of strength levels, the super spiritual power of immortal nature is simply not something they can resist. If they were outside, they could still use the power of the evil gods to block a wave, but they couldn't communicate with the evil gods outside in the trial ruins. The strength of Yi Xiao and his son was only at the million level, and the number of faces was 10 times worse than the quality. Negative stars of rank have no power to resist. Finally caught you. Li Qing took a sip of the wine and was in a good mood. Walking in front of the 2 of them, Yi's father and son, who were in the golden light cocoon, could also see him. Yi Xuandong gave up the resistance with a long sigh. The king and the loser, you win. Looking at Yi Xiao again, he seemed a little unwilling, but he couldn't get away, so he remained silent with no expression on his face. Li Qing walked up to him and stood still, saying, You seem very unconvinced. No respond. Li Qing smiled and didn't say any more. He won't do anything to give you another chance to convince you of that kind of demon moth. He returned to his seat and asked Yi Xuandong directly. Where's my father? He shook his head and said. Do not know. We passed by this black hole galaxy and were accidentally sucked into this trial relic. Your father was probably also sucked in. Now we don't know if we are continuing the trial, or if we failed the trial and left the relic. Well, according to the first 35 levels, each played their own game, and the last 36th level of all the testers gathered together, the father probably failed the first 35 levels, and there is a high probability of death. Well, Li Qing didn't bother about this, so he changed the subject and said. Today you have fallen into my hands, you have lost completely, your fleet will become my spoils of war, I will bring you back to the outpost, and let you accept the trial of the Imperial Senate. He was looking at Yi Xuandong, and Yi Xuandong knew it himself, so he was relieved after hearing it. I am willing to bet and admit defeat. After hearing this, Li Qing showed a smile on his face. This sentence meant that Yi Xuandong recognized his ownership of the fleet outside the ruins, and they could not use any reason to get it back in the future. After all, it is a Titan super banner, with the most conventional combat power. Some new military masters may only have a few ships. If there is no sufficient reason to determine the ownership, it will be a trouble if they are not willing to take the opportunity to make trouble in the future. Then Li Qing looked at Yi Xiao again, thought for a while, and said, "You guys bullied me regardless of the distance. There is a high probability that you want to seize the space treasure in my hand, but it is a pity that you didn't succeed. After this opportunity, there will be no chance in the future. There is an old saying that goes, you have to pay back when you come out to mess, and there is another saying that, repay the other person with the same way. Since you want to take my treasure, you are now defeated by me, it's not too much for me to deal with you in the same way, right?" Yi Xiao, who had been expressionless all this time, was startled, and quickly raised his head with a look of horror in his eyes, and said sharply, "This relic is a treasure bestowed on me by my ancestors, do you dare to take it away?" Li Qing frowned slightly, thinking, this ancestor is most likely to be the Xinghai lord who founded the Nanshan Yi clan, not the current patriarch of the Nanshan Yi clan. If it is a treasure bestowed by that person, it will be difficult to handle. Just because he is a Star Sea Lord who has lived from the Star Sea survival stage until now, he can't show any disrespect. Regardless of his strength, he has to respect him just because he is the guardian of human civilization. The 14 Star Sea Lords of human civilization are all guardians of human civilization, protecting human civilization from being exterminated and enslaved by other powerful alien races in a universe full of powerful races. Although there is a grudge against Yi Xuandong and his son, it is only against them. Li Qing knows very well that their behavior has nothing to do with Nantian Yi's family. Compared to the entire Nanshan Yi family, he is just a small shrimp. Not to mention the Xinghai lord who created the Nanshan Yi family, he probably doesn't know about it until now. So, this matter is actually Yi's father and son's own decision, and it can only end with their father and son's line, and it is impossible to involve Nanshan Yi's main line. If so, Li Qing thought for a while and said, since it was given by that person, I don't want it anymore, but you must pay enough compensation. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt relieved, and resumed his expressionless face just now and said, this matter is decided by the Imperial Senate, and the Senate decides how to compensate. Li Qing felt angry when he saw it, and said coldly, do you think I can do nothing to you? Snapped his fingers, a black hole door opened, he pointed to the black portal and said, believe it or not, I don't want anything, so I will lock you inside for 100 or 200 years before releasing you. Yi Xiao's face changed slightly. Before he could speak, Yi Xuandong said first, young man, what do you want? 1 destroyer mother chip, 1 cruiser mother chip. Yi Xuandong immediately frowned, shook his head and said, that's impossible, and neither do I. No limit to technology level. He stopped talking. You must have prepared for your son, a destroyer and a cruiser mother chip that are not limited to the technology level, or a battleship mother chip that is not limited to the technology level. Yi Xuandong was silent, and Li Qing didn't speak either. You could tell from his expression. He wasn't in a hurry, let them think about it slowly, and lock them up until they agreed. He believes that they will agree, otherwise there is no need to be locked up for 1 or 200 years, and it will be abolished after 5 or 10 years. After 5 years of isolation, their status in the family will be replaced by other clan members. He, Yi Xiao, will be locked up for 5 years before going out. At that time, the 10-year golden development period has passed, and there is no protection period at that time. Without the support of his father, although the identity of being a favored person of the evil would not be lost to everyone, but the achievements are definitely gone. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Yi Xuandong to speak. I don't have a destroyer mother chip, only a first-generation cruiser mother chip. You can use other mother chips instead. Yi Xuandong looked at Li Qing with strange eyes. Do you think the mother chip is Chinese cabbage? I can pay an extra 5 trillion star dollars. Li Qing thought for a while, then nodded. Can. Just like what he said, the mother chip is not a Chinese cabbage, 1 chip is already good, and it has met expectations, plus 5 trillion stars, and a Titan super flag and 2 flagships, hundreds of battleships, the harvest has been very rich. The two sides reached an agreement. Li Qing looked up at Yi Xiao and Yi Xuandong and his son, stretched out his hand and waved the door of the black hole to open, with a weird smile on his face, which made their scalps tingle. What do you want to do? We have already agreed. Li Qing smiled and said. It is true that I have agreed, and I am not going to break my promise, but I must kill you once before that, otherwise I will be very upset and my thoughts will not be clear. Before he finished speaking, a strong attraction came from the black hole gate and the two were sucked into it. Then, Li Qing got into it. Half an hour later, he came out somewhat shocked. For the sake of money, and the status of aristocrats, you can't kill them completely, you can only kill them a few times to collect some interest. He let Zhao Feng, who has more than 10 million psychic powers, kill them 3 times in a row, causing them to lose a full 150 years of lifespan. Injury. The upper limit of lifespan has been greatly reduced, which is a very severe punishment, which slightly calmed his accumulated anger. 5 minutes later, Li Qing adjusted his mood, and the battleship row turned around and soared into the sky, and soon came to the separating boundary membrane, triggering the warning of the final challenge again. Before Li Qing agreed, he started to recharge the 2 Super Doom level main cannons of Divine Judgment Light, and then agreed to accept the challenge. The light film disappeared, and he instantly sensed an extremely twisted and weird will descending on his mind, turning into a round bloody sun burst out streaks of light that twisted like tentacles. Terrible distorted will, which can forcibly distort the thinking and will of living beings, but it can't help Li Qing's will of the son of the stars. But although he couldn't resist his will of the child of the stars, his flesh and blood couldn't bear the twisted will, and his muscles began to twist and deform involuntarily. Even the battleships were affected. The surface of the hard alloy armor glowed with a strange light, and its texture began to have a tendency to become fleshy. According to this speed, it is estimated that the battleship will be completely distorted and corrupted in at most 2 to 3 hours. That is to say, if the Blood Sun cannot be killed after at most 3 hours, this final challenge will fail. It's no wonder that this ruin has existed for so long and no one has completed the final challenge. The difficulty is too high. To be honest, if Li Qing hadn't been able to unlock the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing would definitely not be able to complete the challenge with his current strength. But there is no if in the world. Chapter 147 God Envoy Titan. I'm going to hang up. 10 minutes later, the divine light that had been charged up early was finally fully charged, and the door to the black hole opened. The terrifying power of the divine light caused a huge reaction on the sun in the sky. A stream of materialized blood rushed towards him. But it was too late. I saw only a dazzling beam of light piercing the sky and the earth. Just like the divine arrow shot by Huyi to the sun, the eternal sun in the sky was pierced by a huge fiery laser. Accompanied by a roar that tore the soul apart, the sun exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky and scattered between the sky and the earth. 10 seconds later, the second divine light blasted out, piercing through the blood-colored sky where the blood-colored sun was originally located. In the next second, a circle of fiery light spheres exploded and spread thousands of miles away, and the blood-colored fragments in it melted instantly. Purification. Then, there is no more. A prompt to complete the final challenge automatically appeared in Li Qing's mind, and then the whole world began to distort and collapse. While collapsing, he faintly saw countless rays of clear light converging towards him, and then his own spiritual power increased rapidly like taking an elevator. When he realized it again, the increase in spiritual energy was over, and the intensity of spiritual energy just stopped at 1.65 million, exactly 10 times what it was when he first came in. The spiritual strength requirements for the second stage of spiritual ascension have been met, and the second stage of spiritual ascension can only be started if other conditions are met. The battleship was mooring quietly in the void, and billions of clear lights gathered in front of him to form a constantly changing crystal structure composed of countless crystals. It is the reward for completing the final test of the trial relic, a relic that he has not yet determined the direction of. But he didn't have the time to do this right now, so he put the treasure away, scanned the surroundings immediately, and found a light cocoon floating quietly in the void among the large numbers of figures floating in the void around the battleship, and his father was sleeping in it. The battleship fired a tractor beam to bring the light cocoon over. As for the other players who came out of the ruins in the void, he ignored them. It doesn't make sense. There are a small number of players with high mechanical transformation who can survive. The ordinary players are dead now, and it's useless to save them. Father is currently sealed by spiritual energy, and breaking it is very simple. Just tear off this layer of spiritual light film. After thinking about it, he decided to let his father sleep for a while, and put the cocoon of light into the universe in his palm. Li Qing then took out the condensed crystal structure of billions of clear lights, and a reminder immediately appeared in front of him. Reminder. You have completed the challenge of the tester and obtained the reward of the relic, an uncertain high relic. Reminder. Please choose one of the three major ascensions of psionic, mechanical, and genetic as the main power of the treasure. Reminder. The attributes of the relics are completely random, but the most suitable attributes will be based on the owner's own strength and proficiency in extraction. Don't you refer to the owner's own strength and expertise. Li Qing thought for a while, and seemed to have nothing to think about. Is there any other choice besides psionic power? No, I choose psionics. As soon as the voice fell, a wave of spiritual energy gushed out from the condensed and constantly turning crystal structure of the group of billions of clear lights in front of me, and the structure began to twist and deform rapidly. Compared to the unconscious transformation just now, this time the transformation is a targeted change, and a crystal scepter is quickly condensed out. The authority of the ruler of the void, higher relic, this is the authority of a ruler, with the power to rule the spiritual empire. Passive effect. Psionic strength increased by 100%, cohesion plus 20%. Passive effect. Weaken the psychic strength of hostile psychers by 20%, and be immune to spiritual and mental related effects. Active effect. Activate the authority, temporarily deprive a person whose psychic power is lower than his own psychic power, lasts for 24 hours, can be used 10 times a day. If the psychic power is higher than his own, his psychic power will be weakened by 50%, and lasts available 24 hours a day. Active effect. Open the authority, forcibly awaken psionic energy for an intelligent species, and the cooling time is 30 days. Active effect. When certain unknown conditions are met, the power of this authority will be strengthened. Well, not bad. Although I don't know the specific effect of the psychic torch in Yi Xiao's hand, the authority attribute of this psychic ruler is definitely not inferior to his psychic torch. Moreover, this thing is still a growth-type relic, and its power will increase when certain conditions are met. Although I don't know what the specific conditions are, I have hope at least. Even if the conditions have not been met, the existing attributes are still very strong, especially the last attribute, which can forcibly awaken a psyker every month. This attribute is very useful. With this, you don't have to worry about whether to convert ordinary subordinates into servants of light in the future. Like Li Lai and Li Qi's younger brothers, their abilities are really average, and it's not worthwhile to attack the servants of light, but they do things loyally. The benefits are also unreasonable. At this time, with this high-level relic, they can be turned into psychers first. Those who are gifted in psychic can do it. If they perform better in the future, or make contributions, it will not be too late to transform into a servant of light. The tester's relics are gone. He will be gone after he completes the final challenge. There is no point in staying here any longer. The battleship starts and heads to the edge of the galaxy, preparing to join Li Qi and receive the batch of battleships. Without the influence of black holes, the battleship can directly enter the sublight speed and rush to meet Li Qi soon. When the battleship broke away from the sublight speed, one could see the huge fleet parked in the distance at a glance. In the center of the fleet was a giant battleship with a length of 36 kilometers. The appearance, the specifications, and the axis-based orbital cannon, none of them prove that it is the strongest conventional warship, the Titan Super Flagship. I finally have my own Titan Super Flag. Even holding the universe in the palm of his hand, Li Qing is extremely excited at this moment. Titan Super Banner. That is the most powerful warship that even the warlord may have in his lifetime. Super aircraft carriers are also considered super flagships, but they are still slightly inferior to Titans. There are more than 200 military leaders in the United Empire of Mankind. Most of them have the strongest military force that is the Titan Super Banner. Only a few senior and powerful military leaders have some unconventional force that surpasses the Titan Super Flagship, such as mobile war fortresses, mobile interstellar fortresses and so on. These behemoths that can move hundreds of kilometers have a comprehensive combat power that far exceeds that of Titans and super aircraft carriers, but the number is extremely rare. Although there is still a huge distance to catch up with these military leaders with a Titan Super Banner, at least they have caught up in terms of top combat power. With a Titan Super Flag in hand, it is equivalent to having a strong combat power support point, and equipped with enough battleships and below conventional warships, he has enough strength to attack the Reef Flare head-on. With the super energy shield and armor of Titan Chaochi, it is enough to support his almost continuous output of divine light from the front, and the combat power can be directly multiplied several times. As soon as the fleet converged, Li Qi said to him, "Boss, all the people inside are dead. That's how it was when I found out." Li Qing waved his hands and said, "It's okay, as long as we don't do it." Then he opened the Palm Universe, ordered the industrial fleet parked in the Star Castle inside the Palm Universe to come out, and cooperated with the gravity of the Black Hole Gate to pull this unmanned fleet into it. It is worth mentioning that the universe in the palm of the hand was unlocked again before, and the channel of the Black Hole Gate has increased a bit, from the original 30 kilometers in diameter to the current 50 kilometers in diameter, and the attraction has been further strengthened, enough to easily accommodate a Titan Chauchi flew in sideways. Li Qing took a look at each battleship being pulled into the universe in the palm of his hand. Li Qigong has checked that this batch of warships includes a Titan super flagship, a dreadnought flagship, and a Consul-class flagship aircraft carrier, a total of 466 battleships, 120 cruisers, 224 destroyers, and 961 frigates. There were a few less at the outpost, probably lost on the way. But the problem is not big, the main force is there. It's the turn of Titan's super flagship that is about to enter the Palm Universe. Li Qing opens the attribute board of this super flagship to check. Titan God Envoy, the flagship of the super strategic class, the most powerful warship in general. Attributes: basic hull, 8 million modified. Basic armor, 8 million modified. Basic shield, 8 million modified. Basic speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics: Titan Ultra Long Range Heavy Artillery Tactics. Fleet slot size, 1500. Titan Axis Base Bow Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Central Titan Core Default Titan Stern Core Default. Components: Energy Core, Superluminal Components, Thrusters, Detectors, Combat Computer, Titan Halo 2. Weapon slots: T5, X500. General slot: X10000, A80. Corrections: Hull regeneration, 20,000 points per second. Armor regeneration, 20,000 points per second. Shield regeneration, 20,000 points per second. Available modules: Titan Axis Base Prow, Central Titan Core, Titan Heavy Artillery Core, Stern Heavy Artillery Core, Titan Stern Core. Evaluation: the pinnacle of Star Sea Force, with the deterrent power to turn the tide of battle. This Titan Super Flag has been modified. The basic hull armor and shield of the God Envoy class Titan super flagship commonly used by normal human empires is only 5 billion, and the main guns are not so many. The modification of the direction has been strengthened, and it has been strengthened to the extreme, and it is difficult to continue to strengthen it. Basically all the flagships in service have been modified and strengthened to the extreme, and no one will be stingy in this regard. This Envoy-class Titan super flagship has 5 T-slot weapons, one of which is the Titan-specific T-slot Doomsday weapon, Titan Lance, which has 2 attack forms, Light Spear and Electric Arc. Titan Light Spear form, a Doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan super flagship. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 100000000, 100000000. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 2 million. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. Fix: plus 25% hull damage. Titan Lance Arc form, a Doomsday weapon dedicated to the Titan super flagship. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 5000000, 5000000. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 50%. Range: 2 million kilometers. Range: demolition angle 45 degrees. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. The form of the Light Spear is the same as that of the Light of Divine Judgment, and the form of Arc is different from that of the Light of Divine Judgment. After the Titan's Arc is launched, it is like a chain of ethereal lightnings that continuously jumps in the direction of emission. Enemy ships automatically catapult past until the end of range or depletion of energy. Even if the damage of 50 million hits the battleship group, after removing all kinds of bonuses and the damage reduction accessories equipped with the battleship, it can destroy about 10 ships in one go, which can be called a battleship killer. So even if there is such a big killer as the Divine Light, the role of a Titan is still very important. This Titan has a total of 5 T-slot Doom-level weapons, only 1 Titan Light Spear, and the other 4 are the Doomsday Light equipped by the Dreadnought, and the Doomsday Light only has the shape of a light spear and no other forms. In addition to this, there are a total of 500 main guns of the X-slot battleship, and there are no other weapons. It can only be said that apart from violence, there is only violence. It is equivalent to the main guns of 500 battleships, and the power of a salvo is earth-shattering. This also means that the Titan super flag must have a fleet. If there is no fleet, there is no way to do anything about small and medium-sized warships. The main guns of the X-slot battleships are powerful, but the firing speed of this kind of cannon is slow, and the movement is not flexible. It cannot hit flexible frigates and destroyers at all. Without an fleet, it is a living target. Of course, it's just a living target. If you don't have enough firepower, the Titan's 20,000 shield regeneration and armor regeneration, combined with more than 10 billion shields and armor, can't be broken even if you stop there for a year. Shield. However, apart from the powerful firepower, the most important thing about a Titan super flag is that it also has several super flag halos that only the Titan super flag possesses. Among them, the flagship has two auras. One is a general aura, which is the same for both dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers, and it is a jump aura, which can carry an entire fleet to jump directly to a designated location. The other is the flagship exclusive halo, which is generally different for different flagships. The same is true for the Titan super flag, but there are three, and one is also a general-purpose transition halo, but the Titan's transition halo is larger than the Dreadnought's carrying fleet, the transition range is farther, and the penetration is stronger. Dreadnought penetration strength +1 level, Titan super flag penetration +2 level, strengthened on the basis of the current LEAP engine equipped. There are also many kinds of exclusive auras for the Titan super banner. Now this Titan super banner is equipped with two, namely the Titan suppression aura and the subspace trap aura. The effect of the Titan suppression halo is very simple. The damage reduction of the fleet within a radius of 10 million kilometers is -25%. It means that after the battleship is attacked, it will first go through the damage reduction -25% of the Titan's suppression aura, and then the battleship's own damage reduction accessories will take effect. After the 25% is subtracted, the remaining 75% damage will be calculated. Damage reduction effect. There are two types of subspace trap auras. One is the ordinary flagship version, which is equipped with dreadnoughts and flagship aircraft carriers, 20% movement speed and turn speed of enemy ships. One is the super flag version, which can be equipped by both Titans and super aircraft carriers. The effect is to form a halo of interference field with a penetration strength of 8 within a radius of 10 million kilometers, and reduce the movement of all enemy ships within the range by 30%. Speed and turn speed. Chapter 148 Future Planning. 1 buff, 1 weaken. The superposition of the two has a huge strategic effect on the entire battlefield. And this is just a common Titan halo, which is not expensive, only a few trillions. The effect of those really expensive super flagship halos is extremely outrageous, but the price is also extremely outrageous, tens of trillions at every turn. The key there is no place to buy it yet. A Titan super flag requires 50,000 clone crew members, 500 senior crew members, and 3 captains. The monthly salary is 50 million plus 450 million respectively, and the basic maintenance cost is 200 million, a total of 700 million. Besides that, buying 50,000 clone crews would cost 10 billion. Dreadnoughts and flagships need 10,000 clone crews, 100 senior crew members, and 3 captains. The monthly salary is 10 million plus 90 million respectively, and the basic maintenance fee is 30 million, totaling 130 million. 10,000 clone crew requires 2 billion expenditure. Just a Titan plus a dreadnought ship and an aircraft carrier will require a total of 14 billion expenditures, and a monthly salary expenditure of 960 million. Adding 466 battleships and many large and small warships, as well as its own fleet, and more fleets in the future, the monthly expenditure will become more and more outrageous. Therefore, the size of the fleet he is building now must be within a certain range, at least it cannot expand wildly without a stable source of resources. Need a planet. If there is a planet, a large number of immigrants and a large number of players can collect taxes, plus various outputs of the planet, as well as trade, that is a stable source of funds. Those warlords can maintain so many fleets. Mining alone will not last long. In fact, few warlords are still mining. Their sources of funds are tax and trade, mainly selling finished battleships, as well as clones and robots. Such businesses that ordinary players cannot enter. Going back quickly, with Li Qi's skill bonus, the distance of a jump is several hundred light years, and it only took a week to rush back to the outpost. At this time, the turmoil in the outpost was over, and the second division of the original expeditionary army that did not leave with Yi Xuandong and his son was all taken down. At the same time, as Yi Xuandong and his son fled, the ruling of the Imperial Senate came down quickly. Star Fort, headquarters. Yu Qingzi gently pushed the teacup in front of Li Qing, and said, "Congratulations." Li Qing was flattered and thanked him, and drank the tea in one gulp. The ruling of the Imperial Senate has come down, and the translation is that this matter was personally done by Yi Shao and his son. As a punishment, everything they have in the outpost will belong to the Expeditionary Army. Your spoils are legally recognized by the Imperial Senate. They are not allowed to ask for any reason and in any form. In addition, you can also get 20% of all the materials they left in the outpost. You can freely choose the materials or replace them with cash. I have calculated it. If it is replaced with cash, it will be about 4 trillion about. In addition, Yi Qingkang, the acting patriarch of the Nanshan Yi clan, expressed his apology for the behavior of Yi Shao and his son. He will pay 10 trillion in condolences in one lump sum after Yi Shao and his son return home, and promises that the Yi clan will develop all the attackers will withdraw from the Zutar star field and will never be your enemy. Oh, Li Qing was slightly surprised. Is it so generous? If you add Yi Shao and his son's life-saving money, this wave of him has obtained a total of 19 trillion in cash, a first-generation cruiser mother chip, a Titan, a dreadnought, an aircraft carrier, and hundreds of battleships. The harvest is quite impressive. As the saying goes, benefits and risks always coexist. The operation of Yi Shao and his son is indeed extremely infuriating. If it is replaced by other people, there is a high probability that they will succeed. But once this wave of danger can be overcome, the benefits are also worthy of this wave of risks. In this wave of rhythm, Yi Shao and his son lost blood to the end, and he and Yu Qing made a wave of blood. Commander Yu seized the opportunity to directly put the division head and other senior officials of the 2nd Division under house arrest with a vigorous and decisive attitude, and directly killed the second wave of threats in the blue sky. He played an extremely important role and took away the remaining Yi family. The fleet is very reasonable. Really counting, he won't take much more than Li Qing. After all, he doesn't have the cruiser mother chip, Yi Shao and his son's 5 trillion yuan in money for life, and Nanshan Yi's 10 trillion yuan in compensation, and he can't afford the remaining 80% of the supplies by himself. Not much different from him. On the same day, Li Qing released Yi Shao and his son in public at the internal meeting of the Expeditionary Army. There were so many people under house arrest, including Yi Ziyao, the former head of the 2nd Division, and the envoys sent by the Imperial Senate and the acting patriarch of the Nanshan Yi clan. After it is released, it has nothing to do with him in the future, only waiting for the money to be collected. Nan Tian Yi's efficiency is very fast. He only waited for 3 days for the money to arrive in his account, plus the 20% of the supplies that were directly sold to the Expeditionary Army. His current assets have soared to 19 trillion yuan, which can be called an overnight fortune. However, not all of the money belongs to him. Part of it belongs to him personally, and part of it belongs to the Legion. This compensation includes the compensation for Yi Shao and his son's attack on the headquarters of the Jolin Legion, the bombardment of the planet in the headquarters, and various compensations for the battle losses of the Legion members. Fleet operations, etc., all have to be divided. To sum up, after returning to the Legion headquarters to hold a meeting with the core members, it was agreed that out of the total 19 trillion funds, he would personally take 10 trillion, 5 trillion of the other 9 trillion would be used for the development of the Legion, and 4 trillion would be used for the development of the Legion. Compensate all members of the Legion who lost in this operation, especially those core members who purchased a large amount of land on the planet for development. If there is no compensation, it's fine. Now that they have compensated, the funds they invested will definitely be returned. At this point, the matter is completely over. Next, 5 days after Li Qing came back, the Legion issued an announcement to all members and affiliated players that the Legion headquarters would relocate again. This was decided a long time ago. The planet has been bombed. There is no point in keeping the headquarters here. Relocation is inevitable. The new headquarters of the Legion has already been decided. When he went after Yi Shao and his son, Yu Yufei sent someone to inspect the former site of the Halo Legion, and decided to move the headquarters to the original headquarters of the Halo. It turns out that the headquarters galaxy itself does not have any special resources, and the strong gravitational force and strong radiation emitted by neutron stars are not suitable for habitation, but the location of that galaxy is very good. There are a total of 6 hyperspace channels, which can lead to 6 directions. Move the headquarters there for the time being, and when you are ready to conquer the Reef Lair Galaxy, if you can capture it, the headquarters will move directly to the Reef Lair Galaxy. This day will not be too long. After capturing the fleet of Yi Shao and his son, They have a total of 1 Titan super flag and 2 flagships, plus the aircraft carrier area in the high-dimensional fortress. There is no problem with 10,000 space fighters, which is equivalent to an Eternal-class super aircraft carrier, plus nearly 700 or 800 battleships, together with Chu Yuan, the Star Bearer, and Li Lai and Li Qi, the 2 light servant commanders, are already capable of. They fought head-on with the garrison in the southern province of the Shadow civilization. Well, by the way, if you have time, go to the isolated galaxy where Lord Sen Luo is sleeping and grab a prize. According to what Qingluan said, there may still be a large number of remnant fleets in there. If you can find some battleships that are still in good condition, you will be more confident. That night, after finishing all the work, Li Qing finally remembered his father, released the light cocoon that imprisoned his father Li Xingchun, stretched out his hand and pointed at the light cocoon, and a powerful spiritual energy overwhelmed the spiritual power that Yi Xuandong had laid. The light cocoon tore a hole. Li Xingchun slowly opened his eyes and saw his son with powerful spiritual energy gushing out of his pupils. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. He stood up from the light cocoon, looked up and said, "Did you bring me back?" Li Qing nodded. "This is the Star City of the Expeditionary Army." Then Li Qing told him everything that happened during this period, including the exit of Halo and the current situation of the Jalan Army. "It seems that my son is really Jackie Chan." Li Xingchun slowly digested what he said with a look of shock, washed up briefly, came back and sat in front of Li Qing again, and said, "Too many things have happened during this period of time, too many changes. Yi Xiao and his son have already retreated, and the Halo Legion has retired. Now your family dominates the outpost base, and you have to maintain this advantage. Are you going to, after making arrangements for the Legion, follow me back to Qinghe, and ask your great-grandfather to formally propose marriage to the Yu family for you?" Li Qing knew it was inevitable, so he nodded without saying anything. "Wait for me for 3 days, and I will go back with you in 3 days." Okay. Back to the headquarters of the army, Li Qing immediately found the 2 sisters Yu Yufei and Yu Yuyao, and told them his father's decision. "My younger sister is a bit shy, but that's all. Based on the current situation between them, it's okay to enter the bridal chamber on the spot, not to mention marriage. On the contrary, my sister's expression was a little complicated, but it was fleeting." Li Qing, who was looking at Yu Yufei affectionately, didn't pay attention at all. She didn't disturb their affectionate gaze, and said after the gaze was over, "Today, your marriage is inevitable. Both the Yu family and the Qinghe Li family will be willing to promote this marriage. When the marriage is formalized, the family will immediately promote the formal conquest of the Shadow tribe's unified civilization. With our strength and relationships, no one can compete with us for the Reef Lair planet. With our strength, I believe it is not difficult to win the Reef Lair galaxy." Having said that, she paused for a moment, then suddenly changed the topic and said, "If you can successfully capture the Reef Lair planet, what are you going to do then?" Li Qing understood what she was asking, thought for a while, and said, "Establish a territory. What about the core members of the Legion now?" Li Qing was silent. Although establishing a territory has been an idea for a long time, he really hasn't considered how to arrange the Legion after the establishment of the territory. In the Star Sea, whether it is a player pioneer or a strong native civilization to establish a territory based on a living planet, the prerequisite is to form a legion, and then upgrade to a lord based on the legion. Of course, this lord is not the same as the Star Sea Lord. This lord is just the owner of a certain territory, and the Star Sea Lord is a personality recognized by all civilizations in the universe. Similarly, this lord is also one of the prerequisites for becoming a Star Marine Lord or even a Star Sea Lord. If you want to become a Star Marine Lord, you must also have your own territory. The Legion was promoted to the territory, and Li Qing became the Lord. The political structure of the territory belongs to the advanced version of the Legion, similar to the national government. At this time, the problem comes. After the Legion is promoted to a territory, it will change from the original public-owned Legion to a privately owned territory. Unlike the Legion, which can have a large number of shareholders and core members, the territory is relatively more privatized. Shareholders and many core members. A territory has only the Lord and a small number of core members. Generally, it is the same clan of the Lord, and some of the same clan of the marriage partner of the Lord. The experience of countless seniors tells the younger generation that a territory must not have too many shareholders. Such a territory has no future at all, and it will collapse due to various internal disputes, or it will be difficult to develop. Human beings have entered the new universe for tens of thousands of years. Those who have been to such a territory with a large number of shareholders can be promoted to Starship Lord. It seems that the purpose of Li Qing joining the Jolin Legion at the beginning was to mix up some shares. If the Jolin Legion can win a living planet in the future, they will leave according to the shares. I didn't expect to mix it up, accidentally chased the general commander, and accidentally became the first shareholder of the Jolin army. Up to now, he has more strength than the rest of the Legion combined. But no matter how strong it is, it will not affect the shares owned by those core members. Now the problem is coming. If he decides to establish a territory after capturing the Reef Lair Galaxy, then the core members of the Legion will leave with a lot of money, and the amount of money will be very large. Now the core group of original shares owned by the Legion is only that group. Except for Li Lai, Li Qi and Ding Yuan, the Yan brothers and sisters each own 1.5%, Deng Wu 1.5%, Zhang Ruiyang 1.5%, Duan Qian 1.5%, and Wang Yanqing owns 5.5%. The original shares all add up to a total of 13% of the original shares. At that time, it is necessary to divide the money and leave according to the assets currently owned by the Legion. Note that only Legion assets are counted, and personal ownership is not counted. For example, the warships owned by Li Qing are not counted. After he came back, he never mentioned the division of the fleet captured by Yi Xiao and his son. Give them. If they contribute, they will naturally get some points, but if they don't, they will definitely not get points. The other assets of the Legion are actually worthless. What is valuable is the Reef Lair planet that will be captured in the future. When the Legion captures the Reef Lair planet in the future, these three types of life planets need to be counted and divided in the Legion assets. According to previous references, the value of a living planet is calculated according to factors such as the type, size, and location of the planet, and there is a rough estimate. Generally speaking, the evaluation value of the three types of living planets is at least 1,000 trillion stars, and the highest can reach more than 5,000 trillion. The Reef Lair belongs to the third type of planet for human beings. It is not very suitable for human habitation. It still needs to be modified to immigrate, but the location is extremely important, and the size of the planet is also large, with a specification of up to 29 grids. The approximate evaluation price will be 3,000 between 1 trillion stars and 3,500 trillion. Chapter 149 Returning to Qinghe Li family. Even if the evaluation price is at least 3,000 trillion yuan, they own up to 13% of the original shares, and they can get a dividend of up to 390 trillion stars to leave. Among them, the core members who own at least 1.5% of the original shares can get 45 trillion stars each, and Wang Yuanqing, who owns up to 5.5% of the original shares, can get 165 trillion stars. Although it is a bit shocking that the planet has nothing to do with them, the money is really too much. Even a minimum of 45 trillion in cash can form a powerful fleet. But for Li Qing, how should the money be raised? It is impossible to find the family to give money directly. The Li family of Qinghe and the Yu family of Jinmen can only provide various conveniences. They need talents to give talents, and immigrants to immigrants, but they all have to spend money. It is not acceptable not to separate the family for the time being. It doesn't matter now. When the planet is slowly developed in the future, its value will increase day by day, and at that time there will be more money to be divided. What is being evaluated now is the value of an undeveloped planet by an alien civilization, not the value of a Reef Lair planet that will be developed in the future. He still has 2 years to raise money. From now on, he will conquer the Reef Lair planet, wipe out all the resistance in the southern province of the Shatta Tribal United Civilization, and then block the internal counterattack of the Shatta Tribal Civilization and stand firm to obtain full ownership of the Reef Lair planet, and it is estimated that there will be about 2 years to raise money before the official development. Still making more money. The money is only part of it, and the development of the planet will cost more. Not long after chatting, Ding Yuan also came over, and the four of them determined the future development direction of the Legion together, and entrusted Ding Yuan to temporarily preside over the Legion when he and Yu Yuefei returned to Jinmen. She looked a little sad, and when the meeting was over and left, Li Qing suddenly took her by the hand to an inconspicuous viewing platform on the edge of the Star Fort. But there is a layer of isolation mask to ensure that it will not be exposed in space. Li Qing took her hand and hugged her in his arms, clasped her small waist with both hands and slowly slid down, opened his hands following the exquisite curve, until he held her waist and pressed it tightly against his lower abdomen. She leaned in Li Qing's arms, pressed her charming chin against his shoulder and let him be frivolous, and said softly, "I know you have plans, but I'm still having a hard time." Li Qing caressed her black and smooth hair, and comforted her softly. Don't worry, when we take down the reef layer and establish our own territory, then I will be eligible to marry both of you at the same time, and I will formally propose marriage to your parents. She nodded, suddenly bit her red lip slightly, moved uneasily, a blush appeared on her face. 3 days later, Li Qing left Hong Changfeng and Li Lai to guard the house, and left the army headquarters with the two sisters Yu Yuefei for Jinmen. Through Li Qi's skill bonus, it only took them 2 days to cross the distant starry sky and rush to the transit base. It is worth mentioning that most of the transition points that Nanshan Yi's previous technical support had built have been completed, and the remaining half stopped when the Yi family was expelled from the game. That is to say, half of the distance from the outpost to the transfer base can be traveled by jumping, but there is still half of the distance between the stars. There is no jump point, so we can only travel slowly. It is estimated that it will take more than half a month to make a comprehensive trip. It takes nearly a month, and it takes 2 months to go back and forth. Compared with the previous round trip, it took nearly 4 months, which is twice as fast, which is not bad. However, this situation may not last long, because some time ago, the expeditionary forces' attack on the Lester pirate group successfully wiped out several pirate clans belonging to the Shadow civilization, but it ushered in the pirate group's counterattack. Now they have expanded the scope of their plunder, especially the 2 transition points located within the control range of the pirate group are often attacked by the pirate fleet. At this stage, the expeditionary force has been sending fleets for maintenance, and there is no problem. When the expeditionary force starts a comprehensive attack on the Shadow civilization in the future, it is estimated that there will be no time to take care of these corners. It is estimated that these transition points will be difficult to continue. And in the future, if they can capture the Reef Layer Galaxy and establish a territory, the headquarters of the expeditionary force will also be relocated there. At the same time, the Star Castle in the capital galaxy of the territory will gradually be upgraded to a Star City. At that time, a Stargate leading directly to the transit base can be established. At that time, this channel will be directly abolished. As soon as he returned to Jinmen, Li Qing and the Yu sisters temporarily separated. He had to go back to Qinghe with his father, and she also had to go home to prepare for the marriage. Through the special overclocking method inside the Stargate of Jinmen, it is possible to go directly to the hinterland of the United Human Empire through a long distance while consuming a huge amount of energy and an extremely long cooling time. Because the distance is too far, this method is only limited to small target teleportation, at most a small aircraft. Li Qing and his father traveled an unknown number of light years in this way, and returned to the galaxy where the Qinghe Li family was located. As soon as he came out of the Stargate, he keenly felt a familiar aura. It's not a person, but a living planet with a blue body. No need to explain, he knew naturally that this planet of life was the planet he was born on. He didn't feel anything at first, but since awakening the child of the stars, his psychic power has gradually grown, and he has a keen perception of many mysterious things. After many years, he returned to the planet he was born on, and he immediately felt a little abnormal, similar to seeing his mother. Same feeling. Is not a biological mother, but a mother of another concept. Most intelligent beings don't have this concept, only those whose strength has reached a certain level will have this feeling. This is the true essence of the living planet. The intelligent life born on the living planet is special. They have innate talents. It is too far-fetched to say that it is bestowed by the living planet, but it must be related to the living planet. This is also why in the new universe, one must have a pure life planet to be promoted to a military leader. Only people born on a life planet can awaken their talents. When I came home again after many years, I felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy, a feeling that a wanderer would finally return to his mother's arms. Back to the family, there is a trace of strangeness in the familiarity. It is still the same residence, but the status is no longer the same as that of the same day. Not only did he have a few more servants, but other clansmen also looked at him differently. Not long after he returned home, clansmen came to visit him one after another. After a short rest for a day, Li Qing received a summons from his father the next day that his great-grandfather wanted to see him. The great-grandfather's hermitage is located in a small courtyard deep in the manor. When he arrived, his father and 3 other grandparents who were a generation higher than his father had already arrived. Li Qing's grandfather, that is, Li Xingqian's father, died a long time ago, and now their branch is very scattered. Although there is an uncle as a representative, the other brothers do not obey him very much, resulting in their lack of cohesion and strength. Also very weak. Father Li Xingchun owns 700 to 800 conventional battleships. In terms of conventional battleships, it is less than one-third of the brigade-class fleet, and there is no flagship. The overall strength is not even one-fifth of the brigade. Now that his aircraft carrier has entered the final stage of construction, as soon as the construction is completed and launched into service, his strength, which is considered to be the best in this department, will increase greatly, and his status in the family will inevitably rise rapidly, becoming a great-grandfather in one fell swoop. The leader of the next generation of this line is not out of the question. Father alone has such strength, and all the clansmen in the entire branch can add up to form a regular fleet of 2 brigades. There are always more than a dozen of Qinghe clans with such strength, and several division-level fleets can be assembled in total. Coupled with the most powerful main line of the patriarch, the Qinghe clan currently has about 5 or 6 divisions in war, about. At this time, the great-grandfather was not there, and the other 3 grandparents looked at Li Qing curiously. One of them looked at Li Xingchun who was beside him, and asked, "Xiao Chunzi, is this your son?" Father nodded respectfully. "Yes, it is the dog Li Qing." These 3 had obviously heard of Li Qing's name, and their faces showed surprise and curiosity. The other looked at Li Qing and asked, "I heard that you have achieved good results in Zutar, and you are one of the best among the many pioneers there. You are really young and promising." Looking at Li Xingchun, he exclaimed, "It's not like those boys like me, who have few skills but have high hearts." Father Li Xingchun said modestly, "Actually, Xingbo is also good. At this age, I still follow others. Oh, it's not far away." Although he said it was not good, judging from the look and tone in the eyes of this grandpa, he was still very satisfied with his junior. Father was chatting with several grandparents. Li Qing sat obediently by the side, and only occasionally would he answer when some grandpa asked him. I heard several seemingly awesome names of the same clan from them. Not surprisingly, he is one of the best descendants of these elders. Unfortunately, the grandparents didn't say much. He was not in the clan before, and he didn't know how are these guys doing now. But no matter what the development is, Li Qingxin expected that these few people might become his competitors in the family. Great-grandfather wants to support him with all his strength, but after all, great-grandfather has retired a long time ago, and he has not been in power for many years. Now the people in his faction who are in power are the grandparents. If they are unwilling to give full support, great-grandfather has no choice but to support in his name, and the help he gets will be greatly reduced. He had anticipated this and had a solution. Not long after, other people in power of their line arrived one after another, and most of them expressed curiosity about him. But he was also curious, and he didn't seem to be familiar with him. He just asked a very ordinary question, and he responded obediently one by one. Until great-grandfather arrived, he smiled and beckoned to Li Qing for him to come over. When he approached, he touched his head kindly, and said kindly, "I have seen your recent performance, it is very good." Li Qing hurriedly said, "Thank you great-grandfather for your concern. Good boy, behave well, and our faction will depend on you from now on." The eyes of the elders beside them changed obviously. "Good boy, you sit here for a while." "Okay," great-grandfather said to several elders. "Let's go." All the elders of the family surrounded the great-grandfather and entered the house, while Li Qing stayed outside and waited. Although he performed outstandingly, it has not been spread in the family at this stage, and his status has not been improved. Of course, he is not eligible to join the club. Sitting alone in the small courtyard, Li Qing closed his eyes and meditated. Although the support of the family is not decisive, it is indeed beneficial to one's own development. Strength is secondary, and the key lies in the resources and relationships they have. Before coming here, he thought there was nothing wrong with the family. But judging from the brief contact just now, great-grandfather doesn't seem to have a high level of control over the family. The elders may respect great-grandfather, but it's hard to say whether they can be persuaded. But this is normal. After all, he has been far away from the power center for too long, and if he fully supports him, it means that he will have less support for the younger generations under his own name. Human nature is selfish. Even knowing that he is stronger, better and more promising, it is difficult to make that kind of determination. Nothing happened for the time being. Li Qing checked the network connected to the Qinghe galaxy. As soon as I entered, I saw a huge sticky title that read, "Congratulations to the completion of the transformation of the Fuguang No. 2 planet in the Fuguang galaxy. It is now accepting capital injections from major consortiums. The Fuguang No. 2 planet is transformed from a 4-type planet. After 20 years of continuous investment and transformation, it was officially completed 2 months ago. All aspects of the basic supporting facilities have been completed, the Stargate has been connected, and everyone is welcome to come for sightseeing. Further down, there are a lot of advertising information, and rarely see combat-related information. It's not that there are none, but very few, and they are far away from here. Qinghai Province is a galaxy located in the hinterland of the United Human Empire. The province has been developed in all directions and 10 directions. Except for a small number of wild monsters and abnormalities that refresh from time to time at the edge of the province, there is no alien civilization. Such enemies. The players who hang out here need to face only various pirate groups, various criminal groups, or some wanted criminals. It is said that in some provinces, there will be very powerful factions such as rebels, with very outrageous strength. It is worth mentioning that this so-called rebel force is not simply an NPC wild monster, but most of it is a force formed by all opponents of the military masters in the current star field, and a force formed by the approval of the rules of the universe. Half NPC, half player camp, players can join this camp. For example, if Li Qing establishes a province in the Hidden Reef Lair in the future, a rebel force based on the united civilization of the Shatta tribe will be refreshed nearby. So the strength of the rebel forces is extremely uncertain, the weak are very weak, and the strong are ridiculously strong. For example, the rebel forces corresponding to the Star Sea Lord can be so strong that they push a military leader head-on. However, this kind of rebel force generally only targets a certain military lord or lord, unless it is actively hostile to it, it will generally not cross the border to attack other forces. There are also rebels on the Qinghai Li family's side, but they are not strong and will not hinder the safety of the province. Chapter 150 Family Voting. Li Qing glanced at Qinghai's regional channel. Most of the information players chatted with was related to trade or mining, and there was very little war information. Players here like to enjoy life, and they have a high demand for leisure and enjoyment. The price here is lower than that in Jinmen, and it is much lower. For example, the price of a fully equipped frigate in Jinmen is about 130 million or so, but here it only needs more than 110 million. The prices of blueprints are the same, the finished battleships are the same, and the salaries of naval architects are also the same. The difference lies in the materials. The price of ore here is much cheaper than that in Jinmen. He made a special inquiry. Refined steel costs 390 star yuan a side in Jinmen, and only about 260 star yuan a side here, only 6.5% of the price in Jinmen. Much cheaper. Li Qing's heart suddenly moved. He now has more than 10 trillion yuan of funds on hand, and he can definitely collect a wave here before going back to Jinmen to sell. One wave can earn 35% of the profit, and the principal of 10 trillion yuan is a net profit of 3.5 trillion yuan, which is simply dead money. Nothing to say. He immediately found several large chambers of commerce on the internet, checked their qualifications and started placing orders. As soon as the order was placed, a beautiful young lady immediately sent a message to ask if it was true. When it was confirmed that the order was genuine, the young lady invited him to a certain club for a detailed discussion, by the way, to talk about future cooperation and discounts, but he sternly refused. It is a good thing to be able to get cheaper in the future, but it is useless to him. The Stargate teleportation from Jinmen to Qinghai takes a long time to open once, and most of the time you need to queue up. Although the Stargate overclocking mode only has a 1-month CD, however, there are too many people who use it, and a long queue is required, and non-special relationships may not be able to queue for a year. If he can come and go freely, he will do nothing, just squat in the two places and resell supplies. With his current principal of 10 trillion yuan, he can earn tens of trillions of funds by going back and forth a dozen times a year, and this principal will continue to grow with the back and forth trade. It will not take a few years for hundreds of trillions of dollars can earn. Ordering a complete 10 trillion yuan of refined steel, the next step is to wait for the Chamber of Commerce to deliver the goods to the designated location. He temporarily hired a large warehouse to store the goods, and he planned to go there when he was done with work here. Without waiting too long, Li Qing received a message from his father. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that your achievements have been recognized by half of the elders in this house, and they agree to increase investment in you. The bad news is that you have a competitor. Uncle Ni's eldest son, Li Jingtun, a cousin who developed in the northern part of the empire with the Bruin United Civilization Junction Starfield 20 years ago, has recently made a fortune and joined forces with several partners. I got up and took down a third-type planet with 14% of the original shares, and now I am seeking family support. After going through a lot of controversy just now, there are two ideas in this room. One idea is that you two will compete, and whoever meets the conditions first will get the full support of this room. Another way of thinking is to support both of you at the same time, but correspondingly, the support you receive is only half, which will be far less than the full support of this room. We haven't made a decision yet. When your clan brother comes back in a week, you will be allowed to participate in the elders' meeting and present your own advantages to the clan leaders to gain more support. Well, Li Qing was silent for a while, and replied. I see. This change was completely beyond Li Qing's expectations. A competitor suddenly jumped out at this critical moment, and he was speechless. My cousin, who has pioneered for more than 20 years, is probably in his 40s now. Of course, he is not as good as himself in terms of potential, but this kind of thing is not completely based on age. If it is said that cousin Li Jingtun is only in the competition now, then there is no need to say that he must have the upper hand, but now they have captured the life planet, and they have 14%. This is definitely the major shareholder. And Li Qing has not won the Reef Lair yet, and when the two are compared, the age disadvantage is directly wiped out. Of course, the more important thing is that Li Jingtun is the eldest grandson of the great elder of the house. No matter who he is, he must give priority to helping his own people. But then again, Li Qing wasn't too worried. Cousin Li Jingtun had the support of his long-term grandfather, who had acted for him all the year round, and he himself had the support of his great-grandfather. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that the family supports both of them at the same time. Even if there is a big difference between them, there is a high probability that they will support at the same time to show the fairness and justice of the family. After all, they are all of their own people and have a future. If so, Li Qing estimated the possible results and formulated different countermeasures. In the next few days, his father Li Xingchun took Li Qing to visit the elders of the family, from the grandpa to the ordinary elders who are not in power in the family. Although many are not in power, they are members of the family after all. If this matter is to be called for a family meeting, each of these people will have a vote. It may be that his behavior has attracted the attention of his competitors. The clan brother Li Jingtun, who clearly said he would come back a week later, rushed back on the fourth day and visited the elders one by one. It seems that this clan brother takes it very seriously. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a little pain in his head. 7 days later, in the same small courtyard, Li Qing met the elder brother who was in his 40s but looked only in his 20s. The moment the two met, they immediately approached with smiles on their faces. Li Qing smiled and stretched out his hand and said, Is it Brother Whale Tun? I'm Li Qing. Li Jingtun looked up and saw him. His eyes flickered slightly, and he stretched out his hand with a smile, but instead of shaking hands, he reached out and patted Li Qing on the shoulder. You are Li Qing's cousin. I have heard your story, and you have achieved such results in less than 5 years. It is very good. Keep working hard. Li Qing twitched his eyebrows slightly, and replied with a smile. I will work hard. It seems that he didn't hear the condescension in his tone. I heard that you did well in Jinmen. It's Zutar. Yes, it's Zutar. Li Jingtun smiled and said in the tone of an elder. How many boats do you have now? Li Qing replied with a smile. There are more than 2,000 entries, large and small. Well, it's not bad to have such achievements in 5 years of development. Don't look at the fact that I now have 700 or 800 battleships and more than 4,000 large and small warships. These are all accumulated by me in 20 years. If you work hard, you can also achieve it in the future. My level. Okay. Li Qing nodded seriously. Li Jingtun patted him on the shoulder as if looking at his younger brother, and said, Let's talk after the meeting is over, and I'll teach you some pioneering ideas. Okay, it just so happened that I also encountered some problems about the strategy of living planets recently, so I just asked my cousin for advice. That's a deal. Not long after, a servant came to let the two of them in. The two looked at each other. Li Qingchen smiled and stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation. Li Jingtun nodded, and entered without hesitation. Entering the house, the great-grandfather is at the top. The 16 clan elders are at the left and right, and the father Li Xingchun and Li Jingtun's father are at the bottom of the left and right, just opposite to the long table. The two attendants each moved a chair to the end of the long table, and the great-grandfather waved his hand kindly and said, Sit down. Li Qinggong thanked him before sitting under his father. Li Jingtun was also directly opposite. At this time, great-grandfather said directly, Everyone already knows the situation of the two unicorns in this room very well. The two grades are not much different. It is really difficult to make a decision. Now that you are in front of the clan elders, you can introduce your next plan. The two looked at each other. Li Qing smiled and stretched out his hand as a gesture of please. Li Jingtun stood up and bowed to the elders without hesitation, and said in a deep voice, I believe that the elders of the clan already know the basic situation, and the younger generation will not repeat it here. What the elders don't know is that not only have we captured the life planet, but there is also a highly poisonous planet in a galaxy not far away that can be transformed. The planet is currently preparing for environmental and atmospheric modification, and if it can be successfully modified in the future, it will be another habitable planet. 2 livable planets in one galaxy have great potential in the future, and I own 14% of the original shares. I am now the third largest shareholder of the team, and we have agreed to readjust the shares according to investment and contribution in the next planet development ratio. If you invest enough funds, you may be able to win the ownership of the poisonous planet. He looked at the clan elders and said sincerely, if we can successfully take down a planet, our team will have a living planet of our own, which can develop in the future, and our team can't go further. Following his speech, many clan elders who supported him nodded in approval. Even those who did not support him were quite interested. At this moment, great-grandfather looked at Li Qing and said, tell me about your development plan. He stood up, bowed to the clan elders, and said, I have a Titan super flag, 2 dreadnought flagships and a flagship aircraft carrier, 600 or 700 battleships. Then he clasped his fists in a circle to indicate that he was done talking, and sat down directly. Everyone was stunned. Li Jingtun turned his head immediately, his mouth was slightly opened, and he looked at his humble little cousin in shock, his face flushed involuntarily. The great-grandfather on the other side took off his glasses in surprise and rubbed his ears. Xiao Qingzi, what did you just say? A clan elder also rubbed his ears, and asked in shock. If I heard correctly, you said that you have a Titan super banner, 2 dreadnought flagships and a flagship aircraft carrier, and 600 or 700 battleships. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Grandfather, you should have heard that Yi Xiao and his son shot at me regardless of the rules. After failing to achieve what they wanted, they chose to escape in order to avoid the trial of the United Senate. Commander Yu Qingzi of the Expeditionary Army issued a hunting order. I was lucky to find them. It just so happened that they were in a desperate situation at the Nebula Institute due to an accident, and they were finally captured alive by me, and the fleet they took away when they escaped is my spoils of war according to the rules, and I have full control over them. Well, I've heard of this. Great-grandfather showed relief on his shocked face. They really don't know about this matter. He snatched the Titan super flag and the fleet from Yi Xiao and his son. The family of the hinterland. Damn. At this time, Li Jingtun was extremely shy. Looking back on the boastful talk just now, he felt like a clown. The legion he belongs to has been established for 20 years, and it is only a flagship. The great-grandfather nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. Although the clan elders were relieved, the shock in their eyes lingered for a long time, and at this moment they could clearly see the change in their eyes. Envy comes with recognition. At this time, his father Li Xingchun stood up in good time and said, uncles may not be aware that Shower is planning to marry the Yu family in Jinmen when he comes back at this time. Shower and the daughter of the Yu family are in love with each other, and the parents of both parties have approved it. They will prepare to marry soon. Shower and the daughter of the Yu family jointly established the Jalan Legion. It is now the only legion in the Zutar star field, the most powerful pioneer group, and has no opponents. When they get married, their young couple will have the Jalan Legion exceeding 70% of the original shares, plus the shares owned by several other tribesmen, of which only 13% of the original shares belong to outsiders, and they have full ownership. Commander Yu Qingzi, the commander of the expeditionary force, has promised that they will seize the first living planet and establish the first human colony in the Zutar star field. It will also be the future core galaxy, economy, trade, and transportation center of the Zutar star field. Father looked at the clan elders and said seriously, they already have enough strength to attack the reef layer. In fact, the support of the family has no effect on whether they can capture the reef layer planet, but only affects their future development speed. Father Li Xingchun did not reveal the fact that Li Qing owns a top-level space relic. Although he would surely gain strong support from the clan elders, it would easily cause some troubles. The support of the clan elders is not in vain to support you, and these will need to be rewarded in the future. If they only support their development of the territory, the future rewards will be nothing more than some benefits of the territory, such as some important trading rights in the future territory, some dividends, and so on. But if they know the situation inside the Palm universe, well, they will definitely know in the future. But just knowing that, compared with inviting them to participate in the development of the inner area of the Palm universe, there will be far fewer troublesome things to face in the future. The universe in his palm is now exposed to the outside world as a relic with a huge space, which can store various things. There is a dock inside, and so on. Only the Yu sisters know about the inner areas. In the name of building a star castle and a residential area, he will not say that there is a livable area similar to the miracle of the galaxy in the ring world, and will only develop it secretly. That is his trump card. It is not necessary to hide it all the time, but at least you have to have the strength to independently fight against a military master level family to burst out. Although he concealed some things, what his father revealed now is enough to affect the balance in the hearts of many clan elders. Chapter 151 Engagement. Li Qingjing sat quietly in the back, smiling at the eyes of the clan elders who were discussing fiercely in front from time to time, like a well-behaved handsome man. While Li Jingtun on the opposite side was no longer as confident as before, and there was a trace of nervousness and shame on his face. The discussion of the elders of the clans did not hide it from them. As the elders of the clans continued to discuss, Li Jingtun's face became more and more ugly. Although his father and grandfather continued to persuade and lure him, the balance of the elders of the clan gradually tilted towards Li Qing. No way, what he has now is too strong. Although Li Jingtun's force has won a living planet, he is only the third largest shareholder of that team, and Li Qing is the current actual controller of the Jolin Legion. The most important thing is that he owns a Titan super flagship and 2 flagships. At the same time, the Dauntless flagship that will be built will also belong to him in the future. In this way, Li Qing's strength will be very terrifying. You must know that the highest combat power of the entire Qinghe Li family is only 4 Titan super flags and 3 super aircraft carriers. This is the accumulation of the Qinghe Li family for more than 300 years. He now owns one, which can be said to have directly enhanced the status and influence of their family in the entire Qinghe Li family. This change in status will directly affect their family's voice and influence in the entire family. The dividend of the family's total income at the end of the year is a real and vital benefit. On the one hand, there is a promise that will be fulfilled in an unknown year, and on the other hand, the actual status improvement and dividend income that can be obtained immediately. There is almost no need to consider which one to choose. Without arguing for too long, the elders have already made a decision. Following the great-grandfather coughed lightly, the room fell silent, glanced at everyone present, and said in a deep voice. Now let's start voting on the strength of this room's support for the 2 juniors, Li Jingtun and Li Qing. Vote first. If you agree to support the 2 juniors at the same time, please raise your hand. After speaking, the scene was quiet. Li Jingtun raised his head subconsciously and looked at the clan elders. The first ones to raise their hands were Li Jingtun's grandfather and father, and then 2 elders who were close friends with them raised their hands in support. Obviously, they knew that it was impossible for Li Jingtun to obtain the full support of the family, so they turned to seek common support and share the support of the family equally. But it is a pity that there are too few people who support it. Although they are of the same race, everyone is very realistic. Faced with this situation, everyone supports whoever can give more benefits. It is obvious that Li Qing can give more benefits in the future. Returns will be higher. About a minute later, Grandpa Zeng said again. Please put your hands down now. There are 5 votes for common support. The voting will begin now. Please raise your hand if you agree to fully cultivate one of the juniors. Immediately, half of the clan elders raised their hands in agreement, and then others raised their hands one after another, and soon reached 11. A total of 11 votes agreed to support the full cultivation of one of the juniors. Grandpa Zeng counted the votes and continued. Voting now. Please raise your right hand if you agree to fully support Li Jingtun, the younger generation of the clan, and raise your left hand if you agree to support Li Qing, the younger generation of the clan. As soon as the voice fell, everyone raised their hands one after another. No need to count, just a glance to find the left hand that is mostly raised. A minute later, great-grandfather nodded and said. Then, the results have come out. There are 4 votes for Li Jingtun, the younger generation of the clan, and 12 votes for Li Qing, the younger generation of the clan. This vote has decided that the clan will invest most of its resources in Li Qing. Quote. According to the rules, it is not yet the 5th year of development at this stage, and the restrictions have not been relaxed, and large-scale direct support is not possible. You can prepare for it first, and support it in other ways at this stage, such as increasing the purchase limit of battleship blueprints, etc. Wait for the method, and when the 5-year development period arrives in half a year or so, the restrictions will be slightly relaxed at that time, and then we will decide what kind of support method to use. Great-grandfather looked at Li Qing and said, "What do you need most now? You can make a charter and give it to Xing Chun. We will find a way to support the past under the condition of complying with the rules." Li Qing clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Junior." Salute to the elders on the left and right. Great-grandfather nodded and accepted his salute, and said, "Helping outstanding juniors is the way of survival of the family. Support you when you are weak, and give back to the family when you grow up. When you achieve something, the family will also be proud." Li Qing thanked him again. His bright smile was in stark contrast to Li Jingtun, who was so depressed that he didn't dare to look at him. Competition is what it is, winner takes all. So far, most of the goal of returning to the family has been completed. The next step is to talk about some details about the assistance, and the method of assistance, etc., and then he will discuss it directly with his father and let him pass it on. Li Qing thought about it and divided the support into 3 stages. The first stage is the next half year, and it will be Li Qing's 5th year of pioneering in half a year. According to the default rules, the restrictions on pioneers will be slightly relaxed after 5 years of pioneering. Not to mention later, Li Qing's request for the first half year is a total of 500 battleship blueprints, nothing else. But when the 5-year period arrives half a year later, they will ask the clansmen to prepare a destroyer mother chip for themselves. In fact, you can start looking for it now, and wait half a year before selling it to him in the form of a transaction. It is worth mentioning that the release of restrictions does not mean directly giving money to materials. There will be no restrictions until 10 years later. The release of restrictions in the 5th year means that everything can be sold to pioneers at market prices. If you have the ability, you can directly take out a batch of battleships, as long as you have the money. The market price of standard high-end battleships is 75 billion star yuan, and 100 ships is 7.5 trillion. As for the finished flagship, the restrictions are not lifted, but the blueprint is lifted. Blueprints can be sold but not directly given to the finished flagship. As for the second round of support after 5 years, it is tentatively determined to be the mother chip of the destroyer, the mother chip of the space fighter, and the better mother chip of the battleship and the flagship. Don't give them any trouble. Moreover, after the marriage, he plans to go to the isolated galaxy where Lord Senluo sleeps to dig a grave. The battle star of Lord Senluo himself is probably out of reach at this stage, but his subordinates heard from Qingluan that they are not in the same place as Lord Senluo, so they can go take a look and see if you can dig up something good. A Star Sea Lord's legacy, it's exciting to think about it. Next, Li Qing stayed in this clan for almost half a month, and made clear about the marriage with the Yu family. Finally, he set off again after worshipping the ancestors in advance, and returned to Jinmen. Of course, he doesn't need to do it himself, and even the dowry is paid by the family. Back to Jinmen, sold all the 10 trillion yuan of refined ore transported from Qinghe, making a total profit of 13.5 trillion star yuan and 3.5 trillion yuan in blood. Then he didn't leave, but continued to stay in Jinmen. It's inevitable that there will be some demon moths out of the long night and many dreams. After the 2 parties communicated, they got engaged within this month. Marriages of wealthy families are all like this. If it is some important marriages, the preparation time alone will take several months, and some will be longer, because this marriage needs to be announced to other wealthy families. The wealthy know. It doesn't mean to be recognized by other giants. The main purpose of marriage is to combine the common interests of both parties. It is necessary to let other giants know that the 2 of them have joined forces to divide up the interests of Zutar, so that no matter which family of the United Human Empire wants to, if you come here to share a piece of the pie, you have to deal with both of them, and you have to face both of them at the same time if you want to do anything. Before this, make a marriage to form a definite fact, so as not to cause any demon moths. For a wealthy marriage, there is no difference between an engagement and a formal marriage. It only took a week from my father's return to Jinmen, discussing the engagement date with Mrs. Yu, to preparing some things needed for the engagement, until the engagement date was confirmed, and invitations were sent out. Then it should be that the ancestor worship and other ceremonies have been completed before coming, and the rest are some routine procedures. Basically, he doesn't need to worry about it, just follow along. Time passed, and unknowingly came the day of the engagement banquet. Li Qing was dressed in a costume, and flew to the engagement place, the ancestral residence of the Yu family in Jinmen, in a luxuriously decorated aircraft. The engagement ceremony was very grand, but only the Yu family, the Qinghe Li family, and some big figures from Jinmen came, and no other families of the United Human Empire sent anyone. The engagement ceremony itself is just a ceremony to confirm the marriage, not a formal wedding. At the engagement banquet, Li Qing met many high-level people in Jinmen. Well, with his current strength and status, he is the upper-class nobleman in the eyes of others. Engagement is actually just a process. According to the etiquette officer's previous teachings, Yu Yuefei, who is dressed up in costumes and is beyond fair, completes the ceremony under the witness of the elders, relatives and friends of both parties, and the engagement banquet is complete. There are no waves, and there are no plots. At the banquet, Li Qing met many core figures of the Yu family, but only met, and agreed to talk about the affairs of the expeditionary army after the banquet. Now it is his engagement banquet, so it is not suitable to talk about things. Li Qing didn't stay long at the engagement banquet. After the ceremony, he led Yu Yuefei out of the banquet hall. She changed into casual clothes and went to the back of the Yu family's ancestral house to meet a big man. On the way, he took Yu Yuefei's little silver-wrapped hand to the antique corridor, and asked in a low voice, "Does the old man have any special habits?" Yu Yuefei, who looked extremely glamorous against the backdrop of luxurious hair accessories, smiled lightly. "You are usually so confident, but you also get nervous." Li Qing scratched his head and said, "How can it be the same as today?" She covered her mouth and chuckled, and said, "Grandfather is usually very kind, as long as you don't talk nonsense." "That's good, I won't talk nonsense." Tightening the soft little hand in his hand, the two looked at each other and smiled, and moved on. She led them to the back of the manor, which is located in a canyon between the mountains behind the manor. A small stream flows out of the canyon, and the clear lake water flows into a huge lake in the manor. There are many people in it. Fish. Entering the valley along the gravel road beside the creek, the sight suddenly opened up. There were no clusters of flowers, only the farmland was cultivated beside the creek, and the golden ears of rice swayed with the wind, like golden waves. On the other side is a vegetable garden, full of various claw fruits and vegetables, and a figure in sackcloth is picking vegetables in the vegetable garden wearing a straw hat. At the corner of the end of the small river, there is a very ordinary earth house courtyard. There are many domesticated chickens and ducks outside the gate. A big yellow dog is lying lazily basking in the sun at the door. What an idyllic scenery. This scene instantly brought Li Qing's memory back to the Earth of the previous era. I have always heard that the older people are, the more nostalgic they are. The older the old people among the noble families, the more they like things from the Earth in the last era. Among the rich and noble families, many rituals have inherited many cultures and traditions from the ancient Chinese era. Even after thousands of years, it has not been lost. Yu Yuefei let go of his hand and walked to the field after entering the valley, waving and shouting from a distance. "Grandpa, I'm here." The old man in the field got up and turned around when he heard the voice. An old man with white hair, white beard, wrinkled skin and extremely tan skin immediately showed a happy smile on Yu Yuefei's face. "It's Xiao Yuefei, you came just in time. Grandpa picked some food, let's cook." After speaking, seeing Li Qing behind him, he said, "Who is this guy?" Li Qing immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "Grandpa, my name is Li Qing." The name great-grandfather is an informal name. It is obviously strange for such a high-ranking person to always call great-grandfather. In general, this kind of situation can be replaced by great-grandfather. The old man immediately showed a smile on his face. "It turned out to be Xiao Yuefei's husband, and you came just in time to pick some vegetables for me." "Good." Li Qing immediately stepped forward to lift the vegetable basket, and the old man pointed to one of the vegetable shelves and said, "Go and pick some cucumbers and eggplants, and I'll kill a chicken." Talking and turning to leave, Li Qing watched him leave, then turned to look at the vegetable field. Yu Yuefei was twisting her white dress and picking beans under a bean vine. The cucumber vine was next to it. Li Qing came to her side with the basket ahead of time, and asked in a low voice, "How long has Grandpa lived in seclusion here? Is Grandma here?" She raised her head and thought for a while, then said, "I don't know how long I have lived in seclusion. Anyway, I heard from my dad that his great-grandfather lived in seclusion here as long as he could remember when he was a child, and his great-grandmother is no longer here. Whoa, come on, hurry up and pick the vegetables, and you can go over to help show it later." picked the vegetables a few times, and washed them by the stream before bringing them to the small courtyard. The big yellow dog sleeping at the door glanced up at them, and then went back to sleep. Yu Yufe whispered in his ear. Don't underestimate rhubarb. My dad said that rhubarb was like this when he was a child, and it is still like this now. Well, Li Qing looked at this unpretentious big yellow dog in surprise. A normal dog can't live for so long. This is definitely a genetically modified dog. It's not even a dog at all, but some powerful genetic creation. Chapter 152 The Gift of a Generation of Legends. Yu Yuyao, why are you here? Li Qing looked extremely surprised. She raised her beautiful eyes, glanced at the intimate man and woman, and asked confidently. Why can't I be here? Li Qing. At this time, great-grandfather Yu Tiangong put the slaughtered chicken by the well, and greeted them with a smile. Xiao Yuyao, you cook, and Xiao Li Qing, you chop vegetables. Li Qing immediately put on a smile on his face and ran over to help, and the two girls followed suit. Grandfather freed his hand, and smiled while stroking his white beard and looking at the busy man and two women. Soon the dishes were ready. A small wooden table was placed in the small courtyard, with a few small wooden stools beside it, and the dishes were served on the table. Eat it while it's hot, or the dish will be cold. Wooden bowls and wooden chopsticks. The rice is also completely ordinary food. I don't feel anything unusual. If I insist on saying it's unusual, it's because the identity of the person who eats is unusual. Grandfather Yu Tiangong, the founder of the Jinmen province, the founder of the Yu clan's army leader, the Star Navy leader, a generation of legends. Hundreds of years ago, he led his fleet and companions to travel through the nebula to the Tianjin galaxy, where he overcame obstacles and difficulties, and finally opened up the Jinmen province, radiating the power of the united empire of mankind to the second Tianjin starfield, thus achieving the goal of anti-corruption. The siege of the third Zutar star field brings these two star fields into the power radiation range of the united human empire. For this kind of legendary figure, he must remain in awe. What's more, he and the Yu family are married at this time, and they are currently in an extremely intimate honeymoon period, so they must maintain respect both emotionally and rationally. Li Qing didn't sense the powerful psychic energy from his great-grandfather, but normally, ordinary people cannot live for such a long time. Either his psychic energy strength has exceeded his sensing range, or he is not walking with psychic ascension. It is a genetic ascension route. He didn't delve into this point. No matter what the ascension is, it's just the past. At this time, he is just an ordinary old man who has lived in seclusion here for hundreds of years. After a simple meal, the younger sister consciously cleaned up the dishes, and the older sister moved another small bamboo table with a tea set on it, scooped a pot of brook water and boiled the water. A little heat rose up. Yu Tiangong sat down in front of the tea table and asked, Can Xiao Li Qing play chess? Li Qing shook his head and said, Never downloaded. It's okay, let Xiao Yuyao teach you, and play a game with the old man. Being obedient is worse than respect. Sitting down at the bamboo table, she saw Yu Yuyao took out a delicate wooden box from the back room and put it down, opened it and took out a pair of military chess. The military flag carved from black and white jade is cold to the touch. At this time, Yu Yuyao came to him, turned over his chess pieces one by one, and began to introduce to him the rules of military chess, the size and function of chess pieces, as well as common tactics and so on. Li Qing knew all the rules, and the reason why he was confused was that he didn't expect to be playing military chess. He thought that playing Go, chess, or even backgammon might be the most likely game, but he never thought it would be military chess. This hobby is too small. At this time, the great-grandfather stroked his white beard and said, Let's play 3 sets. As long as you can win 1 set, Grandpa will give you a good thing. Li Qing's eyes lit up, and it must be extraordinary to be able to be called a good thing by him, and he immediately became interested. He did not follow Yu Yuyao's instructions, but arranged the chess pieces according to his own ideas, and the two sides arranged the chariots and horses to start. Li Qing made the first move, and a division commander on the rightmost front pushed forward to the opponent's forward. Grandpa didn't hesitate to use it to eat him. Yu Yuyao, who was in charge of the referee, took a look and took away the pawn. Qing immediately withdrew the teacher back. However, Grandpa's second chess piece is also on the edge of the chessboard, on the railway line, so he can march forward regardless of the distance, and directly rush up to eat his division commander. Seeing this, Li Qing pushed the bomb placed in the second row up and blew it up without hesitation. Grandpa immediately slapped his thigh and flipped over a flag behind, which was a military flag. Obviously, the one who was blown up was the commander. There are many rules of military chess, and the one they play is that the commander will show the military chess when he dies. There is one less commander on the opposite side, and he has the upper hand, but Li Qing dare not make a fuss. After all, there are 2 bombs on the opposite side. Next, Li Qing took advantage of multiple commanders in the attack, and immediately switched from attack to defense. And he can also see that his grandpa's chess skills don't seem to be very good. It's not the kind of chess that gets worse with age, and although he hasn't played military chess in this life, he was a master in this field in the previous life and often went to the platform play Four Kingdoms army chess. You are not afraid of 4-party games, but you are not afraid of 2-person military chess, which is a little less difficult. About 10 minutes later, during the meaningless dispatch of troops for nearly half an hour, he unknowingly changed most of the chess pieces. While he was not paying attention, another division commander killed along the railway and took the opposite one. The chess piece, Grandpa immediately transferred a chess piece from the barracks to die with him. The next step is to transfer the army commander to the 4th row to eat a pawn. Grandpa hesitated for a moment, then transferred a from another army camp, and they all died together. Li Qing guessed that there was a high probability that it was a bomb. Normally, the commander and the army commander would each occupy one side, and rarely put them all aside. The next battle was extremely fierce. Li Qing relied on the advantages of multiple commanders to send chess pieces over to test, and the number of chess pieces on both sides became less and less. After another 10 minutes, the remaining chess pieces on both sides were not enough to occupy his own 5 barracks. He still had a commander, a division commander, 2 battalion commanders, a company commander and a platoon leader, 2 engineers and 3 mines, rear. At this time, both sides are very careful, and keep sending small chess pieces to test. 5 minutes later, Li Qing directly called out a battalion commander to fight to the penultimate row, and both sides died. The next wave of engineers rushed along the railway to the penultimate row of military flags, ate the landmines buried here, and was immediately trampled to death by a chess piece in the barracks. He immediately transferred the commander out of the barracks, followed by the division commander. The commander rushed to the bottom first, and the bottom chess piece jumped out and died. The commander turned around and came to the top of the military flag, and the chess pieces in the barracks flew out decisively, killing his commander. Show off the flag. Li Qing did not hesitate to transfer the division commander out to the bottom. Grandpa quickly transferred 2 chess pieces to resist, but they all died one after another. In the end, the division commander dropped the army flag and he won. Boy, have you ever played with the military flag? Li Qing nodded. Played a while ago. That's no wonder. Come and play with the old man when you have time in the future. After speaking, he took out a pocket watch and looked at it, handed it to Yu Yuyao, and she handed it to Li Qing. Grandpa said, "Take good care of them." Li Qing nodded. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will." He was stunned for a moment just after he finished speaking, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yu Yuyao's expressionless face, and then looked at his sister on the other side, as if she didn't hear it. "Come on, it happens to be fine, let's play another game." Yu Yuyao rearranged the chessboard and fought again. This battle lasted a full 7 games, and the old man let them go without getting enough. On the way back, Li Qing took out what Yu Tiangong gave him. It was a pocket watch made of crystal, the size of a palm, with the same pattern of hexagrams on the front and back. This thing is a hole, it cannot be opened, and there is no introduction, but he knew what it was the moment he saw this clear light. This is a special one-time relic, the effect is very simple. After starting the relic, you can directly upgrade a mother chip to level 5 without any preconditions. Of course, it's only limited to conventional warships, so you don't need to think about the flagship mother chip. But it is also very strong, how much effort can be saved? Without thinking about it, he directly took out the cruiser mother chip that he had obtained from Yi Xiao and his son before, and then activated the relic. The hexagram lit up, and the entire crystal pocket watch quickly lit up, and then turned into a little crystal light, condensed into a ball, and slowly landed on the cruiser on the mother chip. The mother chip is immediately dyed with crystal light and becomes brighter quickly. Until all crystal lights are integrated into the mother chip, the cruiser's mother chip will be changed from level 1 to level 5. Very nice. This saved him at least 2 years of effort. The difficulty of upgrading the mother chip of a cruiser is much higher than that of a frigate. It takes more than 2 years to upgrade from the 1st level to the 5th level mother chip, even if there are 2 negative stars leading the research. In the next few days, Li Qingtian and Yu Yuefei went to visit the core decision-making members of the Yu family together, many of whom supported Yi Xiao and his son before, but at this time both of them forgot about it by coincidence, very happy talk about possible cooperation in the future. There are no permanent friends, nor permanent enemies, only related interests. No matter how upset he is, he still has to deal with the members of the Yu clan at this time. Almost a month after the engagement, he and the Yu sisters returned to the expeditionary army after having seen everything that needed to be seen and prepared what needed to be done. On the surface, there is still a frigate returning, but in the palm of the universe, a fleet consists of a Titan super flag, 2 dreadnought flagships, a Consul-class flagship aircraft carrier, 584 battleships, 345 cruisers, 734 destroyers, and a huge fleet of 3,875 frigates is on standby at any time. The dreadnought flagship under construction has been built and launched, which will be directly incorporated into the fleet. In the past half-month, he has not only been dealing with the members of the Yu clan. He is visiting as a newlywed, so he cannot return empty-handed. Every time they visit one, there will be some gifts in return. They have already disclosed their current needs before, so most of their gifts in return are talents, including various senior crew members and so on. After the visit, he had already assembled all the clones, senior crew members, and captains needed by this fleet, including the extremely rare flagship and even the captain of the super flagship of Titan. There are a total of 3,875 frigates, and the monthly salary plus maintenance fee of each frigate is 1 million, totaling about 3.8 billion. There are 735 destroyers in total, and the monthly salary plus maintenance fee of each destroyer is 2.25 million, totaling about 1.6 billion. There are a total of 345 cruisers, and the monthly salary plus maintenance fee of each cruiser is 5.25 million, totaling about 1.8 billion. There are a total of 584 battleships, and the monthly salary plus maintenance fee of each battleship is 15 million, totaling about 8.7 billion. Dreadnoughts and aircraft carriers have a monthly salary plus maintenance costs of about 500 million, and the total of the 3 ships is about 1.5 billion. The salary plus maintenance fee of Titan Super Flag is about 3.35 billion. Comprehensively, the total monthly expenditure of this fleet is 20.75 billion star dollars. Including the salaries of the engineers in the internal shipyard of the Palm universe, 13 billion star dollars are required to be paid every month. Then the salary of the 500 groups of arsenals is about 5.1 billion. And the salary of the Academy of Sciences, all other salaries add up to about 3 billion. Putting it all together, Li Qing now needs to pay as much as 41.85 billion stars for new water every month. In addition, each frigate needs 50 clone crew members, and each clone crew member is 200,000 buyouts, and 3,875 frigates have a total of 38.75 billion stars. Each destroyer needs 100 clone crew members, each clone crew member is 200,000 buyouts, and 735 destroyers have a total of 14.7 billion star dollars. Each cruiser needs 300 clone crew members, each clone crew member is bought out at 200,000, and 345 cruisers have a total of 20.7 billion star dollars. Each battleship needs 1,000 clone crew members, each clone crew member buys out 200,000 yuan, and 584 battleships have a total of 116.8 billion star dollars. 2 dreadnoughts and a flagship aircraft carrier each need 20,000 clones, and the Titan Super Flag needs 50,000 clone crews, adding up to a total of 22 billion stars. Putting it all together, deducting some of the original ones, the clone crew alone cost 192.95 billion stars. In addition, a full 360,000 fifth-generation Deep Space Ghost fighters were equipped for that aircraft carrier, and a full 1 million fifth-generation Deep Space Ghost fighters were purchased again for the aircraft carrier area in the Palm universe. A total of 1.36 million frames, 5 million for a single frame, cost a total of 6.8 trillion stars. In addition, he had to consider the energy consumption of the space fighters. Each space fighter was equipped with 10 cold fusion batteries, each costing 200,000 star dollars. The total cost of 1.66 million space fighters was 332 billion star dollars. In addition, I also ordered 30 standard energy blocks of divine light in one go. One shot is 100 billion, and 30 shots are 3 trillion star yuan. Comprehensively, it cost another 6.8 trillion plus 332 billion plus 3 trillion equals 10,132 billion star dollars. The 13 trillion net worth just earned has shrunk all of a sudden. After deducting the 500 battleship blueprints supported by the family in the first stage, the total is 500 billion, leaving only 3,151.1 billion star dollars. But with more than 10 trillion star dollars thrown down, his strength also soared crazily. With such a huge fleet, apart from him in the outpost, only the expeditionary force has it. He can already sweep all the top 10 teams by himself. Returned to the outpost base again, revisited Commander Yu Qingzi and other Yu family members of the expeditionary force, and received a big gift from Commander Yu Qingzi, a set of blueprints for the construction of Star City. This thing contains a whole set of blueprints needed to promote a planet from a star castle. It contains a large number of module blueprints and various architectural blueprints unique to Star City. The most important thing is a set of Stargate blueprints, which can be used to build a Stargate. However, due to the influence of nebula, if the Stargate can be built, it can only be connected to the outpost, and it cannot be directly transmitted to Jinmin for the time being. But the problem is not big. This family will help him solve it. After the 10th year of development, his great-grandfather will get him a set of accessories to strengthen the Stargate, so that the Stargate can forcibly penetrate the nebula and directly transmit to Jinmin. In addition, he had a secret conversation with Commander Yu Qingzi for one night, and formulated a strategic plan for the galaxy in the lair of the reef. Chapter 153 The Ultimate Designer, Star-Negative Dragon Fall. It is not to do it immediately, but to formulate a combat plan in advance and prepare in advance. Today, Li Qing already has a force in his hands that even the entire expeditionary force cannot ignore. Even without the command of the Servant of Light, he already has enough strength to affect the strategy of the expeditionary force and the local battle situation. A Titan super flag and 1.3 million deep space ghost fighters in the palm of the universe are comparable to a super aircraft carrier, 2 dreadnought flagships, and a flagship aircraft carrier. This specification is completely comparable to a regular brigade-level fleet. To put it bluntly, no fleet can stop him unless the main force of the southern province of the Shadow civilization is exhausted. He respects strength at all times. With his strength at this moment, the expeditionary force cannot avoid them if they want to carry out any major actions. I dare not say that any military action requires his nod, but he must be informed. Considering his own situation and the current time period, Li Qing discussed with Commander Yu Qingzi and decided to announce the military action plan to the team near the outpost within this month and make preparations in advance. Including reconnaissance, mobilizing storage materials, and mobilizing the fleet, etc., formal military operations will start 2 months later. The reason for choosing to be so urgent is mainly because there is still half a year to 5 years, when the restrictions on the Blazers will be slightly relaxed, and the strength of the major teams will be further strengthened by then. Although he will get more support from the family and be strengthened, but the strengthening of one person is no match for the strengthening of many teams. At this stage, his powerful crushing against other teams is 10 times stronger. After half a year, the teams will get more support from their respective families. Although it will not be able to quickly bridge the gap will definitely be reduced a lot, and it may only be 5 times stronger. That's why he decided to do it within half a year, trying to take over the reef lair planet with the greatest advantage, and form an established fact of actual occupation. They all combined could not this living planet from him. In addition to this, another idea is to take this month to go to the isolated galaxy where Lord Senluo is located, to see if he can find some good things. Ordinary battleships probably don't exist anymore, but it would be great if we could find a few more flagships. Back to the Legion headquarters. I haven't been there for a few months. The Legion headquarters looks quite lively, with a lot of traffic. At first, he didn't understand, but after talking with Ding Yoren, who was staying at the headquarters, he realized that many of them were individual players and businessmen. It is estimated that Yi Xiao deliberately released the news when he left. Now a large number of players with sensitive channels in the outpost know that he won the fleet left by Yi Xiao and his son, and they all know that he has a Titan super flag and 2 flagships and hundreds of battleships. With the disbandment of the Halo Legion, only the Jolin Legion is left near the outpost, and the news of his official marriage with Yu Ufa has already spread. He holds the fleet in his hand, and they are also the most likely to win the first living planet. Now that the two are superimposed, others have no chance at all. It is not good news for other teams, but for some merchants and individual players, they are a big tree. If they can win the Reef Lair planet, it will definitely be the center planet of trade and economy in the Zumtar star field in the future. As an economic and trade center, there are too many opportunities. Some far-sighted individuals and businessmen will inevitably come to deal with them early and get acquainted with them. This is a good thing for the team, and they are expected to pay taxes in the future. Of course, they will not refuse. Speaking of it, it seems that Li Qing hasn't paid any taxes until now. The main reason is that the outpost base doesn't belong to any force, and there is basically no tax. There is a need to pay taxes in Jinmen, but the tax is usually the seller's value-added tax and consumption tax. Anywhere and any product is the seller's tax. I have never heard of the buyer's tax. The seller has already paid the tax on the things they buy. Li Qing's current income is basically on the side of the outpost, so there has been no tax rate. But once he establishes a territory on the Reef Lair planet in the future, players will need to pay taxes for doing business, transactions, etc. within the scope of his territory. It is worth mentioning that there are not many taxes that players need to pay, only a few. Value-added tax. For example, raw materials are processed into higher-value industrial products and sold in the territory, and after processing, the raw materials are transformed into higher-value industrial products, which generates a high value added, which requires payment of plantation tax. Consumption tax. That is, the taxes and fees incurred at the time of wholesale and retail. Tariff. The taxes and fees incurred between the products shipped to the territories of other military lords. Generally speaking, they are the means used by the lords to ensure the circulation of industrial products within their territories. Tariffs will be less or even tax-free. Income tax. It is divided into corporate income tax and personal income tax. Among them, players do not have such thing as personal income tax, which is one of the means for the major lords to attract players. In addition to this, there are many land taxes, deed taxes, use taxes and other miscellaneous taxes. In fact, many of the tax rates for players in the major territories are very low, and some even have no tax at all. In addition to attracting players, the more important reason is that players can trade outside the territory in private, and there are many ways to avoid taxes, so many lords simply don't do it. But civilians who are not players in the territory must pay what they should pay. This is also a very important tax. If there are tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of civilians in a territory, even if the tax is only 10 stars per month, it will be trillions. In fact, even if the average monthly salary of 1,000 stars is calculated, there is only 10% personal income tax that is also 100 stars, and combined, there will be as much as 10 trillion stars in personal income tax revenue per month. What about a year? Well, these are too far away from him. If he wants to develop into hundreds of billions of civilians, it would not take hundreds of years under normal circumstances to even think about it. It can be expected that the territory in the early stage was definitely unable to make ends meet, and had been in a state of negative equity. Finding that he owns the Titan flagship is no longer a secret, Li Qing simply released the entire fleet and parked it next to the headquarters Star Fort. An industrial ship approached from a distance. Several players who were playing cards on the bridge saw the Super Titan Super flag slowly sailing out of the black hole, and all the cards in their hands fell on the table without knowing it. Titan Super banner. It's true, it's exactly the same as the one parked at the outpost. Too fierce. I don't know how many people watched the huge super battleship slowly sailing out and parked hundreds of kilometers away from the Star Fort. The Star Fort, which usually feels huge, is not as big as it used to be against the giant Titan ship. Immediately after the Titan Super flag, a second dreadnought flagship slowly sailed out, causing everyone to be shocked again. If you know it, you know it. After seeing it, no one can hold back the wonder in their hearts. It is really too rare for the super flagship of the Titans. It is a regular final battleship that the Star Navy Masters have few ships, and it is one of their trump cards. I can't resist it. A small team player watched the flagship sailing out. The surprise on his face disappeared long ago, because he was numb. Shook his head and said to his companion, "The Reef Lair is a planet that no one else has a chance to play, they've made up their minds." Another person laughed and said, "It's not just the Reef Lair. With their strength, they have to take at least 2 living planets. Others can only fight for the rest. Yeah, if it weren't for the rule that you can only take 2 at most, the others wouldn't be able to escape." Titan Super banner. At this time, Li Qingzheng and his 2 sisters were on the bridge of the Titan Super flag. The bridge of tens of thousands of square meters was extremely wide. Even if there were hundreds of senior crew members and a large number of clone crew members, they would not feel crowded here. It is worth mentioning that, before manning all the crew members, he asked the super shipbuilder with the golden name from Hull, who was newly promoted to the Star Bearer, named Dragon Fall, to transfer the ship through the dock in the palm of the universe. The inside and outside of the Titan super flag have been strengthened and transformed. No other changes, only the basic shield and basic armor have been strengthened, from 8 billion to 9 billion, and there are no other changes. It's not limited by his ability. Long Yu was a super ship designer with a golden name before he transformed into a negative star. He can not only build, but also design ships by himself, let alone modify and strengthen them. After transforming into a negative star, all abilities have been fully improved. It is not difficult to strengthen this Titan super flag that has been modified and strengthened again. The main problem is that there is not enough time. It takes at least 1 year for a comprehensive modification and enhancement, and this time is lacking now. And Li Qing felt that it doesn't matter whether it is strong or not after watching the transformed Dragon Fall attribute. Name: Longyan, immortal level. Race: negative star. Lifespan: immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attributes: perception 50, memory 50, mind 50, spirit 50, charm 50. Racial trait: negative star. Innate talent: mental matrix, ultimate designer. Life skills: all ship construction related skills LV 50. Trait: negative star, slightly. Mental matrix, immortal, slightly. Final designer, immortal, the basic hull, armor, and shield attributes of the designed and built warship plus 200%, shipbuilding speed plus 500%, ability, final design. Ultimate design. After meeting the requirements of having the 5th generation frigate mother chip, the 5th generation destroyer mother chip, the 5th generation cruiser mother chip, the 5th generation battleship mother chip, the flagship mother chip, and the super flagship mother chip, you can design your own supernormal, the ultimate weapon of war. Li Qing's eyes fell on the last ability, and he immediately knew the function of this ability. It is the same as the literal meaning: as long as these conditions are met, an ultra-conventional ultimate war weapon can be designed. And this so-called unconventional refers to a more powerful ship body that surpasses the Titan super flag, such as a mobile fortress with a diameter of hundreds or thousands of kilometers, such as a mobile war moon with a size of several thousand kilometers, or a mobile fortress with a size of tens of thousands of kilometers. Mobile battlestar and more. The upper limit of the design blueprint is the super flagship. Whether it is a Titan or an Eternal class super aircraft carrier, it is a super flagship. Mobile fortress doesn't have a mother chip, so it can only be designed by such a super designer. This also means that as long as he meets these conditions, he can immediately start designing his own super war weapon. Thinking about it makes me excited. Li Qing smacked his lips, and glanced at the right side of the bridge of the super flagship Titan, where an area was completely sealed off, and the two sisters were pushing the door to enter. Since Yu Yufa decided to go the administrative route and her fleet was handed over to Li Qing, Yu Yuyao had no place to live for a long time. No, since she got the Titan super flag, she planned to divide it into a long-term living area. Speaking of it, Li Qing was quite puzzled why she liked to settle on a battleship so much instead of living on a planet. This little request is of course no problem, he readily agreed, and took advantage of the modification before, and directly separated it out, and she designed the inside by herself. The current Titan super flagship bridge is divided into 3 areas: one is the command area of Titan itself, the other is Yu Yuyao's seclusion area, and the other is the fleet command area. Outside of the bridge, there are actually quite a lot of open spaces inside the Titan, and most of the interior of the hull is occupied by super large weapons with X slots. The main guns of this battleship are huge in size, and a Titan 500. The main guns of the battleship took up most of the space, but there was still a lot of free space. These vacant spaces have now been vacated, and a huge barracks has been built inside, and it is estimated that about 500,000 ground troops can be stationed permanently. Don't doubt whether the space is enough. A Titan super flagship is 36 kilometers long, 10 times more is fine, it's just not necessary. At the same time, this is also a space for modification and enhancement. With such a large hull, there are only 500 main guns of the X-slot battle line. In fact, Li Qing knows that the biggest problem that restricts modification is the problem of energy supply. The 5T slot Doom class main guns are all energy weapons. When firing, the energy consumption of the Titan's reactor is too large, and the load on some things inside the battleship is too high. If you want to equip more weapons, you must solve the problem of energy. This is not to say that installing a few more reactors in the battleship can solve the problem, which involves some problems that laymen cannot understand. And all of this requires super flagship designers to redesign and transform. Regardless of Titans, dreadnoughts also have the same problem. If these problems can be solved, it will be no problem for a Titan of the same size to install 20T slot doomsday weapons, 1000 plus X slot battleship main guns, etc. in one go. This is why they are all battleships, why the regular Knight model only has 1X slot main gun, the Elite Crusader class battleship can be equipped with 2X slot main guns, and the Excellent Lord class battleship can be equipped with 3X slot main guns, and is the main reason why modified battleships have 5X slot main guns. One Titan super flag and 3 flagships can deter everything. But before Li Qing had time to take Chuyuan out to dig treasures, a new trouble made him not in a good mood. A few days after the fleet was displayed, Wang Yanqing suddenly came to him to discuss, wanting to incorporate one of the dreadnoughts into his legion's 4th fleet. Chapter 154 Entering the Lone Galaxy. Wang Yanqing's reason is very simple. You already have a Titan super flag, and 2 dreadnought plus aircraft carrier, it's no problem to transfer one of them to my 4th fleet, right? Li Qing said that there is a problem. When there is too much of this thing, the more the better, no amount is enough. And he is not talking about taking a dreadnought for shares, but taking it for nothing, dreaming. Of course he could say no. He rejected Wang Yanqing's proposal at that time, and he left without saying anything. This means that the honeymoon period between them is over, including the other core members of the Legion who have original shares. They should realize it soon. As the Legion gets closer and closer to winning the first living planet, the disbandment of the Legion is getting closer. Li Qing wasn't afraid that they would work without effort. That would be impossible, and the money would have to be paid after capturing the reef lair, and they wouldn't be able to get the money if they didn't capture the living planet. Looking at least 40 trillion stars, Wang Yanqing can get more than 200 trillion, and then he can boldly use them with confidence, and there will be no problem. It's just that everyone has worked together sincerely for so long, from the beginning of the team's establishment, to the betrayal of Yi Xiao's team that caused the team to split, and the team almost fell apart. The unity and solidarity in the face of various crises, all the way to the present, will eventually split. But separation and reunion is the general trend. He is just quite emotional. But he didn't feel emotional for too long. Leaving the fleet a few days later, he only drove the battleship and left the Legion headquarters. The first time I just went in and had a look, to find out the situation first. I don't necessarily need to use the fleet. You can return at any time if you really need it, with little impact. The battleship jumped twice in a row, and jumped straight to a certain galaxy on the edge of the isolation interference zone on the Shatta civilization side. This is a very common red giant galaxy. Its main sequence star has evolved to a later stage. The star expands very large, the ion energy is no longer as active as it was when it was young, and the heat is reduced and the temperature is not high. There are strong interference radiation waves everywhere in the galaxy, and the performance of the battleship is greatly affected here. If it is not for Chuyuan's skills that can make the hyperspace engine of the battleship have super high penetration, it is basically impossible for a normal spaceship to jump in, out. Can't even enter sub-light speed, can only fly at normal speed, and it will take tens of thousands of years just to travel through the current galaxy. This galaxy has only one hyperspace channel. You can see stars in other directions, but you can't see any starlight in the other direction. There is only darkness, which is the isolation interference zone. The battleship is parked at the edge of the galaxy, facing the dark isolation interference zone. To be honest, it is hard for Li Qing to imagine any weapon that can cause such a large amount of damage. It can annihilate all galaxies within a range of hundreds or even thousands of light years. It is too outrageous up. To be honest, if he hadn't been sure that Qingluan couldn't lie to himself, he wouldn't have believed it. According to Qingluan, Lord Senluo's sleeping galaxy is an isolated galaxy, and there is no hyperspace channel passing through it, only exact coordinates to jump there. He entered the coordinates given by Qingluan into the combat computer of the battleship, and began to search to determine the coordinates. It didn't take long, the coordinates were determined, and the hyperspace engine began to recharge. After a brief preparation, a circle of energy exploded, and the battleship disappeared in a violent twist. About an hour later, the battleship jump ended and appeared again in. The moment the transition ended, the battleship shook violently, followed by a shrill siren from the bridge, and at the same time a dazzling light flashed across the battleship bridge. Several clone crew members froze in place suddenly, and the next in seconds, the whole person quickly shrank and turned into a mummy, falling to the ground as if decayed, and shattered into countless dry pieces with a pop. Warning: ultra-high-intensity unknown rays have been detected, please avoid them. Warning: ultra-high-intensity unknown rays have been detected, please avoid them. Warning sounded non-stop, and the dazzling red light kept beating. Li Qing felt as if he was in some horrible hell. He felt that needles were coming from all around him all the time, which made people feel creepy. Subconsciously stretched out a huge spiritual energy shield to cover himself and his men near the bridge, and immediately sensed the disappearance of the ubiquitous needles in the void, and then pierced on the spiritual energy shield. This is. With a point of his finger, the light curtain popped open, and a series of swiping prompts were displayed on it. At the same time, another light curtain popped open, showing the surrounding images detected by the battleship's sensors. The battleship appeared in a void shrouded in colorful rays. These extremely colorful rays were everywhere, and the battleship's thick shields and armor were pierced as if they didn't exist. Although the rays seemed to have no effect on shields and armor, Li Qing's powerful spiritual perception can sense them, and these rays will gradually have a continuous impact on the battleship. It is not direct damage, but a steady stream of damage to the texture and structure of the armor. In layman's terms, it will slowly reduce the upper limit of the armor's strength. If a battleship stays in this environment for too long, its armor limit will gradually decrease, from 1 million to 990,000, and then to 900,000, and it will get lower and lower until it completely decays into ashes. This speed will be very slow, maybe 1 or 2 points a day, but he thought that His Majesty Sen Luo's fleet had stayed in this isolated galaxy for more than 7,000 years, even if the upper limit was only lowered a little per day, the upper limit of 2.55 million for more than 7,000 years, and the upper limit of armor for a battleship is also this value. What a bad news. He stretched out his hand to open the door of the black hole. Qingluan walked out from it, and an invisible twisted halo swung around her, blocking the omnipresent rays in the void until the entire battleship was protected in it. She glanced around and said, "It is the final sleeping place of His Majesty Sen Luo." Li Qing asked with the last trace of expectation. Is this the case everywhere in this galaxy? She nodded. This place should be at the edge of the galaxy, and the ray intensity is not strong. Li Qing was speechless, spread his hands and said, "That's the end. Below the flagship, there is no need to count on it at all, and it will be scrapped if it can stay. Only the flagship is not a big problem. The basic armor is more than 500 million, and the loss of 2 or 3 million has no effect. The premise is that the flagship still exists. Where is the place where His Majesty Sen Luo sleeps?" "Over there." Qingluan pointed to one of the directions. Looking with the naked eye, there was only darkness there, and nothing could be seen. It is worth mentioning that this isolated galaxy seems to have no stars, and no stars can be seen in all directions, only the ubiquitous colored rays in the void illuminate the surroundings. But I can feel the gravitational well, saying that there should be stars in the center of the galaxy, but I can't see it. There is no starlight, and you can't see the stars in the starry sky. Naturally, there is no reference. If there is no one to point you, you don't know where to fly. The battleship can only fly, and cannot enter the sub-light speed state. Chu Yuan's innate ability only strengthens the penetration strength of the hyperspace transition. The transition is fine, but if the interference in the galaxy is too serious, it should be suppressed as it should be. Battleships travel through the void, bathed in dangerous colored streamers. With Chu Yuan's terrifying talent and skill bonus, the total speed bonus of the battleship is as high as 550%, plus the speed bonus of the 5th level phase thruster is 60%, and it is equipped with 2 afterburners for a total of 40% bonus. The total bonus is 650%. The base speed of the battleship is 100,000 km per hour, and the maximum speed after the bonus is 750,000 km per hour. The speed has reached this point, and it can fly 18 million kilometers in 24 hours a day. The closest distance between the Earth and Mars is only 55 million kilometers, which can be reached in 3 days at this speed. But in this isolated galaxy where not even the stars are missing, God knows how far away. Anyway, in the following time, Li Qing set a goal for the battleship, let Chu Yuan go forward according to the predetermined goal, and return to the Palm universe to do other things. He didn't close the door of the black hole, but fixed it on the battleship. If there is anything, Chu Yuan can contact himself at any time. In the past few months, there has not been much change in the Palm universe, and many planned areas are still under construction. Although there is a servant of light, Zhang Yuhai, whose management efficiency is extremely high, there are too many things to do, especially the transformation of many areas. Real geological evolution is required, which cannot be accelerated. The powerful skills of servants of light can only increase the efficiency of subordinates, and the basic rules cannot be changed. For example, skill acceleration can make 007 work efficiently every day. A 1,000-word report that originally took an hour to write can be written in 10 minutes, but the report process cannot be cancelled, and the 1,000-word report will not be reduced into 500 words or less. Regional transformation is like this. At most, it will make your subordinates more efficient, but the process of turning meteorite rocks into soil can only be accelerated, and this process cannot be skipped. However, although the transformation in these aspects cannot be accelerated, the acceleration efficiency in other aspects is still extremely obvious. First of all, the clone cultivation base has cultivated a large number of workers, the total number has exceeded 1 million. Although there is no skill mother chip to directly load various skills for them, they can learn and master basic abilities by themselves, such as simple coolies and other jobs. No skills are required, as long as you are an individual. Besides, they can slowly master some skills at work. As long as they can master these skills, they can come in handy. Half of this batch of clones has been transferred to the last unlocked livable zone, and they are looking for a place in the center of the first floor of the livable zone to cut trees and open mountains, preparing to clear an area for the establishment of the first immigrant city. Now a large area has been cleared out, a base site for transformation has been built, and a large amount of materials and machinery have entered the site and are working. When an area the size of a city is cleared, Li Qing will invite a professional urban planning and designer firm to design the layout of the city, or at that time, he will specially inspire a servant of light to come out. This is very necessary. If there is no professional urban planning designer to design but to make it indiscriminately, a series of problems will definitely appear in the future. Don't talk about the layout of productivity and manpower, or the division of space resources, etc. Most people don't understand. To put it simply, such as traffic route planning, planning of various lines, sewers and urban building layout, etc., if there is no planning and random construction, traffic jams, various pipes bursting, and different functions in the area will be found in a few days after today's construction. Buildings are Houthi. Especially if the city will expand in the future, many buildings will need to be demolished and rebuilt. And the city has not been planned, and the city made out of chaos will be ugly, very ugly. The planned and designed city not only saves a lot of space and human resources, but also looks very beautiful. And the designed city has enough space to add new buildings at will in the future without appearing crowded and bloated, and the traffic is smoother. Who doesn't want the city he lives in to be a beautiful city? And Li Qing also wants his territory to be a prosperous and beautiful place. He even imagined the appearance of his territory when he was just preparing to develop it. He had already considered several beautiful urban layout plans that he had seen on the internet before, and reproduced some classic buildings. But that's for the future, and the construction has not started yet, so it's useless to think too much. Turning around the newly unlocked livable area, he came to the biological area of the scientific research area that had been relocated. The current chief of the biological scientific research area is no longer the original servant of light named Shinzan, he is now the second seat, and the chief has become Qingluan, the negative star. A former mechanical ascendant turned into a super biologist, you can only say that you like it. Before, you could try genetic ascension, but now you have transformed into a negative star, and you already have the body of a negative star, so you don't need genetic ascension anymore. But she is still researching some things related to biology and genes. Li Qing did not interrupt her hobby. It just so happens that she lacks scientists in this field. With her ability to study hard, she may be able to research their genetic space warriors. It is a very powerful interstellar warrior, possessing the physical strength and response of a little Superman, able to adapt to most harsh environments, and able to survive in the vacuum of space with the body for a short time. Even on a planet full of poisonous or intense radiation, you can also enter it physically to fight. But this kind of genetic interstellar fighter is too rare to come by. They must have super high genetic technology. After dozens of operations to transform the body of an excellent fighter, transform a strong human being into a little Superman, and equip it with high-tech weapons, an extremely powerful genetic space fighter came out. This kind of powerful genetic technology is only available to a very small number of Star Sea Lords, not even the Star Sea Lords, and because each of them is artificially modified through genetic surgery, not everyone can withstand it, so the output has not been high. They are the ace ground troops in the hands of the major lords, and they cannot be recruited by players under normal circumstances. At least there are so many players in the outpost, no player can get this top-level ground force yet. With Qingluan's ability, as long as he studies this aspect carefully, he believes that he will be able to overcome this technology in a short time, and by then he will also be the Lord of Interstellar Genetic Warriors. Chapter 155: The Remains of a Mobile War Fortress with a Diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. Next, Li Qing visited several other servants of light. Long Yu is currently dismantling several space fighters, from the first generation of space fighters to the fifth generation of deep space ghost fighters, and is preparing to condense the space fighters by himself. Mother Chip. The destroyer Mother Chip has been negotiated with the family for them to prepare. The battleship can only depend on luck, whether it can be found by Lord Senluo, or accumulate enough civilization points in the future to condense it by itself. This thing is very, very high in terms of difficulty and rarity. It is really unlikely to be obtained by the family, and you can only rely on yourself. The difficulty of obtaining the mother chip of the space fighter is not low. The key point is that there are too few of them, and too many people want them, so it is difficult to grab them. In fact, Li Qing is already thinking about it now. If the family can't get the destroyer mother chip, or the battleship mother chip can't be found at Lord Senluo, he still has to rely on himself to slowly gather together. The last star bearer, Zhao Feng, is thinking about some theoretical physics-related issues, and is in a deep sleep, using the mental matrix to borrow the calculation power of other star bearers to think. Li Qing didn't bother her, just glanced at her and returned. In the past few months, the interior of the Palm universe has not changed much. It is all in the initial stage of preparation. At most, a large number of warships and frigates have been stationed in the dock, but there are no crews. Things are going great. According to this state of development, his strength will continue to grow rapidly and become stronger and stronger. It was already half a month after returning to the battleship. The battleship was still flying in the starry sky full of strong radiation rays. Checking the flight log, I didn't encounter anything for half a month, except for the occasional crack in space. It is estimated that due to the influence of the unknown super weapon, there is nothing in this isolated galaxy, and even the space becomes extremely unstable, and some space cracks that suddenly explode will appear from time to time. There is no sign, even Chuyuan can't predict it in advance, so he can only forcibly block it with his powerful spiritual power. The psychic power of more than 10 million is already very powerful. In theory, it can directly compete with the flagship, but he didn't do it. It's not that there is no flagship, and it's not that there is no way to resist it. Why use personal strength to carry it hard? That would be rude. Of course, the main reason is that none of their strength has recovered, which is less than 1/4 of the full state. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the strength of the negative star, upper limit. The upper limit of 100 million spiritual powers is only a preliminary completion, and it does not mean that the upper limit of spiritual powers is 100 million. In addition, they are quite sensitive to their existence. Usually, they use their strength to rescue the field at most, and borrow their talents and skills to be a commander like Chu Yuan. At this stage, they generally do not let them take action directly. Li Qing looked at the time, let Chu Yuan continue to fly to the intended destination, and then return to the universe in the palm of his hand, and set aside an area to start shipbuilding. I haven't practiced shipbuilding skills for a long time, and I'm a little rusty. To be honest, he is now hesitating whether to continue. He has a bunch of shipbuilding engineers, including several flagship engineers. It seems that he is not needed anymore, and he doesn't have that much time. But after practicing for so long, now that I can start building cruisers, it seems a waste to give up. This time, we are building a batch of cruisers. Since the one-time relic obtained from Yu Tiangong's great-grandfather raised the cruiser mother chip from level 1 to level 5, now the dockyard seldom builds destroyers, but builds cruisers on a large scale instead. Drawings are unlimited. And cruisers sell better, cost more, and earn more. After analyzing the entire blueprint of the cruiser and splitting it out to the senior engineer, Li Qing left the universe in the palm of his hand and returned to the battleship. Apart from the fact that a month has come, the main reason is that something happened to be discovered. Scanned by the battleship sensor, a battleship wreckage was found in the starry sky. It has been severely disabled, and even the shape of the hull cannot be seen. Only some shells are connected together. After scanning its shape and matching it with a computer, it is found that it is the wreckage of a battleship. This is completely useless, so it can only be recycled and melted, but the discovery of a wreck indicates that there must be more wrecks nearby. The battleship continued to move forward, and found the second wreck in less than half an hour. It looks like there are more than a dozen large and small warship wrecks piled up, and the only relatively complete one is a frigate, which is stuffed in the middle of many wrecks. The battleship continued to move forward, and after passing several large and small wrecks, it soon discovered a huge warship cemetery that could not be seen at a glance. Oh, the situation is not good. The appearance of the warship cemetery means that there was a fierce battle. Judging from the fact that all the warship wrecks in the cemetery are of the same model, there is a high probability that it was a civil war. After more than 7,000 years, it was difficult to preserve even battleships. As a result, there was a civil war, which made it even more difficult to preserve. My head hurts. Li Qing faintly felt that this trip might disappoint him. The battleship continued to move forward and plunged into the battleship cemetery. There were wreckages of warships everywhere, and none of them were intact. Half of the wreckage of the Titan super flag. Leave. The wreckage of the super flagship appeared, and the scale of that civil war can be imagined. He called Qingluan, and soon her projection landed on the bridge. After observing the reconnaissance log all the way, she nodded and said, "There was indeed a civil war. It seems to be a civil war between two mechanical generals under His Majesty Sen Luo. Can you sense their location?" "No, I am not a subordinate of the two generals, so I cannot sense it." "All right." Li Qing thought for a while, then re-entered the Palm universe, and armed more than 100 frigates on the spot. A group of clone crews and senior crews were prepared before, and they could arm 200 battleships, 500 cruisers, and 1,000 ships in one go. Destroyers and 3,000 frigates. Although part of it was used before, the rest is stored in the warehouse area, which will come in handy. The cannon fodder of 100 frigates was scattered into the battleship cemetery. Without powerful spiritual protection, it is unknown how many will die. But ordinary reconnaissance drones cannot be used here, and the reconnaissance range can only be expanded in this way. When the battleship waited until the 9th day, a frigate finally sent a scene that shocked him. In the depths of the battleship cemetery, where countless battleship wrecks were piled up, there was a giant with a diameter of more than 1,000. The wreckage of the kilometer super mobile fortress is quietly floating in the void. Hiss. Li Qingcheng took a deep breath, and quickly ordered the battleship to fly in the direction of the coordinates sent by the frigate at the same time. Sitting on the smooth floor of the bridge, Li Qing kept looking at this scene, and couldn't help stretching out his hands to cover his chest. He felt his heart ache. A mobile war fortress with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers and the size of an asteroid just sank. What a pity. If this horse is given to me, I dare to face the capital galaxy of the Shadow civilization right now. Such a huge body. From the screen, it can be seen that there are cannon muzzles and hangar exits everywhere on the screen. The armed forces equipped with it do not know how powerful it is. The battleship flew at full speed for 2 days before arriving at its destination. From a distance, it saw the huge mobile fortress wreckage in the center of many wreckage accumulations. In the previous pictures, I could already feel the visual and soul shock, but when I saw it on the spot, the visual and soul shock was several times stronger than what I saw in the picture. Li Qing opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. What a pity. What a pity. Looking at the degree of disability, more than 1/3 of the part has been torn apart, and the innermost core area has been completely destroyed. The area with a core of hundreds of kilometers is estimated to be repeatedly bombarded by doomsday weapons. There is a huge irregular hollow inside. The edge structure has melted, and the difficulty of repair is indescribable. Mobile Fortress does not have a mother chip, all of which are self-designed, so it can be repaired even if it is disabled. But it's just a theory. The actual repair difficulty is not much different from rebuilding one. No, I heard from Qingluan that there seem to be 2 mobile fortresses. Where did the other one go? Li Qing raised his head suddenly, and immediately ordered the nearby frigates to continue exploring deeper into the cemetery. Obviously, as Lord Sen Luo fell asleep completely, there was an unknown conflict between the controllers of the 2 mobile fortresses under his command, which eventually turned into a civil war. There are many reasons, but Li Qing guessed that the high probability is to compete for the remaining resources to maintain his own existence. You can't even see the sun in this isolated galaxy, and you haven't even seen a meteorite for hundreds of millions of kilometers, let alone resources. Even advanced warships need maintenance. To maintain, there will be no resources for a long time, and the galaxy will be exhausted, so there is no choice but to compete for others. If you can't leave here, civil war is inevitable. It's such a pity. If all the remaining fleets can be preserved, the remaining combat power will allow him to have the strength comparable to any military leader in an instant, and now they are all gone. At this time, Li Qing felt extremely regretful and heartbroken. Next, a large number of frigates searched everywhere, and the wreckage of the battleship cemetery found day by day was astonishingly large. Dreadnought ships and Titan super flagships, or the wreckage of super aircraft carriers, were found continuously. In less than a week, more than 5 had been identified. More than a dozen super flagships, more than 100 flagships. According to Qingluan once said that there are still 2 mobile fortresses left, 24 Titan super flags, 26 super aircraft carriers, 59 dreadnought flagships, and 66 flagship aircraft carriers have already accounted for more than half. The wreckage of Chaoqi has exceeded what Qingluan said. So, this is the end of both. At this time, Li Qing no longer had any expectations. It wasn't just waiting. He also sent several frigates into the sunken mobile fortress, and entered the deepest part of the wreckage to have a look. Such a big guy, it's unlikely to be completely gone. However, this is indeed the case. The core within 100 kilometers of this guy's internal diameter has been blasted away, and the core area of the fortress is gone. Basically nothing will exist. Having nothing to do, Li Qing opened the universe in the palm and released a large number of industrial ships, preparing to put these wreckages into the universe in the palm and remelt them into alloys. Compared with the wreckage of other warships, it needs to be completely smelted into refined steel, and then other materials are added to be smelted into alloys. These alloys are all human standard alloys, and they only need to be returned to the furnace without remelting. There are as many alloys as there are wrecks, which means that as many wrecks as there are in this battleship cemetery, as many finished alloys can be melted. Compared to the price of refined steel is 390 star yuan per side, the price of standard alloy is 820 star yuan side. Why is the battleship cemetery so big? According to Qingluan, there are a total of 2 mobile fortresses, 24 Titan super flags, 26 super aircraft carriers, 59 dreadnought flagships, 66 flagship aircraft carriers, about 20,000 battleships, 10,000 many cruisers, more than 5,000 destroyers, and more than 100,000 frigates. No, this should stop. Although I haven't calculated it, judging from the reconnaissance information of the scattered frigates, the wreckage found in the battleship cemetery alone should be more than the number Qingluan said. The wreckage of more than 50 super flags he saw just now exceeded what Qingluan said. At first he thought it was Qingluan's miscalculation. Considering the internal situation of this galaxy, he guessed that the remnants of His Majesty Sen Luo dismantled all the meteorites of the planets in the galaxy and melted them into metal ships, which is why there will be more warship-scale civil wars than expected. It's crazy. What a pity. This is the 4th time Li Qing said it was a pity, but it is really a pity. A large number of industrial ships were released, and the surrounding wreckage was pulled together with tractor beams. At this time, the palm universe itself has an extremely powerful attraction, which can automatically the accumulated wreckage into the palm universe, and directly throw it into the super casting in the furnace. It is remelted into a standard alloy. This warship cemetery has an area of several million kilometers just as it has been discovered now, and there are still unexplored deeper areas, and I don't know how many wrecks remain. Actually speaking, although it is a pity that there are only wreckage left, all of them are the wreckage of standard alloys. If they can be collected, it will be a very outrageous harvest. The material cost of a battleship accounts for between 30% and 50% depending on the location and situation, and 40% is taken in the middle. A bare battleship is about 10 billion, and 40% is exactly 4 billion. Only counting the wreckage of about 30,000 battleships here, it is 120 trillion standard alloys. If you count the many large and small battleships, then count 20,000 battleships. Counting the many flagships and the wreckage of the mobile fortress, it can be counted as 30,000 battleships. It can definitely be counted as 30,000 ships. The mobile fortress is a sphere with a size of more than 1,000 kilometers. Think about how many battleships can be tightly packed into it. Together, 80,000 battleships can be calculated, each with 4 billion materials, and a total of 320 trillion star dollars worth of materials. If the loss of strong radiation rays that have been around for more than 7,000 years is deducted, it is estimated to be about 30%, that is 96 trillion, and there are still 224 trillion worth of alloys left. Chapter 156 Military Operations begin. Good guy. This value is a bit outrageous, but it is true, but normal players cannot transport so many warship wrecks. This battleship cemetery spans millions of kilometers, with so many materials, no palm space storage, and no super light casting furnace for refining. It would take at least 100 years for normal players to collect all the wreckage. Do it. As for Li Qing, he just needs to drive the battleship around the battlefield. Open the door of the black hole with a diameter of up to 50 kilometers in the Palm universe, and move forward with the movement of the battleship, swallowing the wreckage encountered along the way. The gravitational force of the black hole gate itself is not weak enough to pull these wreckages. In addition, a large number of industrial ships collect and pile up the scattered wreckages to improve some efficiency. It is estimated that it will be completely devoured in about a year. The premise is that the battleship cemetery is only this big. If there are more cemetery wrecks behind, the time will definitely be extended. Obviously, he doesn't have that much time right now. With a thought, Li Qing communicated with the psychic sage in the void, and Li Qing stretched out his hand, and the surging psychic energy gathered and slowly condensed into a psychic entity. The strength of the newly born psionic entity far exceeds that of the past. The strength of this thing is determined by his strength. When there was only 100,000 psionic strength in the past, the psionic strength of the psionic entity is 100,000. Now his own psionic strength is already, if it exceeds 1.5 million, the psychic strength of the condensed psychic entity becomes 1 million. The psychic entity took a step forward, and the entity disappeared into thin air. He also took a step and disappeared in the same way. Once again, a person and a psychic entity appeared in the void outside the battleship. The rays that are ubiquitous in the void are blocked by the psychic light shield that protects the psychic entity. Li Qing observed that these cosmic rays have a very slight loss on the psychic entity, and they can be completely consumed if the time is long enough. All psychic powers, but that time is estimated to be measured in hundreds of thousands of years. At this stage, there is no need to wait for 1,000 years at all. He just left a coordinate here. The next time he comes in, he can directly locate and jump to this warship cemetery, instead of flying hundreds of millions of kilometers to find here. At this time, it has been more than a month since they entered the isolated star field. The official expeditionary force estimates that they have announced military operations against the Shadow civilization, and the preliminary preparations have already begun. Although he has already made the preliminary preparations, he can't stay here for too long. When the dispatched scout fleet returns, he has to go back first, and come back after finishing the business. Anyway, no one can enter this isolated galaxy, and they are not afraid that the treasure inside will be taken away. It took another half a month to wait, and finally a frigate returned, bringing information about the second mobile fortress. When he retracted the message and opened it, what was shown on the screen made Li Qing's eyes wide open, both surprised and delighted. It didn't sink. What is shown in the picture is a huge mobile war fortress full of scars hanging in the void. Its shield is gone, and only the armor layer of the shell is riddled with holes, and a large number of holes have been blasted out of the attack. There are huge damage gaps here and there, but not very large, and the hull is generally intact. The most important thing is that the internal core is not damaged, which means that the mobile war fortress is basically intact and can be repaired. This thing is floating alone in the void, surrounded by a large number of wrecked warships, including dozens of super flagships, and the wreckage of tens of thousands of battleships. Although some flagships closest to the fortress are obviously damaged, their hulls are generally well preserved. Obviously, although this mobile fortress won the final victory in the Civil War, it still did not escape the fate of death and fell into this isolated galaxy. Li Qing did not hesitate to order the battleship to set sail and head towards the target direction. A day and a half later, the battleship passed through the battleship cemetery full of battleship wreckage, and appeared on the edge of the battleship cemetery. I saw the fleet wreckage floating in the void, and the mobile war fortress that looked like a planet. It's still good. Although the surface looks tragic, as long as the fortress remains intact, it can be repaired. But how to fix it? This thing is so big, it can't fit into the universe in the palm of your hand. It can only be repaired outside, which requires a professional repair team, including a super engineer who can repair the mobile fortress, and a large number of repair ships. The construction of this thing requires a huge array of docks. If it is just for maintenance, it is not necessary, because the mobile fortress itself has its own docks, and as long as there are enough materials, warships can be built on the spot. Li Qing set his eyes on Long Yun, thought for a while and gave up this idea. Re-entered the Palm universe, came to the freezer, and more than 100 hull people were waiting to be transformed. He now has 4 servants of light enlightenment places, and he can incite 4 servants of light to stay here to take care of maintenance. Among the more than 100 hull people, there are 4 shipwright engineers who are famous in themselves, and they are all capable of presiding over the construction of the flagship. Although this mobile fortress is a big guy with super specifications, it doesn't need to be built now, it's just repaired, and it's still not a big problem. Without hesitation, all 4 chief engineers of the flagship of the Orange name were turned into servants of light, but he did not stay all, but only 2, and then transferred 2 chief engineers of battleships from the inner dock of the Palm universe to assist in maintenance. The 2 extra flagship chief engineers were transferred back to replace the 2 battleship chief engineers to continue shipbuilding. It's all the same anyway. It's just for maintenance. Why not adjust the 2 in the Palm universe and start building the flagship directly? You must know that the order given to him by Yu Qingzi is still going on. He didn't do this before because the dock capacity was not enough. The last time he unlocked the new area, he unlocked a new dock area. Now there is excess shipbuilding capacity, which must not be wasted. There are more than 1,000 large and small industrial ships and a group of maintenance ships left behind, presided over by 4 servants of light, driving these industrial ships and maintenance ships to the direction of the mobile fortress. However, when the maintenance fleet approached a place that should be the entrance of the abandoned hangar in the mobile fortress, several missiles flew out of it and hit the maintenance ship. Although the missiles were not powerful, they shocked everyone. Li Qing, who was about to start the hyperspace engine to jump back to the Legion, stood up in surprise. Is there anyone else inside? Then several servants of light sent 2 frigates to go there again, and flew out a few unmanned reconnaissance drones from the frigates, preparing to drill through a passageway of unknown purpose behind the large piece of stripped armor at the entrance of the abandoned hangar just now. Go in and out. However, as soon as I got into it, I saw 2 dazzling laser shots, and the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was scrapped on the spot. But in this short glimpse, Li Qing saw many artificial buildings in this abandoned passage. A high metal wall blocked the entrance of the passage, and there were many missile cannons on the metal wall. But what attacked the drone was a mechanical combat body hanging on a metal wall like a spider. It is very similar to Qingluan's previous mechanical combat body, but it is much smaller, only a dozen meters in size, with 8 legs that move flexibly on the surface of the metal wall, and several cannons protrude from the body to destroy the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. There won't be any remaining mechanical ascenders. Li Qing immediately became interested, but considering that the military operations at the outpost base have already started, if there are really a large number of remaining mechanical ascenders in such a large mobile fortress, it will be uncertain for a while, and there is not enough time, so we should wait for the next time. Let's solve it. Preliminary reconnaissance, data collection. He gave this order to the 4 servants of light, and the 100 frigates also stayed. I didn't rush for a while, because I couldn't run anyway. After that, he ordered the battleship to start the hyperspace engine, and jumped away from the isolated galaxy. When I entered, I jumped directly to the edge of the isolation interference zone before jumping in. It was easier to come out. I jumped from the isolated galaxy in the isolation interference zone to the edge of the gravitational well of the Legion headquarters galaxy in one breath. Back to the headquarters, as he expected, the Expeditionary Force has issued a military action notice, and now a large number of teams are already in action and preparing. From Yu Yuefei's mouth, I learned that during his absence, the top 20 teams in the outpost basically came to ask him when he would come back. They planned to hold a meeting to discuss with him some aspects of this military operation, regional division. Li Qing can roughly guess what they want to discuss, and there is a high probability that they want to negotiate with him to divide the offensive area. Now the Jolin Legion is the only one, and their goal must be the Reef Lair planet, the capital of the southern province of the Shatta Tribal United Civilization, but before attacking the Reef Lair planet, they will definitely capture several Shatta civilizations in the southern province one by one. Important stronghold. Now the meat has been eaten by the Jolin army, and there is only some soup left. Although the remaining soup is divided according to the default rules, if the Jolin army does not pay attention to the distance, they have no choice but to eat a few strongholds. At this stage no one is their opponent, and the top 10 teams can't beat them together, so it must be agreed in advance. In the afternoon, Li Qing got a newsletter, entered it and found that it was a remote channel with only one acquaintance in it. Welcome Chief Li Qing of the Jolin Legion. Crimson Team Ji Yu Shunzhou smiled and said to Li Qing. I believe that Chief Li Qing already knows my purpose, so I won't go around in circles. On behalf of everyone, I ask, what is the main target of the Jolin army's military operation? Li Qing did not answer, but instead asked, tell me first, where do you want? Ji Yu Shunzhou pondered for a while, and replied, everyone's idea is that the Reef Lair must belong to you. We can't compete with Jolin together. We only hope that Jolin can leave some pieces of meat for us. You concentrate on attacking the Reef Lair and leave the rest to us. We will hold you back. You can attack the reef layer planet with peace of mind. Li Qing was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, others are fine, but the number 3 and number 5 points of shadow are less than 10 jumps away from the reef layer. I can easily clear them before attacking the reef layer. I don't need your help. Ji Yu Shunzhou immediately shook his head and said, Shadow number 3 has many space residence stations. It is the light industry base and the second colony of the southern province of Shadow civilization. It has a large number of residence stations. It is conservatively estimated that there are nearly 10 billion people of Shadow civilization, second only to the hidden reef layer. If you take this, we will have nothing. Li Qing also shook his head and said, but 10 billion people are too many. This can squeeze out nearly 100 points of civilization. Ji Yu Shunzhou was silent for a moment, then said, how about this? If we can take down this galaxy, you don't need to do it, and then you will be given 1 billion. 3 billion. 3 billion is too much, at most 1.5 billion. Li Qing glanced at him and said with a blank expression, don't bargain with me. If I want you all, you can't help me. Ji Yu Shunzhou remained silent, feeling aggrieved, but helpless. As Li Qing said, he wants all of them, but they really have no choice. Now they only need 1/3, which is not unacceptable to be honest. At this time Li Qing said again, I don't care about the rest, you share among yourself, and I don't want it, but I want shadow number 5. Ji Yu Shunzhou opened his mouth, but in the end he had nothing to say. They once attacked Shadow V. There is a huge dock where battleships can be built on a planet that is being transformed. To be honest, they also want it, but thinking rationally, this is what the Garan Legion must take, and there is no bargaining room. By the way, you have finished plundering Shadow number 3. It is best to keep those residential stations for me, I still have use. Closing off the communication, Li Qing didn't take this matter to heart. The military operation has already started, and it's time to do it now. But how to do it, and where to fight first, you have to plan carefully. He first issued an announcement within the Legion, asking the members of the Legion to assemble the fleet to stand by, while he set off for the outpost. He was going to discuss the specific strategy with Yu Qingzi, the commander of the expeditionary force. According to the information he has received now, the total strength of the Shadow civilization in the southern province is about 2.5 divisions. Among them, the number 2 Quelta Fortress Galaxy in Shadow, which is the permanent division of the Front Fortress in the south of Shadow Regiment Level Fleet. A division level fleet is permanently stationed in the capital of the southern province of Shadow, and the last half of the division is divided into different fleets and stationed in different places. In addition, it is not ruled out that there will be a fleet to support from the center of the Shadow civilization. Although the Shadow civilization is composed of 8 tribes, each province is similar to a joint franchising regime and is relatively independent. Usually, the civilization center will not interfere with the affairs of other provinces. For example, the central province of the Shadow civilization has not been seen for 5 years since the expeditionary army came. Send the fleet over. But before they did not formally attack in an all-round way like this time, the southern provinces of the Shadow civilization can still withstand it, and naturally they do not need central support. If this operation goes well and the southern province of Shadow is defeated, it is very likely that they will seek support from the central government. At this time, they will inevitably face the attack of the central main fleet of the Shadow civilization. Although the current strength of the Jalan army is strong, it has not yet reached the point of sweeping a civilization. It must cooperate with the expeditionary army, and even needs many player teams to share some pressure. This is the main reason why he simply shares some benefits. If he has the ability to fight against the Shadow civilization alone, he will not share a penny of benefits. Chapter 157 Titan Jump. Soon returned to the outpost, entered the barracks inside Star City directly as him, arrived at Yu Qingzi's office in less than 10 minutes, and was welcomed in. After bowing to Yu Qingzi, Li Qing said, Your Excellency, Commander, I have reached an agreement with the Crimson and other teams to distribute the benefits. I don't know when the war against the southern province of Shadow will start. Yu Qingzi smiled and said, Can't wait. He nodded with a smile. A little bit. You are honest. Yu Qingzi reached out and clicked a few times on the light curtain in front of him, and Li Qing received a message from Yu Qingzi. This is the content of the internal meeting of the expeditionary force, you can read it yourself. Li Qing nodded, clicked on the message, a line of data appeared on the light curtain, and he checked it carefully. When he saw that it was almost the same, Yu Qingzi said, Jalan has three options. One option is to join us in attacking the Quelta Fortress galaxy of the Shadow civilization and annihilate one of their divisions stationed there first. The advantage is safety and the loss is minimal. The disadvantage is that the expeditionary force will share the pressure. According to the rules, you will get a lot of benefits when the time comes. Another option is for the expeditionary force to attack the Quelta Fortress galaxy. The Garan Legion will not participate in this battle. You can go directly to the reef lair to intercept possible support, and it is possible to face the reinforcements from the reef lair. The advantage is you don't have to face the enemy's main force directly, and the downside is that there is a big risk of encountering the enemy's master division, and the risk may be even greater. There is another option. The expeditionary force will attack the Quelta Fortress galaxy, and all subsequent strategic actions will be hosted by your Jalan army. The advantage is that if you capture the Reef Lair galaxy, all the benefits will belong to you, and you don't have to share it at all. The disadvantage it is you who need to face a regular division-level fleet alone. Even if you can win, you must suffer heavy losses. After reading it, Li Qing immediately asked, how much benefit should the first option give? At least 50% or more. Li Qing was silent for a while, and said, I choose the third. Yu Qingzi was quite surprised. You sure? Sure. All right. Then you can prepare now. Leaving the outpost, on the way back, Li Qing seriously thought about the next strategy. This choice was carefully considered by him. Although the risk is high, it is not impossible to operate with his current strength. The main thing is to save some money. After all, after the Reef Lair planet is captured, the Garan Legion will score. At that time, hundreds of trillions of cash must be prepared to distribute. Attacking the Shadow civilization is risky and a huge opportunity to make money. Anyway, it is a living planet, not to mention the huge amount of supplies, but the huge population in the galaxy. A Shadow person is worth about 3,000. The Shadow 3 galaxy has a population of nearly 10 billion. As the capital of the southern province, there are 20 to 30 billion in the Reef Lair galaxy. If they can all be captured, it will be nearly 100 billion. Trillions of stars. Ordinary Shadow people are not expensive, 3,001. There are about 100,000 people with the green name Shadow. Blue famous talent, the minimum value is 1.5 million, the highest value is tens of millions, like having the talent of erudition and talent is worth hundreds of millions. As for the purple name, it is even higher, at least 1 billion or more. With a population of 20 to 30 billion, it is not a problem to give some purple names, and thousands of blue names. There are so many. If you choose the first one to split the expeditionary force in half, it would be too bad. You can only earn enough money if you own it yourself. In addition, there are so many wrecks in the cemetery of battleships in the isolated galaxy. Recycling can sell a lot of money, and the money from the separation is almost enough. It will be the own this living planet to yourself. Back to the headquarters of the Legion. At this time, all the members of the Legion have arrived, and fleets of different sizes are moored near the Star Castle. Ding Yoren sent him a piece of information about the Legion fleet, which detailed the current strength of the members of the Legion. Li Qing checked carefully, and has a certain understanding of the current strength of the members of the Legion. Apart from himself, Wang Yanqing is the most powerful now. It is estimated that as the Jalan Legion dominates the outpost, the Danyang Wang family behind him sees an opportunity. Recently, they have increased their support for him. Now there are 46 battleships, 122 cruisers, 265 destroyers, 2,240 frigates. Ding Yoren's strength is much stronger than that of the last inventory, but the growth rate is not as high as Wang Yanqing's. Now his strength has caught up with Wang Yanqing. The fleet she has now is 44 battleships, 93 cruisers, 172 destroyers, 2,650 frigates. In addition, the strength of the core members of the Legion has also grown rapidly in the past few months. Excluding Li Lai, Li Qi and Hong Chengfeng, the remaining ordinary core members have been able to gather 129 battleships, 367 cruisers, 614 destroyers, 3,645 frigates. Li Lai, 16 battleships, 30 cruisers, 85 destroyers, 520 frigates. Li Qi, 16 battleships, 30 cruisers, 85 destroyers, 520 frigates. Hong Chengfeng, 14 battleships, 31 cruisers, 53 destroyers, 595 frigates. In addition, all the elite members of the Legion can also assemble a fleet of not weak size, with a total of 79 battleships, 320 cruisers, 550 destroyers, and 4,000 frigates. Excluding the fleet owned by Li Qing, The Legion now has a total of 344 battleships, 993 cruisers, 1,824 destroyers, and 14,170 frigates. In addition to the fleet owned by Li Qing, they have now been able to gather nearly 1,000 battleships, plus nearly 20,000 large and small battleships, with 4 flagships and a Titan super flag, a super aircraft carrier area, and 2 gods. In short, the combat power on paper is definitely not inferior to any regular brigade-level fleet. If coupled with Chu Yuan's super talent and skill bonus, even regular divisions can fight head-on. This is also one of the reasons why he dared to choose the third option. If he didn't have this strength, how could he dare to do it by himself? The internal meeting of the Legion almost unanimously passed his mobilization proposal. Everyone happily discussed how much supplies they could plunder if they could take down the living planet, the reef layer, but no one talked about what to do after taking the reef layer. Obviously, everyone has realized that if the Legion can successfully take down the reef layer galaxy, it will be time for the Legion to disband. He still has some complaints. Recalling that Wang Yanqing kept silent during the meeting, Li Qing sighed. Although he did not regret it, if he asked 10 more times, his answer would be no. The more things like flagships, the better. How can they be given to others for nothing? He just felt that the long-standing relationship would soon become cold. Wang Yanqing also has some ideas. Maybe it is possible to be hostile. Yu Ufa held his hand and said softly, "When we decided to establish our territory, division was inevitable, even if there was no such thing." "I know." Li Qing sighed, held her soft little hand back and said, "It will be up to you," and you ran to look after the house later. Wait for my good news. She tapped her jaw lightly. "Don't worry, we will take care of our home." Looking at her tender eyes. Well, already officially engaged, some things can be done for granted. 3 hours later, the light-hearted Li Qing stood up and appeared on the bridge of the super flagship of Titan. An order was sent to all the fleets in the entire Legion, and the fleets of the Legions parked near the Star Castle slowly moved towards the front of the Star Castle. The main fleet approached. Under his command, the Titan super flag started slowly, and the other battleships were formed around the Titan super flag, and the fleets of the Legion members were in place one after another according to the predetermined formation map. Countless players in the galaxy are paying attention to the movement of this huge fleet. Even though the fleet has stopped here for many days and seen it many times, they are still extremely shocked. In a certain room in the Star Fort, 3 men with different looks looked solemnly at the movement of the fleet displayed on the screen, and one of them sighed. "It's too strong. It's really rare to have such strength in less than 5 years. The achievements in the pioneering stage may be comparable to those legendary Star Sea Lords." Another young man wearing a leather jacket cursed. He made troubles with his aura, and crushed him to death anyway, not to mention the failure, and raised such a monster. Damn, our 3 legions have been established in Jinmen for more than 50 years, and there is still no one. A Titan super banner, his new legion, which was established less than 5 years ago, has won, and he is really speechless. The last man took a sip of tea and sighed speechlessly for a while. He has already gained momentum. This military operation is the last chance. If he can successfully capture the reef layer, he can start to build up momentum. As long as he can withstand the counterattack of the Shadow civilization, he can build up momentum and become a hero even in the human race. The Imperial Senate also has lords with surnames. If there is one, there are 2. As long as he can successfully capture a living planet, he will definitely capture the second living planet with his strength. They have occupied 2, and the commander of the expeditionary force, Yu Qingzi, will definitely occupy 1. This star field there are only 5 left for us to compete for, and each of our 3 major armies wants to win 1, which is quite a competition. The man who spoke first nodded and said, "Although the key to Jaran is only limited to 2, it does not limit him to use force to interfere with the ownership of other planets." The man in the leather armor nodded and said, "This is what the Legion leader is worried about. He can't take away all the planets, but he can affect the ownership of all planets. So the commanders of our 3 major legions sent us to stay at the Jalan headquarters. In addition to keeping informed about the Jalan army, another purpose is to make good friends with the Jalan army. There are many such players with additional destinations in the Garan Legion. Almost all large teams have sent people to the headquarters of the Garan army. Headquarters for large teams. The huge fleet slowly took its place. Li Qing stood in the center of the Titan Bridge, and in front of him was a huge star map projection. He slid his finger back and forth on the complex star map projection, and finally tapped on one of the dots representing stars. With a light touch, a circle of glow spread out with the light point as the center. Jump location, Galaxy MK001. A senior crew member waiting for orders not far away uploaded the coordinates to the first captain immediately after receiving a coordinate given by Li Qing. The first captain sent a confirmation inquiry to Li Qing again. He will transmit his instructions to several senior crew members in charge of the warship one by one. At this time, the hyperspace engine of the Titan super flag will start and recharge, and at the same time, an invisible wave will slowly spread around the Titan super flag. This is the universal transition aura of the Titan super flag. This aura will spread to affect the hyperspace engines of all warships under the fleet, so as to realize the resonance of the hyperspace engines of all the warships under the command, thereby borrowing the effect of the hyperspace engines of all warships to strengthen the transition aura range of influence, as well as the transition distance and penetration ability, so as to achieve simultaneous transitions. Even when the resonance effect is strong enough, even if there are warships within the halo range that have not been activated, they can also transition together. Generally, there are two jumping methods for flagship group jumps. One is non-target jumping, that is, ordinary battleship-style jumping, which can jump to the gravitational well of a certain galaxy within the maximum range. The other is fixed-point teleportation, that is to say, teleport to a specific location, such as directly to the battlefield. But the fixed-point teleportation needs to place an inducing beacon at the teleportation point, and then the Titan can use the inducing beacon as the jumping point, and accurately deliver the huge fleet to the battlefield in one breath, thus realizing the reversal of the battle. What they are sending now is the second way of transition, and the Galaxy MK001 where the target is located is the outpost galaxy of the Expeditionary Force. Although with Chu Yuan's ability, he can jump thousands of light years away in one go, and jump directly to the capital of the southern province of Shadow Civilization, but at this stage, he still has to report to the Expeditionary Army first. All human faction teams have the coordinates of the outpost galaxy, and there is an induction beacon there, which is turned on all the time. As long as there is a battleship, it can directly jump to the fixed point. Accompanied by a circle of dazzling energy tides blasting towards the Star Fortress, many large and small warships moored around them fluctuated up and down as if being impacted by the waves and tides. The huge fleet tore apart the space and disappeared, leaving only many amazed players. Outposts. The 5-star castles are connected together, and they are usually stationed by the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the Expeditionary Army, and today is no exception. In normal times, there are often daily military players here to hang out here, do some daily work, make some meritorious service and experience, and make contributions, so as to improve their status in the Expeditionary Army in exchange for some good things. As time went on, many small teams or players gained high ranks and statuses by virtue of their accumulated merits day and night. Many players who specialize in the daily routine of the Army united to form several large teams with strong strength. But these teams do not appear to be weak in normal times. Once the Expeditionary Force launches large-scale military operations and a large number of teams gather, they usually feel that they are not weak. Compared with those famous large teams, they are far worse. Bingfeng is such a military team. The top 3 military teams in the outposts have a total of nearly 150 battleships and more than 3,000 large and small warships. With capital surpassing his own team, but in terms of actual combat ability, he is definitely not his opponent. Chapter 158 Returning to the Shadow V Galaxy. But as the large teams that couldn't even rank in the top 10 had more than twice the ship capacity of their own team, the original self-confidence began to gradually disappear. Especially those large teams at the top of the rankings entered the arena one by one, and anyone with more than 3 times their own ship capacity completely lost even their reluctant self-confidence. Although his confidence was gone, the dissatisfaction in his heart did not disappear. With the same ship capacity, they are definitely not my opponents. Bing Feng was drinking and bragging with the leaders of 2 other large military teams. Another team leader named Blade took a sip of wine, stood up and slapped the table and said, "Indeed, with the same ship capacity, they will definitely not be able to beat us." Paused, as if thinking of something, he added, "Except for the Garan Legion. Cut, the Jolin Legion is only large enough to have a super navy commander with a golden name, and he is Li Qing himself." The slightly drunk Bing Feng hesitated for a moment, then laughed and said, "Anyway, I'm not convinced." The only woman among the 3, Tianji, who was wearing a strong outfit and showed her hot figure, said without raising her head, "Everywhere in your body is soft, but your mouth is hard." Bing Feng saw her eyes flashed a hint of love, and smiled with the strength of wine. You don't know that besides my mouth, there is another place where I am hard. Do you want to see it? Tianji didn't even look at him, and said with a blank face. You can only talk about it. Whenever President Li Xiao has 3 points of ability, I will lie on the bed by myself. When Bing Feng heard that he was on fire, he got drunk and slapped the table and shouted loudly. You say day by day how awesome Li Qing is, how awesome he is, I don't believe it. When he comes over, I will challenge him one-on-one. You sure? Of course I'm sure, I dare not be a puppy. Dao Feng looked up at him, and Bing Feng could vaguely see a smile in his eyes. He's here now, you go heads up. The warships passing by in the void 1,000 kilometers away from Star Fort number 5, the outpost, suddenly received an order from the Star Fort Pilot Dispatch Office, asking them to avoid this area next. The warships stayed away from that area with doubts, and it didn't take long to see transparent ripples in the void, and then the space began to distort, and then a huge distortion field slowly descended on the area. In the starry sky, the nearby battleships were forcibly pushed away by the inexplicable force field. Players who haven't seen this situation don't quite understand what's going on, and those who have seen it have ordered their warships to stay away from this star field. After a short tilt, a phantom of a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the distorted space, and quickly solidified. An invisible circle of distorted halo exploded, followed by energy tides soaring into the sky. A huge fleet jumped into this starry sky under the noses of countless players. In the center was a ship with a length of 316 kilometers of giant warships. What a huge fleet. The Garan Legion is here. It's really a Titan super flag. Dao Feng resisted the shock and secretly smiled, looked at Bing Feng, and said. Didn't you say you want to fight him one-on-one? He's here, go. Bing Feng's drunkenness disappeared when he saw the giant Titan super flagship in the center of the huge fleet. No matter how many rumors there were, he was never as shocked as seeing it with his own eyes. Underneath is a little one, just like a small toy car next to a bus. The gap is huge. I couldn't help swallowing, and muttered to myself. Titan super flag. The treasure of the army that there are not many ships in the army. Dao Feng said with some emotion. The ruler of the province where I was born, the warlord, has been established for more than 1,600 years. Up to now, there are only 5 Titan super banners and 7 super aircraft carriers on the surface. On average, it will take 100 years to restore them. Less than one, the last one is still there. Wow, woof. Dao Feng turned around in astonishment, saw Bing Feng drinking as if nothing had happened, felt his astonished eyes and said confidently. What are you looking at? Is there a problem with taking back what I just said? No. As soon as the fleet arrived at the outpost, Li Qing received more than a dozen different communications. Except for the information sent by the outpost, most of them were sent by many large teams that were here earlier. Others responded briefly, and he responded seriously at the outpost site. I'll go when the time is right. The so-called appropriate timing is that he first met with an expeditionary army decision-making elder named Chong Jie who presided over the daily work of the outpost site, and learned about the latest intelligence news. P.S. In order to avoid the harmonious beast, the original military tale will be changed to the decision-making elders. From now on, the previous ones are too lazy to change. Although this elder is not a member of the Yu family, today's Jolin Legion has no opponents in the expeditionary force, and it has become a trend. It is almost certain to seize the Reef Lair planet. This elder has no grudges against Li Qing. Of course not only did he politely pass on all the information that the expeditionary army had now to him, but he also asked him in private if he wanted more support. Li Qing asked curiously. The support you said, what kind of support? Chong Jie smiled and said. Support from all aspects, whether it is battleships, funds, or support from the Senate. Senate support. Li Qing was slightly surprised. Chong Jie nodded and said. Actually, I belong to a neutral force called the Mingxin God sect. The purpose of our church is to be enlightened, sincere and kind. Every year, we select some excellent pioneers who have awakened psychic powers to be included in the church. As long as you join if you are a church, you will be protected by the church and provide all kinds of help to help you grow. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said. I don't have the idea of joining the religion for the time being. Chong Jie smiled and said. It doesn't matter. We are a formal church recognized by the empire. We have records in the empire. We have never forced others to join the church. You can check it when you have time, and you can come to me whenever you are interested. Leaving Star Castle, Li Qing didn't take the invitation just now to heart. Although he has never heard of these churches before, he does not think they are fake. He has not encountered them before, but his level is not enough. As his strength grows rapidly, more and more forces will come to contact them own. Not to mention other things, when he captured the Reef Lair planet, successfully defended it, and was promoted to an official lord, then he would be eligible to be in the Imperial Senate. The Imperial Senate has never only been military lords and Star Sea lords, it was indeed like this at the beginning, but as the first batch of Star Navy lords and Star Sea lords aged one by one, or retreated to the second line, the new generation of Senate elders are mostly the heirs of the big names. Later, with the emergence of many planet lords who won the planet of life, but were not strong enough to be promoted to army lords, when their number gradually increased and gradually demonstrated their influence that cannot be ignored, these planet lords were included in the third generation of elders. So when Li Qing wins the Reef Lair galaxy and successfully defends it to be promoted to a lord, he will automatically join the Senate of the Human Empire and become a veteran with the right to vote on the development of human civilization. By that time, he will naturally come into contact with many factions in the human camp. Didn't stay at the outpost for long. After only 2 days, a batch of insufficient supplies was replenished again. Li Qing summoned the Legion members again to prepare for departure. He directly turned on the silent state. In this state, fleet members are not allowed to contact outsiders. As long as there is contact, the fleet commander will know. At the same time, he also made a speech in the channel. The fleet is silent at this time because there will be a major operation in the future. In order to ensure the safety and privacy of the operation, it is guaranteed to remain silent until the end of the next operation. He took the star map and shared it directly in the command channel, pointed to a place marked on the star map and said, "Next, the fleet will jump directly to this location. When we attacked this galaxy before, I left a coordinate in the galaxy. Now we can jump directly to this galaxy and launch a surprise attack on this galaxy." Wang Yanqing thought for a while after listening, and asked, "Are we going to raid the Reef Lair directly?" Li Qing nodded. "Yes, I have negotiated with the Expeditionary Military Department. They are responsible for dragging down the Shadow Civilization fleet in the Querta Fortress galaxy. We are head-on raiding the southern provincial capital of the Shadow Civilization. But there is a division-level fleet stationed in their capital all year round. Can we fight it?" "Believe me," Li Qing said seriously, "all my wealth is here. I care more about the outcome than you. If I am not sure, I will not make this decision." Many people nodded in their hearts. Considering that Li Qing has a super commander in his hands, although the size of the fleet is several times different, it is not impossible to win. No one objected for a long time, Li Qing announced upon seeing this. "Since this is the case, everyone, get ready and prepare for the jump in half an hour." Close the command channel. Li Qing took a long breath. He also felt a little nervous. But I wasn't too nervous. This wave did dare to do so with a lot of confidence. Half an hour is fleeting, and when the time is up, the hyperspace engine of the Titan Super Banner starts to charge, the entire fleet begins to mobilize, and the hyperspace engines of all warships start to resonate with the hyperspace engine of the Titan Super Banner. More than 10 minutes later, with the violent distortion of the space, a turbulent energy tide exploded, and the huge fleet disappeared like a bubble under the noses of the players at the outpost. Many players are very curious about where they are going, but the fleet was silent before, and no one communicated with the outside world. Naturally, they don't know where the Garan Legion's fleet has gone. They couldn't guess it either. After all, they never thought that Li Qing would leave a coordinate in the hinterland of Shadow Civilization early on. However, as the Garan Legion's fleet jumped away, a large amount of news was sent from the outpost to different players in different places in the Zutar star field, and their reactions were also different. In the territory of the Shadow Civilization, there are a large number of interference force fields and interception systems, but under the powerful penetrating ability of the hyperspace engine of the Titan Super Banner, and under the addition of Chuyuan talent, its penetrating ability is very outrageous, forcibly penetrated through layers of interception and jumped to the depths of the southern province of the Shadow Civilization. A piercing siren sounded in the Shadow V galaxy, and the fleet stationed on the edge of the giant dock quickly gathered in formation, ready for battle. The fluctuations caused by the jump of the huge fleet group are too strong, and he is jumping face on, and the coordinates are at the core of the galaxy, which cannot be hidden at all. There is no need to hide, they are all face to face, there is no point in hiding. The landing point of the jump was quickly determined. In the starry sky of the planet being transformed less than 100,000 kilometers away, in the command channel of the garrison fleet, several Shadowmen in golden coats looked at the empty space with puzzled faces. The whole starry sky and the strong spatial fluctuations caused by the simultaneous transition of large fleets have been seen with the naked eye, but they did not see any abnormalities in that area, and they could not find the beacon of the unknown enemy's transition at all. As the space distorted to the extreme, a circle of energy halo exploded to reveal the huge fleet, and the pupils of several Shataman commanders dilated. It's a human invader. An invader with a Titan flagship. To the capital command immediately. All fleets shrink their lines of defense, abandon the planet, and defend around the giant dock. Orders were issued one after another in an orderly manner. The first thing Li Qing, who had just jumped over, saw was a green and blue planet floating in the void not far from the fleet, and the enemy team that was withdrawing. He looked behind Chu Yuan and said, "The next step is up to you." Chu Yuan nodded, took over the commander without hesitation, and immediately said in the command channel. The number 2 dreadnought launched the subspace trap halo, the 2nd Independent Brigade pursued the marked fleet, and the target fleet must be left behind. The 2nd Independent Brigade is Li Qi's fleet. He immediately took orders, the fleet separated from the large fleet and chased after it. Relying on the super high-speed bonus of the Servant of Light, he quickly caught up with the enemy ship that was about to flee. This is a garrison fleet of the Shadow civilization stationed on this transformed planet. It is not large in scale, with less than 50 battleships. The opponent of the Servant of Namelight soon fell into a bitter fight. Chu Yuan ignored that side, but quickly readjusted the fleet formation structure. Li Qing ignored his command, and his eyes fell on the screen scanned by the sensor. He hadn't seen it for more than a year. The transformation process of this living planet has increased a lot. It turned out that he once looted more than 10 million sharp people, and came back more than a year later. There are a large number of sharp people inside, and the planet's surface and atmosphere have been initially transformed. The next step is to transform the environment. Transformation to adapt to the livable environment of Shadow people, and then immigration. Just right. The livable environment of the Shadow people is still somewhat different from that of humans. Now this stage is just right. After the capture, the environment will be directly transformed into a livable environment for humans, so there is no need to start over. The fleet easily destroyed the few defensive forces in orbit around the planet. 2 medium-sized residential stations and 5 small residential stations, a total of 7 residential stations, were looted by them once before. Now the personnel have not been replenished. Li Qing directly collects the universe in the palm of his hand, have not counted for the time being, and will be counted uniformly after the battle is over. As for the sharp people on the planet, they also ignored them, since they couldn't escape here anyway. Chapter 159 Take down the giant dock. An hour later, Chu Yuan reorganized the fleet. He consolidated all the fleets of all members of the regiment into a unified organization, and then divided them into 3 brigades. Each brigade has 200 battleships, 300 cruisers, 500 destroyers, and 2,000 ships. The frigates were equipped with 2 dreadnoughts and an aircraft carrier as the command flagships of the 3 brigades, which were commanded by Li Lai, Li Qi, and Wang Yanqing respectively. As only a temporary ruler, not for them. After the preparations were complete, the fleet restarted and headed towards the giant shipyard on the other side of the galaxy. The garrison of the Shadow people in the 5th galaxy is basically on the side of the giant shipyard, and the total size of the garrison is about 2 brigades. Generally, a standard large branch fleet has about 500 battleships, 1,000 cruisers, 2,500 destroyers, and 10,000 frigates. Under normal circumstances, unless it is a fleet directly under the superior, it will not be equipped with a flagship. However, this is only a rough standard, and the actual situation will be slightly deleted, which is not bad. Although there was an example of the Crimson Team successfully attacking the number 5 galaxy, the Crimson Team used the Silent Ember Relic to silence the garrison before successfully attacking. No, so there is no point in sending more defenders. The size of the enemy ships scanned by the flagship is the same as what Li Qing saw last time, 2 brigades, and there is also no flagship. Without any tactics, Chu Yuan directly ordered the fleet to attack head-on, while the main guns of Titan and the 2 dreadnoughts began to recharge early. Li Qing didn't intend to use the light of God's judgment. He was commanded by Chu Yuan, and he still used it when the fleet was fully dominant. That would underestimate his ability. Streamer of Tranquility Immortal, this is an official member of a transcendent civilization, has embarked on the road of super dimension, has immortal life and great will. Effect. Command experience plus 3000%. Experience gained by fleet crew members plus 1000%. Morale will not drop during battle. Effect. Ship speed plus 300%. Launch speed plus 300%. Ship weapon damage plus 100%. Ship weapon range plus 100%. Effect. Jump distance plus 1000%. Jump penetration strength plus 3. Effect. 0.01% plus 1000 points of shield regeneration, 0.01% plus 1000 points of armor regeneration, and 0.01% plus 1000 points of hull regeneration of the subordinate ships per second. The fourth special effect of Static Streamer is 0.01% plus 1000 points of hull armor and shield regeneration per second. That percentage is nothing but meaningless for small ships. The basic 1000 point regeneration alone is enough to ensure that frigates and destroyers are in chaos. It can be called a terrifying survivability on the battlefield. What does that mean? The basic shield of a standard Heian class frigate is only 1000 points, and the shield accessories can reach 3 to 4000 points. According to this regeneration speed, it can be said that as long as it is not directly killed in just a few seconds, it is almost impossible to destroy it. Sunk. Li Qing dare not say that he will be invincible with this, but with this super regeneration effect, even the frigate's battlefield survivability will reach a super high level. As long as it is stable, it will not be caught in a siege, or it will not be hit by the battleship's main guns. Basically, it will not sink. The immortal level template beyond the golden mythical level is just like this. The power of the negative star itself does not need to be used. The effect of this talent is too strong. Two huge fleets collided with each other in a manner without fancy or tricks near the giant shipyard, and the battle instantly became intense. Inside the Titan Bridge, Star-Negative Chuyuan stood in the center of the flat bridge with strands of light blooming all over his body. The overlapping light curtains around him were densely packed with data. The light strands blooming from his body extended and flew. Extend tens of meters or even hundreds of meters into the light curtain. The dense data on the light curtains are the embodiment of all the data of the entire battlefield. He frantically gathered all the data of the entire battlefield into one, and instantly interpreted all the data in a way that ordinary people cannot understand, so as to realize the understanding of this huge battlefield. Real-time control. This is really a way that ordinary people can't understand at all. Even if those mechanical ascenders change their brains into bio-optic brains that can hold so much data, the upper limit of thinking and will limits their ability to process so much data in real time, so they can only focus on processing. That is to say, Star-Negative Chuyuan not only has unimaginable talent buff bonus to the fleet, but also his own command ability is more perverted than the combat computer of the battleship. Under this abnormal command accurate to milliseconds, he can even predict the enemy's attack target in advance, so as to order the attacked warship to defend or evade in advance, thereby reducing losses. The only thing that restricts his performance is perhaps the response of his subordinates. He can respond with super high efficiency, but after the order is issued, the specific commanded player or captain can only follow the order to operate, and there are various intervals in between, resulting in a delay between command and implementation. This delay depends on the elite level of the subordinates. The more capable subordinates will respond to commands faster. Theoretically, it is best to use the robot captain and crew. The robot can respond to commands instantly and maximize the combat effectiveness of the battleship. But why does the crew only have clones and no robots? The main reason is due to the characteristics of the robot. Everyone knows that the behavior of a robot is determined by the underlying code, and the underlying code can be tampered with. Those advanced mechanical ascenders, or robots with intelligence, have absolute control over ordinary robots, and they will kill your robot in minutes on the battlefield. The code was changed. During the battle, the robot mutinied on the spot and cut off the commander. That's a fart. So, even though it is clear that the robot crew and soldiers are very strong, but in fact they all use clone crew, even if the warlords and star sea lords are the same, robots are only used in a few unimportant places. Of course, if you take the mechanical ascension route, you don't have to worry about this aspect. The commander of the mechanical ascension route is an advanced mechanical ascensioner, and his talent allows the commander to directly take over the control of the robots in the battleship. If outsiders want to control the robot, it is equivalent to controlling the mechanical ascensioner, which naturally cannot be done. Boom! A dazzling Titan arc pierced into the battlefield, and a large number of shadow fleets were affected. A series of flames from the explosions of warships were connected together, like fire trees, and silver flowers lit up in the starry sky. A total of 6 thick doomsday lights roared together, and the 6 Shadow Civilization battleships that were targeted exploded into 6 huge flames on the spot. The huge fleet was pushed across the front, and the Titan super flag did not live in the rear, but in the front of the fleet in a dignified way, receiving the enemy's firepower head-on. As the command ship, the Titan super flagship is the weak point of the fleet, and it is also the hardest point of the fleet. Its super high shield and armor can ensure that it can withstand massive firepower. If it is a flagship with a large number of Titan super flagships participating in the battle, I would definitely not dare to be so turbulent. No matter how thick the shield armor is, it cannot withstand the concentrated fire of a large number of flagships and hundreds of thousands or more space fighter fleets. But in the current battle where the enemy has no flagship, the Titan super flag has become the hardest point, rushing to the front line provocatively to attract firepower, and the firepower of this Shadow garrison is absolutely helpless. Boom. A Shataman commander slammed his fist on the table and looked back viciously. Why hasn't support arrived yet? An aide replied. Support is unlikely. Didn't the general headquarters agree to transfer the fleet just now? That was before, since the enemy knew that the enemy had a Titan super flag and 3 flagships, it was impossible for the headquarters to transfer the fleet over. The staff paused for a moment, with a wry smile on their face. Now the headquarters is definitely shrinking the defense line to defend the capital, and our side has been abandoned. Boom. The Shadow commander slammed his fist on the table and ordered loudly. The 2nd Brigade is in the rear, and the 1st Brigade is retreating, ready to withdraw. His reaction was quick, and his decision-making was okay, but he had already missed the opportunity. Even Li Qing could see the intention to retreat from their formation mobilization, not to mention Chu Yuan, who reacted immediately, but he did not separate the fleet to circle the rear, but ordered the fleet to advance forward. Neither of the 2 brigades were their opponents, not to mention the 2nd Brigade in the rear, which collapsed across the board, and the Titan Chauchi directly pressed its face on the face of the enemy fleet, only one distance away from the nearest smoke-covered Shadow battleship, a few kilometers away. Compared to the size of the 35-kilometer-long Titan super flagship, the distance of a few kilometers is already close to the face, and you can bump into it by turning your head. A large number of warships caught up with the main force of the retreating Shadow fleet at a super-fast speed. The crushing gap is actually nothing to point to. Li Qing, who watched the whole battle, has no polish in his heart. Today is different from the past. The defenders who had to be carefully avoided at the beginning can now be crushed head-on. The only opponent he needs to be cautious at this stage is the division-level fleet defenders in the reef layer. In less than 5 hours, when the last battleship sank, the Shadow V Galaxy completely fell into his hands. Next, repairs that should be repaired. A large number of small fleets will be sent out to wipe out sporadic warships in other places in the galaxy, and to plunder supplies. Although Chu Yuan has a super recovery ability, if the shield is broken, it still needs to be restarted, and if the armor is torn, it still needs to be filled with alloy to recover. This kind of armor regeneration ability is equivalent to endowing the battleship with super memory activity recovery ability. Alloys that do not have memory recovery ability endow super memory activity ability and can recover by themselves, but the premise of this recovery is that the armor still exists. For example, when a battleship is attacked, a large piece of armor is torn out with a large number of cracks. Through the regeneration ability of the battleship, the torn armor will heal itself and return to its original state. But if the battleship is hit hard, a large amount of armor is torn off and thrown into space. At this time, the regenerative ability will only heal the cracks in the armor, and the torn armor will not grow out of thin air. This also means that the battleship the upper limit of armor will be temporarily reduced, and will not be restored until the missing armor alloy is replenished after the battle. To put it bluntly, this regeneration is based on the original material regeneration, not out of thin air. This means that as long as the reactor of the battleship is not damaged and there is enough energy to support it, the shield can be regenerated indefinitely. However, the armor and hull cannot be regenerated indefinitely. If the armor is completely cut off, the battleship will have no armor and naturally cannot be regenerated. The main force of the fleet was resting, while Li Qing came to the huge dock. Although the dock had stopped working, there were still a large number of warships under construction, including many battleships. After defeating the defenders and actually occupying the dock, the basic attribute table of the dock is no secret to him. This is a huge dock with a construction capacity of 2,000 square meters. It looks like a spider with its legs spread out. The spider's body is in the center. It is a cylinder with a diameter of about 30 kilometers and a height of about 60 kilometers. There are a total of 8 spider legs in a circle, and they are divided into 8 directions. Each spider leg is 100 kilometers long, has a construction capacity of 250, and has 125 docks-like hairy legs on the left and right. The shape of this giant dock is fixed. There is only a maximum construction capacity of 125 on one side, while the flagship ship capacity is generally 5 to 600, which means that this giant dock can only build battleships at most, and cannot build flagships. Li Qing released a large number of industrial ships to cut off the 8 spider legs of the giant dock one by one, and prepared to split them into the Palm universe. It is still not sure whether the Reef Lair planet can be captured. It is safe to collect the spoils first. If it is not captured, it is not too bad for income. In addition, he also took in many Shar slaves on the transformed planet in the same galaxy. In more than a year, they captured more Shar people to transform the planet. According to preliminary statistics, there are nearly 30 million people. It may take more than half a month to collect so many people. Li Qing did not rush to collect them slowly. At the same time, he sent frigates and small fleets to leave this galaxy to scout the nearby situation. At this time, there is no need to worry about whether the main force of the enemy will come. He also hopes that the main force of the Shadow civilization will give up the capital and fight over. You must know that there is a star city in the capital of the Shadow civilization. Although the weapons equipped are not as good as the star city of human civilization, it is a star city anyway, and its combat power is still quite fierce. Coupled with some Halo buffs dedicated to the star city, and a division regiment level garrisons are very difficult to attack from the front. It is worth mentioning that although the Shadow civilization has a star city, it does not have such a thing as a star gate due to insufficient technological level. It is not afraid that a fleet will jump out of the Stargate in the middle of the battle. This is also one of the reasons why he dared to attack alone. If there was a Stargate, how could he dare to be so profane? He would have honestly cooperated with the expeditionary army to attack slowly. As time went by, the giant shipyard was slowly dismembered into small pieces, and the Shar people on the planet were gathered to enter the gate of the black hole by boat. Surprisingly, there are a large number of naval architects in this giant dock. The central cylinder is divided into several layers, including the area where a large number of naval architects gather, the area where the crew of the clone Shatars gather, and the area where senior crew members and captains gather. After a rough inventory, there are actually 10 teams of battleship engineers, 20 teams of cruiser engineers, 40 teams of destroyer engineers, 200 teams of frigate engineers, and 200 teams of construction engineers from frigates to battleships, including the chief engineer. Chapter 160 Harvest. In addition, there are 20 groups of engineers specializing in the construction of various transport ships, industrial ships, maintenance ships, and other civilian ships. In addition, there are senior crew members who can configure 2 large branch fleets and common crew members of the clone Shatars. What a pity. Talent is talent, but he can't use it. Except for the 10 battleship chief engineers who can be transformed into servants of light and continue to use them, the others are useless. According to the appearance of the Shadow people, there is a high probability that they will end up badly after being conquered in the future. Even if they are not extinct, they will disarm all their weapons, use genetic technology to adjust the quality of their meat, and raise them in captivity to become food animals. It's not scare, it's real. In the course of the development of human civilization, many civilizations have been conquered, but now there are not many alien civilizations in the sphere of human influence. They were raised in captivity when they were born, they were not allowed to receive any knowledge, and they were not allowed to speak since childhood. Over time, they naturally forgot their own civilization and knowledge, and civilization was cut off. The IQ of the new generation will gradually degenerate. After genetic technology adjustment, the human body will also slowly degenerate, and gradually become no different from animals. At most, they used to be intelligent creatures, which are smarter and better domesticated than ordinary beasts. The cold universe, beautiful and cruel. Between civilization and civilization, in order to survive, there is only one life and death. Although it is not as completely extreme as the dark forest, the difference is not big. There is absolutely no day of peaceful coexistence between different civilizations, even 2 civilizations that are exactly the same. If human beings encounter a second human civilization that looks exactly like themselves in the human universe, the first reaction is definitely not curiosity, but vigilance. It is absolutely impossible for 2 identical species to appear in the universe. If there are 2 identical species, there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that they used to have the same origin. For example, two civilizations originated from the same birthplace, but one walked out of the planet first. Or the civilization was once destroyed, and both branches were developed by the fish that slipped through the net of the destroyed civilization. For example, if the united empire of mankind is destroyed and a large number of humans escape, if these escaped humans can escape the pursuit and redevelop on the other side of the starry sky, this is also homologous. Another possibility is a little bit of extreme anxiety. As we all know, there are three mainstream ascension routes in the universe: mind is better than matter, spiritual ascension, flesh and blood is weak, mechanical ascension, design evolution, genetic ascension. When genetic technology reaches a certain level, you can use genetic technology to design your own genes, strengthen your body, change your appearance or shape, etc., or use genetic technology to forcibly create a creature, create a new species, and so on. It is not surprising to redesign a species by imitating a certain race, or if you are not satisfied with the appearance of your own species, and use genetic design to transform the appearance design of your own species into another satisfactory species. Or some genetic ascension masters can directly upgrade a dog through genetic technology, from physical body to intellectual level. Change from a dog to a kobold, and then turn a kobold into a tiger head, dinosaur, elephant, etc. As long as your genetic modification technology is good enough, you can do it. So redesigning a race into a species that is exactly the same as a certain race is a small kiss for those genetic masters. They prefer to make artificial legendary creatures, artificial leviathans. Having said that, it is precisely because he can imagine how miserable the fate of the Shadow people will be that he dare not use these Shadow talents. At most, he dares to use them only after turning them into servants of light. When turned into a servant of light, from the body to the mind, and then the will is distorted, in fact, it has nothing to do with the Shadow people. The number of servants of a tune of light is too small, only 1 per month and 12 per year. There is no way to retain too many talents, only these 10 chief engineers of battleships can be retained. Unknowingly, more than half a month has passed, and the giant shipyard has been split into the universe in the palm, and many Shar slaves have also been put away. After counting, there are about 31.08 million, which is an annoyance that the entire income of the warehouse area is the same as that of the previous Shar people meet, and the former Shar people will do the ideological work. After more than half a month, except for the occasional small fleet jumping in for reconnaissance, no enemy came. On the contrary, on the 21st, Crimson and the Horn of Liberty and 3 other large teams assembled a team except for none. The fleet of conventional warships other than the flagship rushed over and was preparing to attack the Shadow 3 galaxy, which was only 7 jumps away. They also discovered the Garan Legion that was plundering Shadow number 5. Ji Yu Shunzhou sent someone to ask him if he wanted to send a fleet there, but Li Qing refused. The garrison over there is not much different from that of the giant shipyard. It is not a problem to capture it with the strength of a joint team, but it will definitely not be so easy. Although he didn't go there, Li Qing was still very concerned about the battle situation there. He wanted to see if the battle situation over there was deadlocked, and the capital of the southern province of Shatta, which was only 1 jump away, would send reinforcements. Not sending the combined fleet to destroy this garrison can also relieve the pressure for yourself. If you send reinforcements over, the pressure will be reduced when you enter the reef layer later. These days, they don't stay in this galaxy every day. The small ships and occasional small fleets sent out to scout around have almost touched the galaxy near the reef layer. Ever since he knew that he had a Titan super flag and 3 flagships here, and found out their strength through the garrison here, the division-level fleet stationed in the capital of the southern province stayed there, and it seemed that they wanted to defend to the death. Capital. Li Qing never thought of seduce tactics. It is useless, the opponent will definitely not come out, so he can only attack by force. The looting was about the same. On this day, Li Qing finally ordered the fleet to move to the MK 471 galaxy. It is the Crossroads galaxy. From there is the Shatta 3 galaxy to the north, the Shatta 5 galaxy to the south, the Human Expeditionary Force to the west, and the 6 galaxies to the east are the Reef Lair, the capital of the southern province of the Shatta civilization. It is very strange that this critical intersection galaxy has no defenders and is empty. However, looking at the entire star map, it is not uncommon for there to be no defenders. From their point of view, this is a key intersection, but from the perspective of the Shatta civilization, it is just an ordinary intersection. There are routes from other locations to the capital galaxy. There are only 2 key intersections in the entire southern province. One is the Querta Fortress Galaxy, and the other is behind the capital galaxy, the Lock Fortress at the junction between the southern province and another province within the Shadow civilization. There is a key intersection, and there is a crack extending from the interference zone. Not only is the difficulty of the transition soaring, but the hyperspace channels of the surrounding galaxies are also broken. The remaining hyperspace channels are just connected to this critical intersection galaxy. The source's transition strength bonus. Under normal circumstances, even the flagship is difficult to directly transition over. The Shadow civilization established a fortress galaxy in that galaxy, and there are 2 full division level fleets stationed there all year round. This is also one of the risks that Li Qing considered. If there is support from there, although the environment is limited and he cannot directly jump over there, if he is prepared, he can reach the Reef Layer galaxy in about a week. That is to say, he must completely defeat the defenders in the Reef Layer within a week, and then block the support from the Fortress Galaxy. Up to now, Li Qing has guessed some unreasonable places in the Shadow civilization. Why the central government does not directly support it? The high probability is that the southern province belongs to the sphere of influence of one of the 8 tribes in Shadow, and the central government belongs to another tribe. Although these tribes have jointly formed a powerful civilization, they are not of the same tribe after all, and the union is not very close, so everyone is still wary of each other. The possibility of this guess is very high. If they are all of the same race, they can sweep out the expeditionary army with some support. Li Qing felt that the root cause of this kind of thinking error was that the joint civilization of the Shadow tribe did not know how strong human civilization is. It is estimated that the human civilization in their eyes is at most as strong as the Yu clan located in Jinmen. They probably thought that Jinmen the Menu clan is human civilization. If this is used as a reference, the strength of the Jinmen Yu clan is definitely not as good as that of the entire Shadow tribe. In addition, the main force of the Shadow civilization is now fighting with the Civi's Council on the other side. The Shadow does not want to fight on 3 sides. It is not impossible for people to abandon the southern provinces strategically. After all, it's just giving up one of the tribes. There are 8 tribes in Shadow, and if one other tribe is missing, they can get more benefits. In the Shadow 3 galaxy, there is a huge barren planet suspended in an orbit more than 100 million kilometers away from the main sequence star. In addition to 2 satellites, there are hundreds of habitation stations in the orbit of the planet. There are tens of billions of Shadow people living in this huge residential complex. On the planet, there is a huge industrial base, and densely packed civilian ships are shuttling back and forth between the residential station groups, transporting a large number of civilians away. In the void, millions of kilometers away from the residential station group, 2 extremely large fleets were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. One after another, beams of energy lighted up and down, and from time to time the flames of battleship explosions rose and lit up the void. After less than an hour of fighting, the United Fleet, which has an advantage in ship capacity, has already gained the upper hand. If there are no accidents, victory is inevitable. The difference lies in when the enemy collapses and how much you lose. Bing Feng, the fleet you are leading is slowly leaving the battlefield. They will definitely find a way to escape. I need you to listen to the order to intercept it later. The interim commander-in-chief of the United Fleet, Ji Shunzhou, is closely watching the ever-changing battlefield, constantly issuing various orders. Blade, did you see the Mark 1 sent you? If you pass the intercepted signal, there is a high probability that it is one of the enemy's command flagships. I need you to sink it at any cost. Tianji, in the latest news I am sending you now, keep an eye on the movement of all blue-marked enemy ships. If there is no abnormality, you continue to execute tactics. If there is an abnormality, intercept it immediately. Everyone, the enemy has fallen into a disadvantage, so follow my order to entangle them. The victory must be ours. This galaxy has tens of billions of people and a huge amount of supplies. As long as we capture it, we can make a fortune. No matter how big it was before, all losses can be recovered. When Li Qing's fleet came over, the battle had already entered a fierce state. The isolated and helpless defenders fought a desperate battle with the United Fleet, and the battle was quite fierce. The void is full of burning and smoking wreckage of warships, and a large number of rescue pods are floating among the wreckages. The defenders have suffered heavy losses but are still stubbornly resisting. A normal fleet will waver when it loses more than 30%, and it is close to collapse when it loses more than 50%. Very few elites can last longer, but they will definitely not be able to fight to the death like in myths and novels, unless they have special his talent can make his subordinates not fear life and death. If the same faction is fighting normally, one of the sides has already started to flee or seek peace according to the current battle loss rate. But now it's a battle between civilizations, and there's no talk of surrender. Once unable to escape, the only option is to fight to the death. Li Qing himself did not participate in the battle, but sent Li Qi and Li Lai to lead their fleets around the back to prepare to intercept them. Without a flagship, the battle would last for a very long time. Even with an absolute advantage, it took the combined fleet 8 hours to defeat the opponent, and it took even longer to clear the defeated troops. Li Qing was not in a hurry, and waited for them to wipe out all the routes before leading the fleet to approach the huge residential station group in the center of the galaxy. During the communication, Li Qing looked at Ji Yu Shenzhou, Feng Lixiu and 3 unknown team leaders and said, "Congratulations on taking down this galaxy." Ji Yu Shenzhou sighed and said, "Although it was won, the loss was heavy. A total of nearly 100 battleships were sunk, more than 200 cruisers, more than 400 destroyers, and more than 2,000 frigates were sunk." Li Qing smiled and said, "What's that? Look at the gains in this galaxy. There are so many living station groups, with at least tens of billions of people. I don't know how many supplies are enough to make up for all the losses." Hope. Li Qing smiled and said nothing, he was just crying poor. His eyes fell on the light curtain in front of him, and the screen showed that there was a community of hundreds of residential stations above the orbit of the planet, which looked like bunches of grapes hanging in the orbit of the planet. This residential station group is divided into 5 groups, 1 large and 4 small. The largest one is composed of 70 or 80 large and small residential stations, and the largest one is a giant residential station with a diameter of 200 kilometers. They brought a large number of industrial ships and transport ships. After the battle, they entered and stopped in the orbit of the planet. A large number of clone warriors entered the residence station in assault boats to drive out the Shadow people in the residence station. In fact, the best way of hauling is to use a tractor beam on a large or giant industrial ship to pull these living stations off the track, and haul them back like a trailer for normal transportation. But if you want to do this, you must completely seal off each of these living stations, otherwise you will not be able to pass through the hyperspace waterway. This is a big project. It is not as laborious as transporting it directly with a treated trailer. Of course, there is another important reason. These residential stations, Li Qing said before, and they can't do it even if they want to. And they can't do it even if they want to. And they can't do it even if they want to. And they can't do it.